Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Lights up, the world is watching, every move as the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine, all our stars align. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, this is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate, it's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate, come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate, it's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. It's a festival of chess. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Fans from every corner of the globe holding their breath as the tension grows. Heart rate sinking with the stage, one spark setting off the cage. Voices rising from the stands, history shifting in their hands. Every movement louder than the last, future racing with the past. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest, welcome to the is watching. Every move is the planet talking. Tonight we rise, tonight we shine. All our stars align. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day.
It is the final stretch of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and now the race to the finish line is officially a sprint. What a day of action we have ahead of us. It's going to be a lot of fun. And to set the stage with me, I'm joined by the fantastic duo of women Grandmaster Ketty and Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. Guys, what an event this has been so far. The storylines, the drama, the brilliancies, the blunders, the turnarounds, the roller coasters. We've had it all. Ketty, is this the moment? Is today the day the teams finally ask themselves, can we qualify? Do we deserve to qualify?
Tanya, that's a very good question. Today is the day the teams have to show their best and go there, fight for them. Everyone still has some chances, but this is the last day for them.
I think it's the last day, indeed, a second last day, but for me, between the teams, for the PBG Alaska Knights, it feels like the show is already over, but there is still a slight chance that they can make a comeback, but more or less for PBG Alaska Knights, I wouldn't say the same, but for the others, there is still a fight.
All right, so Sahaj Grover calling it out. PBG Alaska Knights potentially out of the race. For the rest of the 5 teams, it's still a big fight ahead. Take a look at our leaderboard. And we have got the Triveni Continental Kings at the top. The usual story that we've been seeing in the league so far. I have to say, Triveni Continental Kings are becoming the Chennai Super Kings of chess. Just the events that they've been winning 2 times. Global Chess League champion, looking for their 3rd. Fantastic performance. We heard it from the team yesterday that they have perfected their model. They know exactly what to do, and they've been showing that on the board as well. Is this potentially becoming a race for that final 2nd spot? And this is what we have ahead of us today on the menu. Before we go on to that, let's talk about what we had, the action coming on yesterday now. We've got the score lines there, Sahaj. I'll start with you. You know, 3 closely contested battles on this one. But that top 16-1 victory of the FYERS American Gambits against the UpGrad Mumba Masters, for me, that's been one of the standout matches, an absolute blowout.
You know, actually, for the Ganges Grandmasters, this is exactly the scoreline they need to stay in the top 2 spot today. Because Mumba Masters have the best shot at the 2nd place, since they're playing with 2 white pieces today. But the Ganges Grandmasters are right behind them. And if they manage to lose today with a similar stat, but it's not possible, I don't believe that. But still, if theoretically, this is what they're looking for.
It almost felt like a glitch in the matrix. You know, the UpGrad Mumba Masters going down 16-1, a single draw, lost on every single board. And I want to go into that match because nobody expected this to play out the way it did. Hikaru Nakamura's FYERS American Gambits with 3 back-to-back losses came with the team on a mission. You could see it on their faces. They knew that they had to go all out, and that's exactly what they did. Ketty, hard to pick, but what was the highlight for you in that match?
I think every game was a highlight for me. It was so difficult to find which player was the best, but I think for me the highlight was the team composition, how they played together, how they supported each other. And I think Richard Rapport was brilliant in this game against very tough opponent. Shahriar himself has very, very good tournament here at GCL.
Absolutely, he went with the King's Pawn opening, takes the knight out, plays bishop to c4 and goes into the Italian opening, played it so well, goes into the mess like in his usual self and manages to take down one of the most creative players in the world, Shahriar Mamedyarov.
And at the end, barely able to get a move on the board. It was all handshakes by the FYERS American Gambits. A very Hikaru Nakamura with his team performance. 5 wins with the white pieces. Richard Rapport going on to become the player of the match. A dominating, a whitewash of a victory this was by the American Gambits. They gambited absolutely no points at all against the Mumba Masters. But of course, that's not the only one. That was an absolute thriller. We went on, Sahaj, to see one of the most closely contested battles when the Ganges Grandmasters took on the Alpine SG Pipers.
Absolutely. Vishy leading the charge for the Ganges Grandmaster and Fabi leading the charge for Alpine. There we have a match between Vincent and Anish, and what a match it was. Vincent starting with the English opening. Anish sort of thinking in the beginning, goes for knight f6 and g6, which was a bit surprise for me, taking, considering his style. I was not sure whether he was going to go for the grunt field or, whatever. But Vincent got the better of him out of the opening and just managed to just crush him in time pressure. Yeah.
Fantastic controlled performance there, Vincent. On the nerves, on the board, and Anish Giri disappointed. And it was all celebration for the Ganges Grandmasters. It was Tavrula who got the player of the match after taking down the inevitable Nino Batsiashvili. Just the way she did it. Fantastic performance there. So much of the Global Chess League is about team strategy, about the role the team coaches play. We've got a lot of action coming up for you today. We'll be starting with the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Before we get to that, we've got Arohi with the team coaches, with Grandmaster Praveen Thipse and Grandmaster Hari Krishna grilling them. Take a look.
An all-important day for qualification, and we have the colour swap for the first match happening today, Pipers versus Masters. With GM Praveen Thipse joining us for the Alpine SG Pipers and GM Hari Krishna for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, along with Alan Atkinson, the Deputy Chief Arbiter. May we now have the colour swap for the first game. Hari Krishna, 2 games today for the Mumba Masters, playing white in both. Do you see that as an advantage?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have white pieces after yesterday's loss. So it's an important day, and we'll give our best.
You unfortunately had a crushing victory yesterday, but I'm sure the team must have gotten over it because Mumba Masters are known for the team bonding. They're known for overcoming such challenges. What has the team done?
Yeah, of course, all players are professionals, and in professional chess it happens sometimes. And we had, just some usual spending time, and we are ready for today.
Big day today, all the best.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Praveen Thipse, black, bigger the risk, bigger the reward. Is that the mantra for today?
Yes, I think the point system is such that if you do well with black, then you have greater benefits as you see more point system. And of course, we are playing a very strong team, and it's going to be a very tough match. As you can see, almost all the players are the world-class players, best among their respective categories, and we've all been playing with each other. So I think what matters is now your reflexes, your how you play on this particular day. We also have a match later in the day. So I think it's going to be a long day for us, and hopefully a great day also.
Well, we've entered the business end of the tournament. Every match matters from here for qualification. Is the qualification pressure on?
Yes, it is there towards the, in the last half it's always there, because what happens today and tomorrow decides our fate, in the sense whether we play the match for the championship or we play the match for the 3 or 4, or we don't play any match at all. So, these are the things which are very tough. And yes, the pressure plays, but everybody is a professional player. And they have faced this situation, like must-win situations to qualify to candidates and many important events. So they are all very great players, all of them, the opponents as well. And I think who plays well today, I think that will decide the matters.
All the best for your game today.
Yeah, thank you.
That is it from the colour swap. 2 teams, Pipers and Masters, have 2 games today. The first one being played right here on the other side of the break.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला
रहती है कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत. मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता. APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत. प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत. मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता. APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत. प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers.
And a neck-to-neck battle saw the Triveni Continental Kings extinguish the FYERS American Gambits 8-7, being on the back foot. After their loss, they were the ones who were chasing from behind, but then finally striking saw them on that last board get the match victory, a very important one. And Ketty, they have 1 foot firmly into the finals with that victory.
That's correct, Tanya. I think all of us would agree that Triveni Continental Kings has been dominating this tournament, this event, and this leaves only 1 spot for the rest of the teams.
Absolutely. Alireza Firouzja is an absolute beast, and Triveni Continental Kings, you know, are just completely dominating. But I still have reason to believe that, you know, UpGrad Mumba Masters, which is the team that I'll be rooting for, have a very good chance of making it today.
They might make it to the finals, but Triveni Continental Kings making a big case for that contention, for that 3rd title of the Global Chess League. And this is what tells the story of the team spirit of this team. The final moments with Marc-Andre Morizzi getting it done. And there you see Vidit Gujarati congratulating him. Where he comes in to the picture, Alireza Firouzja. That is a Chinese Grandmaster, a French Grandmaster, and an Indian Grandmaster, all super happy with the Frenchman getting the job done. It truly is a global chess league, this one.
Absolutely. And they're congratulating a French chess, Grandmaster. So that's complete chess for you right there. But yep, what team unity they have.
And speaking of team unity, we will go into a very short break, and right back, we've got something very special for you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And the Ganges Grandmasters indeed will be in action today. A big day for them coming up for Vishy Anand's team, but that's all for later. Let's talk about more of the action that we saw yesterday, setting the stage of coming into this day 8 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Once again, it's only 2 more days of the qualifiers. It's all about finishing in that top 2 spots. And of course, Triveni Continental Kings, I don't think you'll be amiss by saying they're going to be one of those 2 top teams. The big question, who will be the second one?
I think that's a great question because there's only one spot remaining for the rest of the teams. And for me, theoretically, it makes sense that it would be UpGrad Mumba Masters because they're playing with 2 white pieces and they have an extra game at hand. Whereas for the other teams, there's only Alpine SG Pipers who have an extra game at hand and they're playing with 2 blacks today. I think that kind of makes UpGrad Mumba Masters a slight favorite in my eye.
Huge day for these teams with those 2 matches. For UpGrad Mumba Masters, a match in hand. Can they make the most of that? And right now, I'm being told that Arohi has got a very special guest with her. Arohi, what do you have for us?
Joining us today is Mr. Sankaran Venkataramanan, EVP Axis Bank, who himself has been a chess player at some point of time in his life. Tell us about the growth of chess that you yourself must have witnessed in the last couple of years in India exponentially, and about this league that you've come to today.
Thank you, Aryohan. You've been really kind in calling me a chess player. I wouldn't call myself that. I used to play chess for fun when I was a child. But it's really amazing to see this platform. You know, way back we used to have a bunch of kids in our class or in our neighborhood and we used to play for fun. But then this is really a serious sporting stuff that is really growing. And it's amazing to see not 1, 2 players, but every state has a lot of budding players and so many grandmasters. A lot of them becoming grandmasters at their teenage. It's an exponential growth, and very happy to see this happening.
You've gone around through the fan zone and you will be heading to the auditorium as well for the first game and for the first move. But I want to know, would you be trying your hand at chess today now that you're here?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you have a great time today that you've come here.
Thanks for having me.
That is it from here. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Arohi. Can't wait to get back to you to bring us all the action that's coming from the fan zone later on. And of course, the action's about to get started here on this day 8. But let's also set the stage of what happened in the final match of the day just yesterday. It was the PBG Alaska Knights Gukesh's team getting the win against Vishy's Ganges Grandmasters. And I have to say that when Vishy plays Gukesh, that is an emotional clash for the chess world.
It was so emotional as an Indian chess fan and for the chess world as well, because the 2 Indian world champions are playing against each other. We don't get to see that very often. Katie, I think that was a treat to watch.
It was the moment of a day, but also there were more stars in the team, and we have here Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent Keimer. Arjun was fantastic in this game, and this was not the first time when he celebrated the very beautiful victory alongside with Sarah Hadem. This game was something very special. We can see Vincent, he could not even make any move and he just resigned. Arjun was a player of the match.
And so deserving in the way he handled those last few minutes, getting the win done, getting the job done for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And this is how our leaderboard shaped up at the end of the 4 epic battles that we saw. And right at the top, take a look at that right column. Six match point leads there for the Triveni Continental Kings, looking strong to make it to the finals. And then we've got 2 teams with 12 points, the UpGrad Mumba Masters and the Ganges Grandmasters. And I think it's safe to say that for these 2 teams, today is going to be an extremely decisive one to see where they finish. We've also got the FYERS, American Gambits, Alpine SG Pipers, Alaskan Knights, all tied with 9 match points. They just have to go all out. They can very well play the role of the spoilers. And this is what we have for today. Bringing up day 8, we start the action with the UpGrad Mumba Masters against the FYERS American Gambits. American Gambits languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard, but can they play spoilers? Can they take down the Mumba Masters? We'll follow that up with the Ganges Grandmasters against Triveni Continental Kings. We also have Alpine SG Pipers playing against the FYERS American Gambits. The UpGrad Mumba Masters will have a second showing today against the PBG Alaska Knights, and we'll break down all this action that's coming up. We'll give you all the insights and the scoops when we're back. Stay tuned with us.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
And the first course on our grand menu today is the UpGrad Mumba Masters taking on the Alpine SG Pipers. It's a big one for both these teams. Their destiny, their fate in their own hands coming into this first clash of the day. And I will point out that the Alpine SG Pipers, they pretty much piped down the UpGrad Mumba Masters in their first clash 9-7. Not just that, Ketty, the storyline that the UpGrad Mumba Masters coming out of a very difficult 16-1 loss yesterday. A complete whitewash of a performance that was by the FYERS American Gambits against them. What do you think? Where is their mind at? We saw Hari Krishna earlier. He seemed like he's in good spirits. How does the team reset taking on the Pipers today?
Tanya, at this point, towards the end of the tournament, I think what matters is who is a well-rested player. Whoever had a good night's sleep, who had a good preparation, this is the favorite. And at this point, I don't think they even remember that loss, because they have played so many matches, right? So I believe they all are very fresh in the team of UpGrad Mumba Masters, and they will do their best today.
I would also like to say that, you know, they did indeed lose 16-1 against the FYERS American Gambits, and that was a spectacular win by the FYERS American Gambits. You have to give it to them. However, you know, I would tell the UpGrad Mumba Masters that you are also the team that took down PBG Alaskan Knights 18-2, and that too with the black pieces. Remember that day and go and play.
Ooh. Those are some big words, some pep talk there straight from Sahaj Grover here in the studio. If only the UpGrad Mumba Masters could hear you right now. Bardya Daneshwar against Mendonça is how we start on the Prodigy board. Who would you give an edge to in this one, Ketty?
I would give a slight edge to Leon Lucas. He's taking white pieces, right? Or no, sorry. He's taking the black pieces. And you know, this 1 point, if he wins and gets 4 points, will be very important for the team.
Leon actually won their previous encounter,
Yeah.
so I would definitely be giving it to them. But let's move to the Superstar Women's board between Nino and Harika. This match ended in a draw previously between these two players, and I think between them the favorite could be Nino because she's in such great shape. But Harika has been playing in such a spectacular fashion, trying to play for a win with each game. So it can go either way, but maybe a slight preference to Nino.
Yeah, I take my girl Nino in this match, guys.
And then we've got the clash between Who You Found and Koneru Humpy. Is there a favorite in this battle?
So How You Fun did win their previous clash with the white pieces against Koneru Humpy. She does have the edge, but I would say I'm going to give it to Humpy this time. Let's go.
Mixed feelings there on this one. Humpy for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, Nino for the Alpine SG Pipers on the Women's Superstar board. Let's move forward with our Men's Superstar board. And what a lineup. Look at those 4 players staring down at us. You've got Anish Giri, Wesley So, and then Pragnananda taking on Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. To me, this just means it's going to be fireworks all around. It feels like it's going to be decisive on both these boards. I would be surprised to see a single draw.
Absolutely. I think I would be surprised as well because all of these players are so just such amazing players, and it's very hard to predict who's going to win. It just depends on whose day it is.
Yeah, exactly. And look at Shak being so nice, smiling to us on the screens, but he's not a nice person on the board. We have seen him doing the crazy stuff. I think board 3, Prag Shak will be decider.
And I'll also remind everyone that the Superstar Men board, both of them did end in a draw last time. We're predicting decisive results. And what about this decisive matchup that we've got on the Icon board? You've got 2 icons off the spot here. It's world number 3 Fabiano Caruana taking on the former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's the Frenchman with 3 names. He's the French magician here. He's been leading the UpGrad Mumba Masters even in the previous 2 seasons. He's such a strong team player as well. Alpine SG Pipers finding late form here in Mumbai. How do you rate this matchup, Katie?
I think that Fabi lost the first match against MVL in their matchup, and I think at this time he will be very careful. Very least, he will take a draw.
For me, I think because MVL defeated Fabi with the black pieces, that gives them a really big psychological advantage. Because now they're playing with the white pieces, and that gives you some slight maybe opening psychological advantage as well. So I'm going to go with MVL here because he's the faster player. He's World Blitz champion for a reason. And there we have it. The UpGrad Mumba Masters.
So proudly.
We have said their names and he just arrives. Yeah, Wesley So, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Humpy, Harika, all arriving at the same time. And what a team this is.
It really is, Sahaj. It's been all the way up for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They've been at the top of the leaderboard pretty much from the start of this event. And can this team put a stop to that spree that they are on? It is Anish Giri along with Fabiano Caruana right at the top. Fabiano followed by Pragnananda there. These are our 3 candidates for Cyprus as well. What a lineup the Alpine SG Pipers have. Former women world champion, the 2nd strongest female player in the history of the game, Who You Found, Nino Batsiashvili. What a performance she's had here in Mumbai. And Ronak Sadhwani for their prodigy board. Praveen Thipse has a lot of reason to be proud about the names that we've just taken.
Absolutely. They should be proud.
Did you guys realize how both teams were walking towards the venue, right? We had UpGrad Mumba Masters walking one by one, but Alpine SG Pipers, they just went all together as a team, right? That was such a funny moment.
And it's so much about that team spirits, team camaraderie. You've got to play for each other. Every single board matters here. We set the stage for this immense day of action coming up. It's day 8 here at the Royal Opera House. We will start the action with the UpGrad Mumba Masters taking on the Alpine SG Pipers. It will be Fabiano Caruana playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The pieces will be flying soon. The action will get started. On the other side of the break, you will see legends across the board.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
While they make game-winning moves, You make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG Pipers.
With measured minds and a masterful intent, they arrive. Please give it up for the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping in.
Give it up for former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachiolograph. Wesley So. Former World Blitz champion Shakriyar Mamedirao. The reigning women's World Rapid champion Koneru Hampi. Harika Dronavalli. Badia Daneshwar. And their coach GM Hari Krishna. From quiet calculation to commanding play, give it up for Alpine SG Pipers. Introducing the players. Former World Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana. Anish Giri. Olympiad gold medalist Pragnananda. 4 times women's World Chess champion Hu Yifan. Nino Batsiashvili. Leon Mendonça. And their coach GM Praveen Tipse. All the best to both the teams. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Sankaran Venkataramanan, EVP Axis Bank, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
The UpGrad Mumba Masters versus the Alpine SG Pipers. We have an amazing game on our hand. As our guest decides what move to make, he plays his pawn to d4, a handshake there, and joining me for taking you through this entire match is the one and only Tanya Sachdev. Hello, Tanya.
Sagar, super excited as always to be here with you. And what a way to kick off the day, right? A very important one for the teams. And we've already got go time here. Handshakes on the women's superstar board. We saw Hampi in action with the white pieces there against Huyufan, and now Harika starts with the king's pawn opening, and Nino Batsashvili replying instantly with the same. And I have to say, this is really the tale of two cities. Like, you've got the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They're fighting for that second spot. They're in the race for that. Meanwhile, the Alpine SG Pipers, I have to say that with the star-studded lineup they've had, they've fallen short this season in the league. Not where we'd expect them to be. They're currently with only 9 match points.
Yeah, but this match could turn it around. And right now, let's head over to the game between Humpy and Huyufan. We see Humpy opening the game with pawn to d4 and Huyufan playing the Queen's Indian, Tanya. This is going to be a very fighting game. Humpy's last move has made Huyufan start to think a bit.
This is one of my favorite openings against the Queen's Indian defense. With the white pieces, you stop the black bishop from coming to b4 and only then bring your knight out to development. It's the Petrosian setup, and usually it ends up in a very dynamic middle game where white will have control over the center. We can eventually see Humpy play on the right side of the board. Meanwhile, for Huyufan, the action will be on the left flank, so a bit of a race brewing up.
Right, and we go to Harika versus Nino, and already we have some very exciting moves coming up here. We have the 4 knights, and here the knight jumps in, and oh, this is the line where you take here, and all of that happens. But we have Wesley So versus Anish Giri, a big matchup here. This is going to be super exciting, and Pragnananda takes on Shakriyar Mamedyaro. Arey, so cool.
Mumbai is the city of stars, and all the stars of the chess world feel like right now they're in front of us at the Royal Opera House. What a day it is. If you're in Mumbai, definitely come here and see them in action. And speaking of action, there's already action on this board with Shakriyar's last move, putting pressure on Pragnananda's developed bishop.
Yeah, and Prag is like, this line, I didn't really prepare for it. The main move is to jump your knight to the center. And Queen b3, I'm pretty sure Prag has some prep. He's trying to recollect it. And as Tanya always says, when the player looks to their left, it means they're recollecting. When they look to their right, it means they're thinking. Is that right?
There is this left brain, right brain kind of a theory that we've observed sometimes in the chess world. And you're absolutely right. You kind of have this memory recollection. The other way, I think you're more looking at creativity or creative answers to certain problems on the board if you're looking towards the right. Right now, we did see Prag. He was staring at the crowd, so perhaps trying to understand how to respond to this last move by Shakriyar. Do you capture the knight? Do you retreat with the bishop that's just come out?
Right. Okay, let's go to Anish Giri. He takes, by the way, the knight there. Oh my goodness, Anish Giri today plays the King's Indian. And whenever it's a must-win game, that's when Anish plays the King's Indian. As we have a handshake on the Prodigy board between Daneshwar Bardia and Leon, and the main icon board, MVL, opens the game with pawn to e4 against Fabi.
It's kickoff on every single board of ours. The battle has begun in this epic clash that we have in front of us. It's the Spanish opening right now. And it's not just saying epic for the reason of it. Look at the lineup we've got on that icon board. Maxime versus Fabiano. The last time they played against each other, it was Maxime who got the win. He took down Fabi in that matchup. These two have so much history between them, Sagar. They've played endless encounters. It's been striking chess all around, and today we'll have another one of those when so much is on the line.
Yeah, and I think the icon board striking is very important for the team, especially hanging in there. If someone loses, it's a big damage. So Fabi, playing with the black pieces, makes a move that surprises Maxime a bit, because the main line here is either to put the bishop on e7 or c5 or play your pawn to b5, but he goes d6. And all of a sudden, you see Maxime thinking.
And an early d6 move that we see, now some sort of a transposition, opens up that bishop. And look at that. He defended the pawn on e5 and immediately goes for the light squared bishop. We see the first imbalance of the game. A knight has been traded for the bishop, which means Fabi has the bishop pair for the rest of the game. And there are certain trades that we're eyeing on the center of the board.
Yeah, right now you can see there's pressure on the pawn here. White is putting pressure on the e-pawn. And this is quite intense, because I think, Tanya, the engine assesses this as better for white. But when Fabiano plays it as black, he's got it all worked out in his home prep.
You're absolutely right, because he's a player known to be the strongest when it comes to preparation. His opening preparation is second to none. And right now, with this move, the speed with which he's played, he clearly knows the direction he wants to take the game into. It's head and hands. It's Maxim's play right now. I will also add, though Maxim won their last encounter here against Fabi, the team went on to lose.
Right.
UpGrad Mumba Masters lost 9-7, and it all came down to the lower boards. Maybe that's a sign to, as the players are also watching out the action that's happening with their teammates. Sagar, let's do a trip around the world.
Okay, let's go to the second board. This is where I feel is going to be very exciting. As we see, the owners of the UpGrad Mumba Masters, Suhail there, Ronnie there, they are really locked in. They would love if their team does well today, because it might just take them to 15 points, which is very close to qualifying for top 2 spots.
And while the UpGrad Mumba Masters have only 12 match points, they also have a match in hand. Today they've got 2 showings here at the Royal Opera House. It is an absolutely big day for them. They are one of the big contenders to join the Triveni Continental Kings in the fight for championship.
Right. Okay. And right now, Anish Giri has gone all out, Tanya. Look at this. If we go through the moves, you will realize that he is playing today with fire. C5, Bishop E3, and you can see that Anish brings his knight out and sacks a pawn on the side of the board. Wesley is like, thank you, Anish. That was a free pawn. But Anish is like, that was just meant to dislocate your knight for one move. Is that good enough, Tanya?
Sagar, time will tell that. And look at the energy with which Anish is playing on the other side. He first drives the other knight at the back of the board. It's all about initiative with the black pieces. When you play the King's Indian defense, you don't care about pawns. You're throwing them at your opponents for those open lines, for that counterplay. And I want to just touch upon the psychology of this match. You know, for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, they're at the top of the leaderboard. For the Alpine SG Pipers, with 9 points, they are somewhere at the bottom. They're tied for that bottom spot right now. They are looking at playing spoilers. When that's the mindset, when you want to spoil the chances of others, you go for openings like King's Indian Defense. This is Anish Giri saying, I want a fight and I want to take my opponent down. King's Indian Defense is no solid opening. Down a pawn, playing for attack.
But you know, Tanya, Anish is known for his solidity, but he realizes that Wesley is so solid that he's like, I have to do something against him. So this one we'll keep our eyes on. This is, I feel, one of the most exciting battles happening. We go to Shak versus Prag. And I think as of now, Pragnananda can be very happy with the position he has with the black pieces. Too many trades against Shak. If we remember, the last time they played, Tanya, Prag went into an endgame position and then outplayed his opponent, only to fall prey to some tactics at the end, and the game ended in a draw.
Well, this one with the black pieces, I think scoring tactics here will be difficult. The position's quite simplified. You know, you've got 7 versus 7 when it comes to the pawns. The pieces will be developed soon. In fact, what I'm looking at for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is a potential minority advance on the left flank of the board as well, to try to dislodge that black bishop that has just stepped into the longest diagonal.
Right. This can become a complex middle game, queenless middle game, but for now, it looks quite simplified. It all depends on the will of the players. They can even go for a very short draw, but if both want to fight, it can become complex.
And Sagar, let's point out that in the previous encounter, it really came down to the women's superstar board and the prodigy boards that pretty much decided the match in the favor of the Alpine SG Pipers. And I think that's where we need to head to. You know, the 2 men's superstar boards, that ended in a draw. Right now, Prag versus Shak in the balance.
Let's go to Ho Yifan versus Humpy. And Humpy playing with the white pieces. She did lose her game to Ho Yifan before. They have played the World Championship match with each other in 2011. They have a big rivalry between them. And right now, Humpy seems to be doing well with a lot of space in the position. And black is slightly cramped here.
It's the Maroxy setup, like we call it, in chess, when you have this E-pawn and the C-pawn clamping down, taking away the breaks that black aims for, the D-pawn and the B-pawn moving forward. So with that, usually it becomes a more strategic fight. White has more space to breathe, to move pieces around, while Hu Yifan will play a more cautious approach. Nothing will exceed the 3rd rank for black in this game, and wait for her opportunity when the position blows open. But it's white. The onus is on white to take the fight to black in this one.
So we'll come back to this one.
come
I
back.
think it'll kind of get exciting as we go along. Harika, meanwhile, has just launched a mate in 1, but look at this last move, Tanya. There was, it was Nino who launched a mate in 1. Harika gives a check. And guys, here's a small question to everyone watching. What happens if I just push my pawn forward? Because if you save your bishop, there's a mate here. Everyone, try to think here. What do you do? Tanya.
And I think it's the geometry you were talking about of the queen and the king lined up on that open E line. And white will have just enough time to win the game by winning the queen, get that rook. Don't care about the bishop when you can go for your opponent's queen. So Nino Batsashvili dodging this idea, instead sidesteps with her king, Sagar, on that live board. And now she's coming in with that checkmating idea. So Harika needs to block it. It's a simple threat, but a powerful one.
Right. And this is also quite a simple position, but it can become very intense here. If, black starts to, let's say, for example, go G3, suddenly the H-pawn starts rolling, there could be a lot of excitement here.
And this is classic Nino Batsashvili kind of a position. You know, she likes this aggressive play. She likes these tactics. While Harika, she's a more solid strategic player. And she's also down, both players now down to under 15 minutes. I think for both of them, it's over-the-board inspiration now. They're out of any preparation.
Yeah, very exciting here. Let's go to the prodigy board now. Daneshwar Bardia. Ooh, another queenless middle game here. And I must say, Tanya, here it's clear that it's Daneshwar who's calling the shots. He's better with white pieces. He has a wonderful knight here. Black bishop, slightly passive.
And that's the key point. For Mendonça, his bishop is behind his own pawn formation, making it a very defensive piece. Meanwhile, even if the knights and the bishops were to come off, if there's ever a knight takes bishop by Mendonça in this position, we will have a technical, strategic, classic example of a good knight versus a bad bishop. So it does feel that it's advantage UpGrad Mumba Masters. Is it enough? Too soon to say.
Yeah, very soon to say. In fact, there's one board where things have shifted and Wesley So went very hungry right now. He's like, I want to chop off all the pawns that are there. A question mark, Mutania, to go into the black camp to take another pawn. Is it too risky?
High risk, high rewards. That's 2 extra pawns currently for the UpGrad Mumba Masters on this board right now. The thing is, if you're Anish Giri, you need to prove your sacrifice.
Yes.
You have to show initiative. You have to show your attack for the 2 pawns that you've given up. So time is going to be extremely important. Momentum will be everything here. You allow Wesley to consolidate, to finish development, and you could be completely lost. You mentioned 2 pawns, but there's a pawn hanging on the board for white as well. Rook takes pawn, taking control of the second file, very dynamic game.
Yeah, let's just imagine Anish takes here, pawn takes, and now boom, rook takes pawn. And at this point, you can see a wonderful knight here, another knight that can at some point start to sacrifice itself. The bishop on this diagonal, there are tactics in the air.
You know, this is a dream position for black, for a player in these kind of opening thematic ideas. We see them very often in openings like the Benko, like Benoni, where you give up the pawn for opening up your sniper bishop on G7, and you're basically looking for piece activity. You're playing for those minors in the center. You're playing for the open A and the B line. Again, it's going to be a double-edged sword, this one. You know, he's taken big risks, but looks like Anish wants to get Wesley out of solid positions right now.
I think when you come with that mindset that today I'm going to take risks, you are better prepared for it.
But also, Sagar, do you think that having less pressure about qualification into the finals, for the Alpine SG Pipers, their best shot is if they win everything, you know, maybe mathematically they'd pray for some of the other results to go their way, they have a chance. But the only thing in their control the controllables, is to go all out. They need match points, they need game points.
Absolutely, and a win by a big margin. Remember, we saw a win by 16-1 yesterday.
Against this very team, against the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
And you know, that kind of really pushes you. So it's not impossible right now, because if they win today, they'll reach 12 points, which is the same score that the UpGrad Mumba Masters have.
The one advantage that the UpGrad Mumba Masters does have currently is that extra game in hand today, as they will have 2 showings. That is for later in the day right now. This one, Sagar, has all the makings of a very decisive battle. Could very well come down to this board.
Yeah, this one, I think Anish rightly taking his time here. He's thinking whether to push this pawn, capture in the center, straight away take this pawn.
And he makes a decision. He
took it.
does.
Yeah,
he
he
does
took.
go for the central trade. I think he wants to go rook takes pawn next. He wants to capture that b2 pawn that you highlighted earlier on, and we'll see
Takes
what
back.
Anish has in mind. Wesley with an immediate response there.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure here that's mounting. I love this angle, by the way, to just show both the players. And
You know, Wesley already has a connect 4 at the center of the board. He's captured towards the center. And now Anish has to be ready with the response, because Sagar, clock is also an extremely important factor. You have a lot of critical decisions lying ahead in an opening like this.
okay, Anish still taking his time. Guys, it's time for us to go to another board. We must look at the game between Harika and Nino, because here, Tanya, it seems like Nino's early kind of attack has been thwarted by Harika, and she pushed her pawn forward. The queen has moved here, and now white seems to be better, because look at black's king, uncastled. The rook, in order to come to the game, will take time. And meanwhile, Harika can bring out her bishop, bring her queen out, the rook comes out easy. It's actually quite a pleasant position for Harika.
Absolutely right. And I'm just going to point out and add to your point that, you know, if you remove all the pieces from the board in this one, black, Nino will be the one who will be better because of the better pawn structure. Harika's got double pawns. And there we've got our commentator, Ketty. She's taking notes as well of what's happening in this match. What an experience it is actually to be inside the playing arena of the Royal Opera House. You can listen to our commentary. You're watching the best players in action right in front of you there, Sagar. And it's goosebumps when you're in there.
And also, when it gets really intense at the end, guys, you can have a lot of fun looking at the players there. Ketty, you can see, generally, she would be somewhere out there, but she's sitting inside. She can look at the players, their body language. Also, Nino is a very good friend of hers, both from Georgia. So, you know.
Ketty did mention in the pre-game show that, you know, she is rooting for Nino because they are country mates right now. But Sagar, coming to this position, I think as long as pieces remain on the board, the problem of king safety is what gives white the edge here. The lack of development, lack of coordination, because of the strange placement of Nino's pieces. The two rooks at the corner, the bishop and the king in the way. It's not going to be easy to solve these problems. But if trades happen, Nino will be better with every single piece off the board.
By the way, Harika makes a great move. She brings her bishop into the center. And guys, here UpGrad Mumba Masters are doing quite well. So if you look at Wesley, he's slightly worse. Anish is slightly better there. And here Harika is slightly better. Rest of the positions look around even for now. Let's go to our icon board. We have MVL versus Fabi here. A lot of moves did happen. Just going through them quickly. We left it off around here. Fabi brought his bishop out. Queen came up, which was perhaps not the best move. But white kept a small edge, Tanya. And at the right time, Fabi struck in the center, brought his knight, and this is how we reach the current live board position. He is, right now, he was a pawn down, but he's recovered it. There's a lot of imbalance. We need to kind of understand what's happening.
The first thing we look at when we're trying to evaluate a position is the pawn structure. You know, black has 3 pawn islands. Usually the more pawn islands, the worse your pawn formation is. But it also gives Fabi a lot of activity in the position, the way the pawns are placed. In fact, Fabi would love to get rid of that e-pawn to open up the bishop. But for that, it would mean that you'd have to sacrifice it. I think that idea is in the air. Fabi wants to just blow open the center, give that pawn up, activate that rocket on b7, and start eyeing the king side at the right moment. For now, Maxime hitting the knight at the center of the board. I don't think you want to go forward with that. Do you want to put it at the absolute edge of the board, attacking the b2 pawn?
That looks misplaced, Tanya. I think it's better to just go backwards and then reroute yourself to the king side, maybe sacrificing yourself at the right moment.
Great call there. That's exactly what Fabi does as well, Sagar. He is looking for greener pastures in this position. He's looking at that knight joining the attack. The rook lined up on the open line there. And we've got
F4.
Maxime
Beautiful
with a
move.
very committal decision here.
But that was important, Tanya. If that wouldn't have been played, the knight would have come here. Sacrifices would have happened. With F4 now, it's such a important thing. You can't do en passant.
Why not? That's the question.
Oh,
Why
you
not?
can, because queen takes queen is hanging. But guys, there's an incredible move here, Tanya.
And I stopped my calculation watching a check land with that little pawn making a big move to f2. But Sagar, it doesn't end because you can sidestep with the king.
And then here, if you take the rook, my queen will take back. But you make a queen straight on, deflecting the rook and then picking up the queen.
That is stunning. And I think it's absolutely key for Fabi to actually calculate this line and en passant in the live board, if we just go back to the current position. If you let this be as is, that f-pawn controls the e5 square. It just feels like white would have made a lot of progress. You'd put a piece on e3 next if you're white, block out black's bishop on b7, take away activity from that knight, and Maxime will be a happy camper.
I think e takes f3.
Does he find it?
The
Does he play it?
I mean, it's basic calculation for a player like Fabi. You know, he does that day in and out. But if he feels that he has the better position, he might not do it. He might not go for this line, which is kind of even at the end of it.
That's true. Does Fabi want an endgame where things are liquidated and you're kind of navigating the game towards a draw, or does he want to fight? He does calculate the calculation beast that he is. We see this line being played out.
He picks up the queen and he's like, okay, I make a queen, takes, and this is exactly what's happening, what we analyzed. And guys, my call here, and I guess Tanya, you would also agree that this game will end in a draw.
That's the feeling you get. You know, it's level material right now. Black has a weakness of the d6 pawn. White has two double pawns. The opposite color bishops have huge drawing tendency. This one is about to fizzle out.
Okay, but things have changed in the Wesley So versus Anish Giri game. Guys, look at what happened. At this point, we did see Anish chop off this pawn. He had the advantage, and then pawn to a4 to kind of rescue the knight. The knight was like, guys, I'm on the other side. Please send some rescue troops for me. Okay, the pawn comes forward. The queen moves in. A mistake to attack this knight, because now the knight comes back here, and then you take, bishop takes, and Tanya, all of a sudden, it's white who's clearly better.
Anish has just given one more pawn up there. And for Wesley, this A pawn, super strong. It's a passer down the board. You know, queen is the last piece you want to be stopping that from moving ahead. It's a powerful piece. You want it to be attacking the king and not be defending against your opponent's threat. Meanwhile, not just that. It's also 5 versus 4 on the right flank as well. For Wesley, so that means 2 extra pawns, the bishop pair, more pieces are off the board. He's not feeling the attack. Where's the attack on the white king when the black queen and the rook are offside?
I mean, something has gone wrong for Anish. Maybe he calculated that he brings his queen here and attacks both these pieces, but maybe he missed that there's a bishop here that could pick up his rook. Something has gone wrong totally, because there's also queen moving up. So I don't understand. And now Anish is almost... Tanya, it might be an overstatement here to say that it's a losing position, but I don't see any compensation for black.
I completely agree. A totally different narrative from when we checked in last. This last voluntary pawn moves, just pushing it forward and giving it away, the only way to explain it is that Anish wants the open C line. He wants to get
this
his...
pawn.
Yes. Right here, to give this pawn in the manner that he did, not only that, give the d4 square away. Anish is really counting on his majors activity here, the queens and the rooks.
That's a great point, because if the bishop comes here, then maybe, Tanya, you jump in with your rook, and then with this little pawn coming in, could be some attack.
It starts looking a bit scary. It doesn't even matter what our evaluation bar is saying, because these are players with a heartbeat. You see those 2 rooks on the 7th rank, on the 2nd rank in this place, and you don't want to get into these troubled waters.
And you know, I saw an incredible variation here. If you bring your rook in, there's rook f2 to trade off the rooks. So what you do here is, you actually sacrifice your bishop entirely here, just so that now the rook comes in and black is having an advantage here. That's how tactical this position is.
That is an insane deflection tactic. What you've done is you've taken away the resource of the retreat on the f2 point.
Yes.
Now there's nothing stopping rook takes pawn, coming in with check, check, checkmate.
Yeah.
That is a stunner. Bishop h6, just giving it up for free. Not because you're coming in with a check, but because you're coming with a mating attack that can no more be defended.
Okay, guys, there are many tactics here. It's like
It's
position.
not over. This is not over no matter what the bar says right now.
Yeah, there are many landmines here. Wesley has to be careful, but someone who's taken over the initiative here for the Alpine SG Pipers is Ho Yifan. On board 4, we see that she is clearly better against Humpy. Tanya, this has gone wrong for Humpy.
Humpy, I have played alongside her. I've played against her. I mean, her biggest strength, Sagar, are positions which are controlled in nature. She is a class apart in those positional strategic battles. Look at this. Her king stuck in the center. Can't go left, can't go right. The queen is making sure there's no long castle in the position. It's an open center right now. It's not a blocked center. The bishop pair is extremely strong in such dynamics where you can open up more diagonals. I think Ho Yifan feels it that she's got a big shot here. She's going to come for Humpy's king very soon.
Yeah, and actually this could be a very important board from all ways, because you can see the other games are kind of even. Board 1, Tanya, is equal. There are other boards which are moving towards equality.
Sagar, I just want to point out in this position right here, I think Ho Yifan can immediately win a pawn at the center of the board. You just simply grab it. If you were to go take it back with the knight, the queen can slide back, I was about to say, but maybe a knight takes bishop, not so easy.
But look at this, Tanya. Takes, and now a very typical move that you were talking about. If the king is in the center, what do you do, guys?
Strike in the center. Open up more files, open up more diagonals, get that e-pawn up the board. I want that e-line. I want to come for the queen and the king.
E5, beautiful move, Tanya. And this really brings the rook in, and already the king is going to be toasted in the center. So, big moment here for Ho Yifan. She must think carefully. She has 10 minutes on the clock. She's thinking here. And meanwhile, we can quickly head over to Pragnananda versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov on board number 3. I have a feeling this will most likely fizzle out as well.
This is such a different dynamic from the Humpy Ho Yifan board that we're coming from. Just an absolutely normal standard position. It's an endgame. We'll see more liquidations happen here. The only thing you should avoid as white is to trade on black's terms here. To take the bishop at the center, to allow the black rook to land there. Suddenly there's a double attack on 2 pawns. And maybe you start feeling a little uncomfortable. So just keep the tension as is. But Sagar, this one, I think it's not too early to say this goes into a draw unless there's a massive blunder.
But Tanya, he went with the bishop backwards, which means that Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has some ambition still left in him.
That's very fascinating, because once you do get that check in that you're pointing out and there's a trade, you know, suddenly there are makings of this H-passer on the board. So maybe something to play for Shakhriyar, maybe wanting to make Pragnananda sweat just a little bit. But it's not going to be massive sweating for black. I think Prag's got this under control.
Prag will hold this. But guys, Ho Yifan did it, Tanya. The line that we were analyzing in Humpy Ho Yifan, board 4, has happened exactly.
And look at the clock as well, Sagar. That tells you all you need to know about this position. Humpy under 3 minutes. This could be the first decisive result of this game, and I don't think it's too far off. It's the king under fire. It's the queen under fire. The knight at the center of the board. You can't even pick up that pawn.
You can't push or take the pawn because the knight simply hangs. So that's not working out. I believe that Ho Yifan has got this one, guys.
And it's a simple threat. Ho Yifan just wants to grab that pawn on f4, bring the rook to e8, game over, handshakes.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, good news for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, because Harika is here playing really well. And she has a big advantage against Nino Batsiashvili. It's a rook endgame, but look at this rook and look at this one. It's defending, this guy's attacking, there's attack here, look at this king coming cleanly into the position. This king can't even move.
That f6 pawn is a nail in black's position currently. You know, all the trumps you pointed out, and add that to it, just taking away all counterplay here. And you're right, it's free flow here right now for Harika. And these are the positions that she loves to play.
Oh, she loves it.
She loves it. Her technique and her conversion, it's masterful to watch it. And we're going to see that play out here. You know, keep an eye on this board. I will be shocked if Harika does not get this done.
Right, okay. So match very balanced. If we can get the 6-board view right now to just tell our viewers how this is looking. If you look at on the left, icon board equal. Wesley So, oh, he, by the way, push the pawn. We'll go there. It's complex. On board 3, equal. Pragnananda and Mamedyaro going downwards. On the bottom left, Ho Yifan totally winning.
Whoa, and a big moment on that top center board.
Oh, Anish blundered.
He's
Can
walked into that line that you were talking about. He's lined up his queen and the rook. The top center board is what we're talking about. The
Anish
red
Giri.
mark appears. That's a double question mark.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's
Wesley
have
So
their
about
video.
to bag this one, Sagar.
So, you know, Tanya, it's a huge blunder. If we can go to their video, yeah, here, if Wesley So finds this move, bishop d4.
Screaming to be played right now, Sagar. Bishop d4. I'm just wondering, are there any tactics
Anish
that have been
blundered.
set up?
Anish completely blundered. It's a blackout moment for him. Guys, can we go full screen on their video? Because I feel the moment Wesley So plays bishop d4, Anish will be like, oh, I just missed it.
I think he's realized it. Sagar, what is it that he's actually missed? Because for sure, bishop d4 is not the blind spot. You can't miss a move like bishop to d4 here. But there's something in the calculation down the line.
No, Tanya, sometimes you just miss a move. It's possible, right? They are, after all, humans.
I will say one thing. I actually
No, he misses it. He misses it. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Anish is a cat with 9 lives here.
Well, he's used one of them today for sure. The queen falls back. There's a checkmate in one. Queen takes pawn. Sagar, I will argue that there is something about bishop to d4 that both these players did not like. You know, maybe one misses it, but 2 world-class players missing that you're losing that rook on b2.
I don't know. Queen takes bishop, bishop takes rook. What's more to see? There's checks here, but the king just slides over. I don't see it, Tanya. I think it's sometimes a blackout moment for both players. Anish Giri blundered. Wesley So was like, Anish can never blunder like this. And he makes a move. He didn't see it. Queen e5, and we are back to a position that can go, that's equal.
I'm finding it hard to digest and accept what has just happened. You know, one player missing it, but 2 players at the top of their game missing bishop d4. Very hard to imagine. I still feel that there's a chess explanation to it. Maybe if we have Arohi with one of the players later, she could get this question in and solve the mystery of bishop d4 not being played. But this means Anish is back in the game.
Man, the match has changed totally right now for the UpGrad Mumba Masters and the Alpine SG Pipers, because the top 3 boards are now equal. This game could very well end in a draw, although Wesley can still try. He has this pawn here. But Humpy is totally lost. That's not changing. But Tanya, Harika is now no longer better. If we can go to board number 5, Nino somehow managed to get things sorted.
And this is what happens when the clock goes tick-tock. You know, nerves in play. It's hard to be precise. We said it, that Harika will convert this endgame. She has all the trumps, but look at that. She trades the central pawn for that master pawn on f6 for the UpGrad Mumba Masters here. She's trying to create more weaknesses on the left flank for Nino. But as more pawns get off the board, Nino gets closer to that draw, to equalizing the position completely.
We are 37 minutes into this match and no result has come out yet. That's how close it is. Meanwhile, Daneshwar Bardia on the Prodigy board is somehow putting pressure on Leon Mendonça. Slightly better endgame for him.
It really is, you know, taking control of that d4 square, the knight ready to jump onto other juicy outposts, a5, c5, again the bishop on d7. That is the problem child for Mendonça in this position. You pick up that bishop and place it on e4. If we play the pick and drop game here, Sagar, you will be talking about a completely different endgame.
I agree.
But there is one factor working in Mendonça's favor, which is the rook lining up against the c-line. But we've got big result coming on from the icon board, ends peacefully.
Yes, it's a draw here. First result coming in. 1-1 is the score. Everything even here. Humpy versus Ho Yifan. If we go to board number 4, this is over. Because Ho Yifan here just has given a check. The king moves here. And now the next check, Tanya, is going to give not only a check, but the pawn is going to be lost.
Sagar, can we see how Hu Yifan crashed through? We left it when e5 happened on the board. We felt that Humpy was in big trouble right about now.
Here.
She jumped in with the knight, controlling the e8 square, the center of the board. Hu Yifan blows open the center, is coming for the white king. She does it with a check, forcing Humpy's king up the board.
It was much better to keep the queen here, but she went here and king d2, and Humpy was back in with her chance. She had to find this very tricky move, counter-attacking the black queen. She did not find it. She played queen to the center, and now Hu Yifan once again is pressing. And we have another draw coming in on board number 3. We have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Pragnananda drawing their game. 2 games done. 2-2 is the score line.
And very different draws, you know, while the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Fabi had that fire on the board, but I think for Prag and Shak, it was always in the balance in that one.
Absolutely. And here we have king c2. I mean, just take this pawn is also completely fine. But I do get the feeling,
28
Tanya,
seconds, Sagar, for Humpy.
Yeah, but Hu Yifan is not doing this cleanly.
We need to go full screen on the players right now, because I have a feeling that this could potentially be the only decisive game of this match.
Maybe. Let's stay here for some time.
For Hu Yifan, she has to crash through. And Humpy's idea is clear. She wants to get her king to safety to the left side. That king lands on a2. And then we're talking about Humpy being back in the game for the Masters. And she gives a check, blocked, pushes the pawn.
Now, Tanya, you see the home that you were talking about is no longer looking like a safe home. Now a check. And, queen takes h2, a check. It's a good move, guys. It's a good move.
And now you're going to pick up another pawn with a check. That's extra pawns. She's coming for Humpy's king, and Humpy down to under 20 seconds as well.
And you're losing the b3 pawn. And if you block with the queen, there's rook f3 coming in. And Humpy resigns.
And with that, the Alpine SG Pipers take the lead. It's Hu Yifan who gets it done in the women's superstar board. And I have to say, she finished that flawlessly, got the advantage in the opening, never let Humpy's pieces get to safety. And then Hu Yifan, playing in true Yifan style, gets the job done. And now it's the UpGrad Mumba Masters on the back foot here.
6-2 is the score. 4 points for a win there. Big one as we go to Harika's game. This doesn't look like winning. It's equal pawns here. 3 versus 3. Although white has a passer here, that's not going to be enough, I feel. But should we go to the game of Wesley So?
And there we also on our screen see the icon for the Masters, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with team coach Hari Krishna. You can look at them and you know that they're feeling the pressure and the nerves of the match. On paper, on form, the better team at the Global Chess League.
Right.
So far. But it's the Alpine SG Pipers
who are also looking nervous here right now. Can we go Wesley versus Anish here? Just to show the people here that this one also, Tanya, should very well end in a draw. There you have it. A draw has been agreed. 7-3 is the score. Where are the points coming for the UpGrad Mumba Masters? They have to win both their games now, which looks unlikely.
That's the thing about the scoring system at the Global Chess League. One black win can only be overtaken by 2 white wins.
Yes.
Because it's worth only 3 points. And that really puts the pressure on the side playing with white.
And look at Harika. She's looking at the scoreboard there. She's like, oh my God, I need to win this with white.
I'll tell you one thing about Harika. She is an absolute team player. She knows that she needs to win. She's going to play this out till the very end.
Yes.
Even though she's got only 30 seconds on the clock, she has that B passer. It's not completely symmetrical.
It's not a complete draw. And Tanya, you know, she has hopes here for her team, because if you go to Daneshwar Bardia on the last board against Leon Mendonça, Daneshwar is pressing. Look at his king here. He can break in here with the pawns. This could become a very intense match.
And it all comes down to these 2 boards, Sagar, our last remaining boards. And for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, both their players have to score a win to win this match. Otherwise, Alpine SG Pipers takes it.
Right. And Daneshwar trying to play this carefully. He has 3 minutes on the clock. He can do it. Can we go to Harika's game and see if there's any hope here?
more pawns coming off the board? I
Oh,
believe
this is
the
a
answer
draw.
to that question is no, Sagar. Nino Batsishvili's king beautifully placed against that B passer. And I think we're going to see handshakes in this. And that would mean the result of the final game will not even matter. If this ends in a draw, Alpine SG Pipers take the match.
Right, and that's a very smart thing that Nino has done. She's defending it passively here. It's a B pawn. You don't need any fillet. Okay, she's done the Philidor. She's just cut the king off on the 6th rank here. And guys, this is something Nino learned when she was like 6 years old or 7 years old. And she knows she's going to draw it.
And the whole idea revolves around when Harika will push the B pawn one step forward. Nino will then go in with her rook and start checking the white king from behind. It'll be impossible to save that. Harika shuffling with her rook. She'll shuffle with her king, but there will be no inroads in this endgame.
Yes, and so that means, Tanya, that most likely, okay, we can wait till this result comes out, but it does feel like the Alpine SG Pipers are going to win
You
this.
can trade. You can trade the rook and go into a drawn king-pawn ending. Will she just calculate,
Yeah.
find that rook takes rook, king takes rook, get that king up, it's handshakes instantly.
Look at Fabi. He's very calm now. He's composed.
She's about to do it, Sagar. She
And
does it.
takes
She goes for the
it.
most direct draw in the position.
This is the way you win the match. And now it's clear this king and pawn endgame is going to end in a stalemate, guys. And with this, the Alpine SG Pipers take the match. Wow, what a victory this was for them. But there's one more game going on. Daneshwar Bardia versus Leon. And guys, remember, game points will matter. So actually, Daneshwar must try. If he gets those 3 points, Tanya, it could be helpful later.
And it's the same story for the Alpine SG Pipers. You know, whatever their outside chance is, they want to hold this very difficult endgame. You need any bit of those extra points that you can get because game points will be the tiebreaker if teams are at the same number of match points here. And right now, Daneshwar has done a beautiful job of improving his position. It's a good bishop versus a bad bishop. Notice how all of black pawns are placed on light squares.
Yeah.
They can become big targets. But Sagar, is there a way to make more progress? It's like White has maximized the position.
He does it. He answers your question, Tanya. Now with bishop takes and h5 coming in, it seems like Daneshwar has found a way to break into black camp.
And at the right moment, he wants to get another break in h5. The rook moves forward. Maybe even the f-pawn will step ahead. But it's Mendonça who's saying, I'm not going to sit and suffer. I'm not going to wait for you to come at me. I'm breaking on the other side.
But this one now is not looking great as the pawn here also has become a weakness. The bishop can drop back and attack this. I don't get this good feeling for Leon here.
And Prague, he's all smiles right now. He knows that they have the match victory 8-4. It's an insurmountable lead right now. The maximum the Mumba Masters can do is get 3 game points. It will not be enough. It's a battle for game points right now, this game.
Right.
Not the match victory.
But Tanya, you know, the battle for the second spot in this tournament
Heating
to
up.
reach the finals is getting more and more intense as all the teams are sort of converging on that 12-point mark.
And UpGrad Mumba Masters are not feeling safe anymore. You know, they've been neck to neck with the Triveni Continental Kings so far at the Global Chess League. But with this loss, you know, they'll have to get those match wins in. It's not a given anymore for them.
I agree. I agree. This tournament is getting so exciting here. You can see the UpGrad Mumba Masters team there. They are unhappy. Wesley So had a big chance today. He could have got those 3 points for his team if he had found that move bishop d4, Tanya. It didn't look so difficult.
And what a moment it was, and it just really felt like it was going to happen. I still have that in my mind. I still can't make sense of it, Sagar. Meanwhile, Daneshwar is making all the sense in this position as now the rook comes into activity. It's going to infiltrate Mendonça's camp from that 8th rank and start putting immense pressure on the pawns and potentially the pinned bishop.
Right, he has more time, great position here, and he will score the win, it seems, for now. What a great game by Daneshwar. It's a pity that it came at a moment when it was not enough for his team to win the match.
And that's what Global Chess League is about, right? Every board matters. We saw it could have been a different result on that Wesley board. And look at that, Daneshwar.
Beautiful.
He's just playing this to perfection right now.
Amazing.
He's destroyed Mendonça's pawn structure, created 3 weaknesses to target in this position.
And now rook f6 here, just cutting this off would be so cool here. And Nino watching the game so intensely here. I mean, the players, I think everyone has this thing. Our team will win, but there's a bigger purpose left there. We
Look
need
at that.
to finish second.
They're looking at opposite sides currently, Fabi and Nino, you know, but they're looking at the exact same game right now. The only remaining one. Mendonça down to 2 seconds, made that last move.
Yeah, and now the B pawn is going to fall here. And I think step by step, this is winning.
Beautiful gameplay by Daneshwar in this end game, you know. Positional strategic
checkmate.
dominance. And look at the way he finishes. No strategy there. He gets the king trapped. It is a checkmate on the board. Daneshwar is all smiles, but he knows that this, in fact, was not enough for his team. But getting those crucial game points, you know, he might be the man everyone will be cheering for at the end. 3 points for the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
Daneshwar has been an amazing player in this event. He's done so well for his team. But guys, there's one player who actually pulled it through for the Alpine SG Pipers. There was only 2 decisive games, one for each team, and it was Ho Yifan who got the work done.
And she did it in grand style against Koneru Humpy, getting that attack, finishing it off beautifully, you know, chasing Humpy's king down the board. And at the end, it was the Alpine SG Pipers for the second time this season taking down the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah, and there you have the Alpine SG Pipers are the winners. Today, you can see, Tanya, there's not like huge amount of emotions in them. They are all happy that they won, but they know that, okay, it's halfway through. Yeah, job is not done yet.
It's not even close to being done yet for the Alpine SG Pipers. They take down a titan of a team in UpGrad Mumba Masters, but still, that race to finish line to finish at the top 2 is far from reach. They'll need a lot of results to go their way. They'll need big margin victories. This one so far, 8-7, the narrowest of them all.
Did you see what was happening there, Tanya? Wesley So actually went to the Alpine SG Pipers team and was discussing that, you know, I could have done that and I would have won. Yeah, and he's discussing still with Anish. Like, how the hell did I miss that?
And as they dive deeper into the truth of their games, the one truth is that the UpGrad Mumba Masters just lose their second match in a row, 16-1 yesterday, and now going down to the Alpine SG Pipers, 8-7. They still look like they're in good spirits. Sagar, this is a team that's won matches with great margins, and I think that'll come to their rescue as we head over to the arena.
Opening match of the day in a keenly contested game. Alpine SG Pipers overcome UpGrad Mumba Masters 8-7.
And we have the customary handshakes between the teams. 8-7, such a close match that was. And here we have a handshake between the teams. The UpGrad Mumba Masters have to take some rest, get their act together. They have one more match coming up. The Alpine SG Pipers are also going to play one more game today. They're going to play against the FYERS American Gambits. So both have another one coming up.
And they'll approach that match with very different mindsets. You know, for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, they might start feeling we need to get one match victory in very soon to consolidate our position at the top of the leaderboard right now. So for them, the day in office isn't complete. But right now, it's the Alpine SG Pipers who've got to be feeling all the relief.
Absolutely, and there you see the team coming in, and they will go into the dugout. I think very soon we'll have the MVP of the match announced. There are few candidates, but I think it's pretty clear. We are going to get to that in a bit. For now, 8-7 is the victory for Alpine SG Pipers, and we are going to a short break. See you on the other side.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर, सीने से लगाई लेती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है। कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
While they make game-winning moves, You make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ Alpine SG पाइपर्स।
And with a peak performance, the Alpine SG Pipers, with the narrowest of margins, take down the UpGrad Mumba Masters, an 8-7 win for the Pipers. And to celebrate, the MVP for the Alpine SG Pipers, Arohi, take it away.
When the pressure is on, it is most of the experienced players who rise to the occasion. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony for match number 24, played between the Alpine SG Pipers and the UpGrad Mumba Masters this evening here in Mumbai. To give away the award, we have Mr. Dheeraj Arya, COO Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, joining us. The Player of the Match award goes to Hu Yifan from Alpine SG Pipers. What a smooth victory today. Where do you think Humpy went wrong?
Well, I think we got a very interesting opening, and I didn't know exactly what was the moment that became critical, but I thought when Humpy allowed her king stays on the center and allowed me to have the pair bishop and the breakthrough with f5, e5, I got much better. And also, I think she were really low on time, so that also makes her position even more difficult. I think when I play knight g4, maybe not bishop takes g4, I'm not so sure. So I was calculating something like bishop f3, and I didn't see exactly how to proceed. Yeah, but anyway, I decided to just play some interesting moves, interesting games, try to a little bit recover from my actually previous losses. Yeah, except for 2 games. Yeah.
So, I know that you and Humpy go a long way. Let's talk about the 2011 World Championship match where you won. In this tournament, you have a 2-0 victory against her. How do you see Humpy as an opponent?
Well, actually, we played a lot. Even before that, we faced each other in the semi-final of the World Championship, both in 2008 and 2010. So we know each other very well, on board and over the board. And I see her like one of the strongest woman opponents I've faced in my chess career. Although I achieved, as you mentioned, I won 2 games with her this time, but actually I remember one of the previous GCL, maybe the first one, I even got minus score. I lost 1 game to her. So we played a lot, so there's up and downs. But I do admire that she's still playing very actively nowadays, and also she won the World Rapid Championship last year, right? So that's all amazing.
Somewhere or the other, it does help knowing the player so well when you've played against them for so long. But all the best on today's win. You have another match coming up. All the best for that.
Yeah, thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony. We'll be back with 3 more games today. Back to the studio as of now.
And a huge congratulations to Hu Yifan, who got the job done. The breakpoint victory for the Alpine SG Pipers, getting the win against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. But also, let's talk about the big words of praise that she had for Humpy. So much history between these 2 players. They fought in so many epic battles, including a World Championship clash there. And you could see, Ketty, the mutual respect that they have.
I love the word she used. I admire Humpy that she's still playing actively. This is very important words, but talking about how Yifan herself, she won 2 out of 2 against Humpy. She had fantastic game today, control over the board, on the clock as well. She didn't even allow her opponent to castle. And yeah, it's not a joke to play against Hu Yifan, right? Without castle.
And you could see the respect. Yeah, she still called her one of the most strongest opponents that she has faced in her chess career. Those are big words from the 2nd greatest female player of all time.
Fantastic stuff there. I mean, you've got to be a fan of Yifan, with the chess that we saw, the post-game interview there. Fantastic performance by the Alpine SG Pipers, a huge wake-up call for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Now, while that action was on, Ketty, you were inside the arena right there. We had you on our show. You were enjoying the games. What was the vibe like? Tell us the experience. Speaking about the experience, what an experience this is for the young fans, as we see Pragnananda there right now, signing the board, signing the autographs. This is the moment. This is what we live for. How inspirational this is. We can actually hear them cheering all the way up to our studio right now.
We can hear them screaming their names, and this is actually the best experience for chess players because they meet so much fun and they know that there are thousands of people supporting them. It's the best experience also for the chess fans. Because where would you see Vichy or Gukesh or Prague or more stars? And talking about the commentary experience and the viewers' experience, oh my goodness, that was the best thing I have seen. I'm in chess for more than 25 years. And this was the first time that I loved to see all the action. First of all, Royal Opera House, amazing venue. Then we have superstars. Then we have superstar commentators just telling you what's happening. This is just fantastic experience.
Was there a specific moment that you enjoyed the most sitting in there and watching it all play out in front of you?
Yes, when this blunder happened, when Anish blundered, Queen C3, and you guys were going crazy. It was so good, and all of us had reactions, but we cannot be really loud. And then double blunder happened. Wesley did not say that. And then we saw actually Anish's reaction, how relieved he was. I think that was the best moment for me today.
And that was a turning point for the UpGrad Mumba Masters as well, because had Anish found that move, bishop to d4, they could just be winning this match right now. I mean, this match was what, 1 point differential, and Anish was that game. And yeah, what a loss.
Could have been a completely different narrative. An 8-7 victory for the Alpine SG Pipers at the end. And that has to be a huge shake-up for the UpGrad Mumba Masters and our leaderboard. Keep an eye out on those game points. The center column right there. It could come down to tie breaks on that to decide our top 2 spots. We've got the top, the Triveni Continental Kings. You know, we've been calling them the Chennai Super Kings of the league so far, just at the very top. When you see 3 teams here tied for 12 points, you know, the Alpine SG Pipers leapfrogging to 3rd place right now, how do you see this being shaped up, and how will the UpGrad Mumba Masters come back? What kind of a race is this, Sahaj?
I think it's a very difficult one, and it makes the situation a bit complicated for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, because they were leading, they were in the sole 2nd position, but now the field has completely opened up for everybody there, because but on the bright side for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, they still have the best tie break. You can see the games, the game points 75. That's a lot of points that they have, and I think they still have the sole 2nd place for now. But the tournament has completely opened up for all the other teams.
And that's exactly how we like it, right? When the fight is wide open, a race for 2nd place, as you're saying. How do you see this being shaped up and changing over the course of the day? Because we will have the Alpine SG Pipers and the UpGrad Mumba Masters on show one more time today, Katie.
Yeah, they have one more try. They will do their best. But Tanya, this is the 3rd season. We have been there for 2 seasons. We have seen a lot. Ups and downs in the last rounds. And you know what? I would not be surprised if FYERS American Gambits also joins as another team with 12 points. And the last 2 days will be super crazy here. And that's, I think, what all we want to see.
And that's exactly what happens when it becomes a sprint to that finish line. It's all about finishing in the top 2 for these teams. And we're just getting started. This was just the first course. Coming up next is the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings. We can hear the fans go wild as the players are entering the arena. And we'll be back to set the stage for you in just a few.
जब घर में कोई किलकारी गूंजे, ये लोरी की धुन में गाती है। जीवन की आपाधापी में मन को सुकून पहुंचाती है। कोई अपना कहीं खो जाए अगर सीने से लगाई लेती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है, कला अपने भीतर ही रहती है।
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
Welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and we are here on the ground for the color swap. We have the next two teams playing. Every game is crucial. Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters play against the Triveni Continental Kings. GM Vishnu Prasanna for the Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters and GM Luke Van Veli for the Triveni Continental Kings joining us for the color swap. Also, Mr. Gopa Kumar Sudhakar and Deputy Chief Arbiter is here. Can we now have the color swap? Vishnu playing white today. You've had a team where somebody or the other has put their hand up in every game, right? But today you need everybody to perform.
Yeah, that's been the way for the second half itself, and I think it's been a little up and down, but the team is still in high spirits, all young and full of energy. So I'm very happy with that, actually. So nothing brings them down so easily. They're still very spirited to do well in the remaining two games for us.
By the way, did you know that Paulina is a very good singer and Stavarula is a very good dancer?
We haven't had the chance to try that yet, but maybe they'll show it on the board today.
But yeah, that's what. They're going to have to make their pieces sing and dance today.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody has to show up now, like you said, and I think they're up for it. And let's see. Yeah.
Any pressure for the qualification because you need all wins?
Definitely. I mean, but these players are trained to be under pressure, so hopefully they thrive under it. And I think they enjoy it. So, yeah. There's definite pressure because every game is serious now, and yeah, but we'll do well, I think.
All the best for your game.
Thank you. Thanks.
Luke, welcome back. This time with a black.
Yes, well, yesterday we also played with black, and tomorrow we will be white, so, well, doesn't change much.
How's that pressure that you're putting on Ali Reza or him putting on himself going?
Well, actually, I mean, for us, it doesn't change much. I mean, we hate losing and we love winning, so every day it's the same.
One win for your team and probably you secure your place in the top two and you qualify. Are you all going to go aggressive today?
Well, you know, compared to the season 1 and season 2, we had 6 wins in total. We are already on 6 wins now, so we are kind of in a luxury situation. And, well, we're not ever paying attention to what we need. We just play our match and we just see what it will be.
Do what you all do best and all the best for today's game.
Thank you very much.
That is it from the color swap. This time the Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters play white.
A team that indeed loves to win, and they have been playing like royalty. 2 times a league champion, Triveni Continental Kings, looking for their third and doing it in style so far. They've never lost control on the leaderboard, have been at the very top. What do you make of their coming to say, you know, we don't like losing and we're going to continue our winning ways?
I love how he said, we hate losing, we love winning, and every day is the same. This is a perfect words by Luke. I think they're just best team, and they have actually few players from the previous season, and maybe that's their secret. We have Wei, Ali Reza, and Alexandra, 3 players from the previous season, so that says a lot, maybe.
Well, they did win 11-6 in their previous encounter. The Triveni Continental Kings took down the Ganges Grandmasters. And before we break down this big clash coming up for our leaderboard, huge shakeups could happen in this one. We've got a special sponsor message for you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Wow, what a match this one's going to be. For the Ganges Grandmasters, they're currently in 3rd place. Let's bring up our leaderboard and talk about what's at stake for these 2 teams as we go into the second battle of the day. You know, Triveni Continental Kings, a 6-match point lead at the top, ahead of the rest of it. But there is a wolf pack chasing them. You've got 3 teams at 12 points currently, including the ones they're playing for the Ganges Grandmasters. Their fate is in their own hands. They take down Triveni Continental Kings. They're looking at a real shot to make it to top 2, Sahaj.
Absolutely, because the UpGrad Mumba Masters losing to the Alpine SG Pipers was a great result for the Ganges Grandmasters because now the spot for them has completely opened up and they are playing against the tournament leaders. They have to win. There is no excuse. They just have to win to have a shot in the top 2. That's it.
I love where your head's at with that. Ketty, do you think the other teams right now, apart from rooting for themselves, are actually rooting against the UpGrad Mumba Masters in this leaderboard.
Oh, that's a very good point. Maybe they don't want to face them, right, in the finals. And Tanya, these two teams have different motivations, right? Against Grandmasters, they have to qualify. And Triveni maybe wants to keep some energy because finals are the most important. That's what detects the winner of the tournament, right? And also, Ganja's playing with the white pieces, also having best dancers and the singer in the team, Paulina and Stavro. I think that's a big advantage for them.
And let's not forget, they also have the World Cup winner, Sindarov, who I think is going to be a very key player because they don't just have a dancer and a singer, they also have a stone-cold killer in their team.
Love that. You know, I know, Said, you're a big Javakir fan as well. And who will not be with the performance he had at the World Cup, being the youngest ever winner? And of course, this is the big clash that is coming up. As Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna said it, singing, dancing, the moves will have to be played on the board. We had the starters with the UpGrad Mumba Masters going down to the Alpine SG Pipers in a big clash coming up. With Triveni Continental Kings, the leaders taking on the chasers, Ganges Grandmasters, and all the action on the other side of this break.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है। खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Yamba!
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
The Ganges Grandmasters will start with the white pieces against the Triveni Continental Kings. Every match board win for the Grandmasters will be worth 3 points. For the Kings, it will be worth 4 points. Again, let's talk about the big storyline. Triveni Continental Kings, 1 foot into that top 2, that battle for championship. Ganges Grandmasters belongs to the chasing pack right now. A win will mean everything to them. How motivated they are and how important is it to fight it out on every board for the Ganges, Sahaj?
I think they're very motivated, and they should be, because what happened in the previous matchup was very, very crucial for them to have this motivation, because now the second spot is completely open for the four remaining teams. And I would say that that is huge motivation for them to take down the tournament leaders. And what is a better way to get to that second spot is to take down the leaders yourself.
I agree with that. They have different motivation. We're talking about this, and they have the leader icon Vishy Anand leading them. So I think that's also a little bit extra.
I like what you just say, because one has the feeling that when Vishy enters the Royal Opera House, is when the crowd goes absolutely crazy. I think I've seen the loudest.
All the neighbors can hear it around, you know, like all the buildings. Who is this celebrity coming here at Opera House?
We can hear it all the way up to our studio, but let's break it down board by board, because Vishy Anand will be on the icon board. Every single one of them matters. Let's start with the prodigy board here for the Ganges Grandmasters. It's going to be Ronak Sadhwani taking on Triveni Continental Kings Maruzzi. Now, I will say Marc-Andrea Maruzzi was the star player for the Triveni Continental Kings yesterday in his match against Murzin. For Ronak Sadhwani, how does he strike? What is the chink in the armor of the Kings on this board?
It was very difficult, I think, for Maurizi to score a win yesterday, but he managed, and he took down Volodar Murzin from the FYERS American Gambits, and what a win it was. For Ronak, I think he has to remain solid and look for the best opportunity to strike. But it is more important to stay solid here, because Maurizi is a very strong player.
You say solid, but they're starting with the white pieces here, the Ganges Grandmasters. Wouldn't they have to be the ones to take the fight? They need a win, not only the match win, but the game point win here.
You know, Maurizi actually defeated Volodar with the black pieces yesterday, and Volodar Murzin is the current world rapid champion, so he is no joke. But I am not saying he shouldn't push for the win. I think it's more important to remain solid and then
wait for your chances and your opportunity.
Exactly.
Give me a flag. Who do you think takes it on the prodigy board?
Of course, I'm gonna go for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Getty, Tanya, you know what? I love what I heard. And when it comes to down to seconds, it really doesn't matter you're with white pieces or black pieces. So I think this match will be tight. So I'm gonna
so that's a draw, by
yes.
Ketty on the prodigy board. Let's move forward. Let's bring up our women's superstar board. And I want to point out on this one, it was for the Triveni Continental Kings, Alexandra Kostanovic, who got the win against Stavrula in their previous encounter. Do you see a plot twist as we go into these two battles?
I see Alexandra actually taking some edge here, because Taurula is really struggling at this tournament. She can't find herself, so I would just give a slight advantage to her.
I think I would agree with Katie there, and going with the other superstar women's board, we have Polina Shuvalova playing against Zhu Jinner, and in that matchup, it's very topsy-turvy for me, but because Polina is such great form and Zhu Jinner, well, she's a legend, so I mean, I'm gonna wave both flags there, but on the Stavrula board, I'm gonna have to give it to Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Let's see it. Let's see you do it. So we're talking about the women's superstar board. Our experts in the studio, Ketty. She's going the easy way, I must say, picking up both the flags there. This is going to be a very closely contested battle on the women's superstar board. That gets us to our men superstar board and the Ganges Grandmasters. Look at that lineup that they've got. It's the world number 4, Vincent Keimer. He'll be taking on the runners-up of the World Cup, Wei. He is a candidate qualifier for 2026. And then we speak about, well, you've got world number 4. You've also got the World Cup winner, Javakir Sindarov, in your cast right there. And he's playing against, well, a player who's been up and down for the Triveni Continental Kings, Vidit Gujarati. My first question to you is that on this board, are the Ganges looking to get that point in simply based on Vidit's form?
Absolutely, and also based on Javakir's form, because he's completely unstoppable, very chaotic, and I think this is the board with the white pieces that they should strike on. But of course, let's not forget that Vidit is a super solid player. This task is not going to be easy for Javakir.
Yeah, I think Vidit will do his best not to lose this match, so I'm gonna take the flag of Triveni Continental Kings in this match.
It's the Ganges Grandmasters.
So again, we have a divided panel here. It is Ketty saying that Vidit keeps it solid on this board with the black pieces, and it is going with Javakir Sindarov. Vincent versus Wei. Whose flag are you waving?
I'm going to wave both flags here because I think that's going to be an even matchup because they're both extremely solid players, both in in great shape. I'm going to go with the draw there.
Very all the time.
All the way. It's way all the way for Ketty.
Yes, for me, yes. He's fantastic and he's in a great shape. And I want him to, do his best today.
Speaking of a player who's been in great shape, I mean, we have to talk about Alireza Firouzja for the Triveni Continental Kings on the icon board, looking to lead this match. He'll be up against the 5-time world champion, the legend, the man himself, Vishy Anand. And I have to talk about Alireza Firouzja, the first half of the tournament, just completely unstoppable. He was on 5 out of 5, 100% score, took down icon after icon, just the inevitable ferocious Firouzja. But then things turned around. Sahaj, in the second half coming through, we saw 2 back-to-back losses there for Alireza. What do you think went wrong and where can Vishy look at striking on the icon board and also get that personal grudge victory in?
I think, first of all, that's a great question, but I think for Alireza, it was just a bad day for him. Him winning 5 matches in a row, it is amazing to see, but it is not a huge shock to the chess community because we expect things like that from Alireza. He's known as the speed demon, the prince of chess for a reason. And I think for me, Alireza, on paper is definitely the faster player, but it is very hard to root against the king of Indian chess.
Well, the Prince of Chess will be up against the King of Chess, Vishy Anand there with his team, Vincent Kaimer, Javakir Sindarov, Polina Shovalova there alongside Sola Kido, and then their prodigy board, Ronak Sadhwani. They're looking pretty relaxed, but inside they've got to be thinking just the stakes that are up in this match. They win, they make a huge case for those top 2 spots, but Alireza Firouzja and his team will have something to say for that. They know, they've said it, they hate losing, they love winning. That's what they've been doing. It's the winning ways of the royalty here at the Royal Opera House. A very happy Leok Van Valley there. They're about to enter the arena. And that brings me to my final question with my panel. We've got the flags in front of us. We've got the players in front of us. Who takes this one? Will it be the Ganges Grandmasters? Will it be the Triveni Continental Kings? Ketty, you go first.
I take my flag like this. It's going to be Triveni Continental Kings.
It is impossible for Vishy to be on one team and for me to not root for him. So I'm going with the Ganges Grandmaster. Let's go.
Saj over there waving the Ganges flag. It is Ketty with the Triveni Continental Kings. The only thing left to do now is to get the pieces moving on the board. First moves coming up. It's a big battle for those top 2 spots, and we'll be back with the players and the action.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी? माँ मैं लेट हो जाऊंगी। बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर, ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा, जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है।
खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
grab it, visit, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gampa.
Grab the fizz, Campa wali fizz. भारत का अपना सोलर, Navitas Solar, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
From depth comes dominance, and here come the Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
Please give it up for 5 times World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, World Cup winner Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Savrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadhwani, and their coach GM Vishnu Prasanna. Regal in presence, resolute in purpose. Give it up for the Kings, Triveni Continental Kings. Introducing the players, Ali Reza Firoja, World Cup runner-up Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Women's World #2 Zujina, former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostenyuk, former World Junior Champion Makandria Moridze, along with their coach GM Luke Van Bailey. Give it up for all the players playing today. You may now take your boards. All the best. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Anil Tembe, CGM, State Bank of India, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
Fasten your seat belts, guys. It is time for action as the Ganges Grandmasters take on the Triveni Continental Kings as our guest of honor makes the move C4. It's the English opening on the board, and joining me to take you through this game is Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. Hello, Sahaj bhai.
Hello, Sagar bhai. Super excited to be covering this match with you. We have Firuja playing against Anand, and there we have liftoff between Polina Shuvalova and Zujina. She goes with E4.
E4, E5 on that board, and Stavrola Solakidu versus Alexandra Kostenyuk and Karo Khan. Did I see that right?
Yep, absolutely. It's Karo Khan indeed, and she goes D4. So far, we are in mainstream preparation. She goes D5. And by the way, advanced Karo Khan board pe aa chuka hai, and she goes with C5. Some interesting prep by Kostenyuk.
By the way, guys, you can see all 6 boards here. Amazing view, amazing shot. 2 coaches in the back, the arbiters on 2 sides, and 6 players in yellow jersey, 6 in pink. Let's go to the board of Polina Shuvalova and Zuziner on board 4. We see a very calm Italian here. This is going to be a calm, slow game. We can come back to it, but the real fireworks are already on board number 5, Sahaj bhai, between Stavrola and Alexandra Kostenyuk.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think let's also go a bit deeper on that, on why this is an important game. Kostenyuk had sidestepped twice in this game already by playing the third move c5, which is usually not as conventional. Usually bishop f5 खेलते हो यहाँ पे, and you go into the Caro-Kann advanced variation. But she goes with c5, surprising Stavrola Solakidu in the process. And after knight f3, she goes bishop g4. And now the next few moves for Stavrola are not that easy. She would have to be super concrete. And there we have handshake between Vincent Keimer and Wei Yi.
Ooh, English seems to be the order of the day today. Another English opening and a big clash here between Javokir Sindarov playing e4, and Vidit is like, bhai, e5, I'm already well prepared today.
Absolutely keeping it solid there. He goes Italian.
Arey, aur ek Italian.
I feel like Italian is the opening for the here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, because we see so many Italian openings.
Italian is that opening where for 10 to 12 moves players are like, bhai, sab pata hai humko. Uske baad game shuru hoga. But bishop g5, and guys, this move makes the game super exciting, Sahaj bhai, because when you play h6 and the bishop goes back, you can kick it away, and that makes the game very dynamic.
Absolutely, because once you have expanded on the king side, you are not as comfortable castling on the king side anymore. Same goes for white as well. White ko bhi dar lagega ki should I castle on the short side or not. And another decision here is that if you play g5 after castling, then I can always capture that pawn and sacrifice my piece in the process. So I think Javokir here is looking for a fight.
भाई मुझे तो जावोकीर का बहुत डर लगता है, because guys, he's the World Cup winner in the freestyle chess. He beat Magnus Carlsen. He's coming on hot form right now. But with it, look at him boldly castling here on the king side. And meanwhile, we have the prodigy board beginning here. Raunak Sadhwani takes on Marc-Andrea Morizzi, and the big clash. 5-time world champion Vishy Anand plays e4, and by Sicilian.
Let's go. Ali Reza bringing the fight to him early on, and Vishy says no open Sicilian. We're gonna go for the Moscow variation. Black goes knight d7 and castle. Should he take the knight on d7? He does it.
But bhai, what is the meaning of this opening employed by Vishy? Does it mean that he's trying to be more solid here, or is it very ambitious? What is your feeling?
I feel Moscow variation is generally more positional in nature, and you play to have a longer game, and also to avoid some deep opening prep in the process, because in the open Sicilian, Black has multiple choices. There's the knight off, there's the classical, there's the dragon, and so on and so on and so on. So I think Vishy is trying to avoid all of that and go into some deep opening sort of positional battle and see what Ali Reza has in store.
And guys, Vishy has given up one of his beautiful bishops here, the light squared bishop. He is missing that already, but he has gained something in return. That is the speed of development. He's castled here. His rook is in the center. He can play d4, maybe quickly aim for e5 break. This game already has imbalances in it.
Absolutely, the bishop for the knight. That's a great point there, Sagar bhai. And he goes h3, kicking that bishop away, or saying, are you going to capture? No, he goes back to h5, and now Vishy has a golden chance to play d4, and played
it. Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn, strong center here. And Ali Reza says, I have also a very solid center. I'm going bishop here. I'm going to castle. Vishy, show me what you've got for giving up your important bishop.
Absolutely. And I think one very crucial factor in this match is time. I feel Vishy should try to match with Ali Reza's speed, which of course is not an easy task. You can already see there is a difference of almost a minute, and this difference should not increase by a lot, because in the end it could cost Vishy.
Yeah, for sure. I think Vishy right now is taking a call on what should he do. The most natural move is bring the knight out. You can also develop your bishop here. And Sahaj bhai, I don't think pushing the pawn makes any sense right now, because takes, the queens get traded, and Vishy pushes the other pawn. d5.
I think that's a great move, because if you go pawn takes pawn now, pawn takes pawn is a check. And I gain a tempo in the process. And your pawn on d6 could be a potential weakness. So this is a question to Ali Reza. Are you going to capture the pawn, or are you going to play e5?
Plays e5. And you know what Vishy has done very smartly is that he has given up his light squared bishop here and now placed his pawns on light square so that his other bishop looks very active.
Absolutely. And another point here, Sagar Bhai, is that Alireza has double bishops and Vishy has chosen to close the center. Double bishops are infamous for being super active when the position is open, when the center is open.
Right.
So closing the center was a great decision by Vishy. I think he has some advantage in this position.
You know, one of the things when Alireza faces Vishy Anand is that he wants to complicate the game. We saw that yesterday as well. The youngsters, when facing Vishy, want to muddy the waters as much as they can because they know that if the position is simple, the legend can play on his intuition. He has that years and years of experience. But when it gets to core calculation, he can go wrong.
Exactly. And this is what I think Firouzja is trying to do. But I think in this position, it will be very hard to sort of muddy the waters. Meanwhile, he goes queen b3. But Sagar Bhai, meanwhile, we should really check out the game between Javokir and Vidit. Because
bhai.
look at where his king is.
Oh my goodness. Bhai, what a call. This is king on f6. What is Vidit doing? Vidit's king is like, bhai, today I'm going to make lead from the front. I may even go here and capture this knight.
He took a page out of Alireza's book in that game when that king went all the way to the other side of the board against Fabi when his queen was down, and he said, okay, I'll also do the same. But yeah, wow, what a position.
How did we reach here? So it was here, we left it here, castles, king g7, rook came here, he pushed it, and now bishop h4, a mistake. Vidit quickly got his knight here. He wants the knight to come here, kick the bishop away. By the way, just to tell you guys, taking the knight would have been a not so great idea. The queen would come in, immense pressure on f6. So he decided to reroute his knight, and Javokir thought, this is the moment I should take the knight. King aa gaya bhai.
Knight goes to h4, and even though the bar is not super comfortable, I have to say that king looks a bit weak to me. It looks a bit in danger. But the good news for Vidit is that Javokir does not have a dark colored bishop anymore. So you cannot put pressure on, you know, the h4 square, the f6 square, and so on and so on. So the king can feel more or less safe in this position.
I just get this feeling that Vidit is feeling immensely confident. You can't play like this if you are not confident and believing in your abilities. And guys, a move like knight g6, just think about it. He played it?
Yeah.
Oh, knight g6 on the board. That's actually a very good move. But I'm pretty much... By the way, it's a question... Oh, bhai, Javokir Sindarov soch hi nahi raha hai.
Absolutely. And look at this, Sagar bhai. It is possible for Vidit to go bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and king takes pawn. It is technically possible.
My king.
वो king ही मतलब
You know, there are these companies where the leader says, I lead from the front. I lead by example. Well, in chess, you mustn't do that. The king is the leader of the army, but if you lead from the front, you get checkmated.
Yeah, this is not a great example, I have to say. The king should not go to f5. It should not go any further. But if you don't, then that knight on f5 is a wonderful piece because it not only attacks the pawn on h6, it very importantly stops the king from going back to g7.
It's an amazing point there, Sahaj. I have a feeling that these are the kinds of positions that Javokir really thrives in. Chaos, completely irrational position. Vidit takes it. Is he going to do it?
Wait.
Oh my God! Oh my God, guys, fasten your seat belts. Vidit Gujarati's king is on fire here.
Wow, the king is literally halfway across the board. It's like one step away from the center, and we are not even on move 17. With the queens present, all the pieces are there. And you look at this, Javokir can play knight e4 here, and the king is paralyzed. It cannot go back to f6.
Mat karo, bhai. Okay, guys, I have a request for our director Saab. Director Saab, if you can make this happen, a shot on Vidit's king, black king, ke upar, yahan par. We need to see that king. How is it even on f5 here? I can't believe it.
Yeah, it went from castle, g7, f6, f5. मतलब वो आ ही जा रहा है. And it is insane. He goes d4.
d4. भाई मुझे नहीं लगता ये position बचने वाला है. But you know what? Technically, objectively, Vidit is fine.
Yes, but it doesn't look fine. Objectively, I mean, yes, sure. But when your king is on f5, all the objectivity goes out the window. You're just in panic mode here.
I mean, if Vidit saves it, Oh, look at this, guys. We have a beautiful shot there of the king on f5. It's standing there ahead of the entire troop. When was the last time you saw that happening? Okay, the best move here is d5.
Oh, d5 happens, kicking the bishop away on
It has not
c4.
happened.
I mean, if it happens,
Yeah.
I think Javokir can go bishop to d3 check
Okay.
and e4 में कुछ sack कर दो.
मार दिया जाए भाई, ये मारो, bishop से मारो, so that if you take, knight takes, and as you said, a beautiful point, Sahaj, I love it. All the routes for the king to go back are now closed.
Exactly, and now white can expand. You can play h3, you can play queen d3 and create some discovered check ideas, and that king is in deep trouble. I would expect Vidit to think here quite a bit because the position is highly critical.
Yeah.
You have to make the right move. One wrong move and you could be in a completely dead loss position.
Yeah, well, guys, this one, I truly think that Vidit went wrong here with the move knight g6 because still he was controlling the f5 square. He could have played h5, brought his king back somehow, rook h8, and he was fine. But the moment he played knight g6, which looked like a fine move, I also myself thought it was fine, but knight f5. And now Sahaj Bhai with the point that the king can no longer go back.
He basically forced, well provoked Vidit to take that pawn on f5 and bring his king out in the process. And now Vidit's king is in slight trouble, not slight trouble, it's big trouble. That is, I think, great news for Javokir.
Yeah, that's great news for the Ganges Grandmasters. But one board where the Triveni Continental Kings look strong is board number 1, the icon board, because Vishy, we left it off at queen b3, and after bishop came out, knight dropped back. Vishy actually making this sophisticated maneuver. Perhaps it was not the best. Firuza's knight coming to c5, knight c3, and now you can see here already black is slightly taking over.
This idea of knight d2, knight f1, knight e3 feels really good, but maybe it's a bit slow. Because it gives Alireza the chance to sort of develop the pieces on the queen side and, you know, create threats like b4. You know, you see, this is why Vishy sir has played a3 in this position. And now the problem is Alireza can go for some f5 ideas.
f5 may come in. By the way, here castles has been played. It's a great move by Firuza and Sahaj Bhai. Maybe bg6, attacking e4, and then f5, and it feels like Firuza is kind of building up the kind of positions where he will get a better position.
Absolutely. And the problem is, even if you don't get f5, you have h5, h4 type of ideas as well. So Vishy has to be super careful, not just on the board, but also on the clock. There is already a 3-minute difference between these two players.
And look at this move played by Wei Yi on board number 2. We had this position here. Last move by Vincent is pawn push to b3. And Wei Yi says, wait a minute, I am sacrificing my bishop.
I'm not even sure if this is working, because what if I just take it with my pawn?
Take here.
Some perpetual check idea you have, I'm sure.
I think the queen goes in, threatening to take and mate you.
And if you take on e4, then there is knight g4, and then there is a perpetual on the board.
It's a mate here, and you must take the knight, check, king gaya, check, king gaya, check, and draw.
Wow, this would be, I think, this could happen in a very quick draw. Maybe Vincent has calculated all of this and he's deciding whether to go for the draw or not. Maybe he has to look at the other boards to make that to make this decision.
Because if Vincent continues normally here, guys, it's a mate, black to play. What do you do here? Try to think, calculate. क्या करोगे यहाँ पर?
Absolutely, and it's a very nice calculation exercise as well. I think it's a mate in a couple of moves, maybe a few moves, but it's a very nice move. Sagar bhai, what is the move here?
Queen to g4 by mate हो रहा है यहाँ पर. If you push the pawn, queen comes in, and there is absolutely no one who can stop this checkmate.
Absolutely, and that rook on f1 being the problem. Yeah, you would love to play queen f1 here, but sadly that rook is present, and this is the problem. So Vincent is deciding whether to take the draw or not, and for now, I don't see any other move.
It is such a clinical performance here by Wei Yi, just neutralizing Vincent Keimer's white pieces, and you know, in some ways, this should be a very good result for the Triveni Continental Kings, but it can backfire here because on the other boards, Javokir Sindarov is putting pressure on Vidit. By the way, good news for the Triveni Continental Kings, Vidit, has gone d5.
That was the best move in the position, securing his place in the center. And if Javokir goes back with bishop to d3, he retreats the bishop. We were discussing this line where Javokir might have to sacrifice his piece to stay ahead. That's not an easy decision, Sagar bhai.
Absolutely. So bishop d3, e4 would be coming in, but Javokir has bishop here, bishop here. So this one looking good for Ganges Grandmasters. Also another game that's looking amazing. Oh, by the way, check on the board.
Wow.
And Vidit must go now. Can he go back? Can he start running away?
The problem is if you go back, you're losing the pawn on g4. That's what I thought was the problem here.
Yeah, and
Maybe
also Sahaj bhai, you can take here and take this pawn.
Yes, and then you capture.
Take this, and then you are really materially down. So, oh, this has happened. Bishop e4. Javokir Sindarov has taken here. Knight e4. And what a moment here. The king is completely cornered.
Absolutely. This guy is, I mean, absolutely chaotic. I mean, in every single game of his, you see some action. Yeah, 100%. And Vidit right now is in an only move situation. If he does not find this move, he will be worse, maybe even lost. And Sagar bhai, what is that move?
I think basically Vidit's king needs to start running here. Knight h4, making way for the king to go back could be an idea, because if you go something like, let's say, queen h4, it doesn't work. Queen d3 and you are in trouble.
Absolutely, because the discovered check ideas by the queen will be so dangerous. But the question is, why can't I play queen d3 here anyways?
Yes, because now, Sahaj bhai, you start running backwards, and although there is a discovered attack here, it's not deadly, and Vidit plays it.
Nice. Great news for the Triveni Continental Kings. That was a very, very crucial decision by Vidit.
If Vidit saves this game, I am going to him and saying, I'm going to salute him for this. To bring... It's very difficult right now to do it. It's super difficult. This king is in big trouble. I'm expecting Javokir to give a check with his knight, take this pawn. But let's see. Vidit is trying his hardest. We need to actually go to board 4. Polina Shuvalova, like she has been doing in this tournament, is once again pressing against Zhu Jinner.
Wow. And she has this amazing center with e4 and f4, and that knight wonderfully sitting on d4 as well. Black's pieces just look kind of uncoordinated and a bit passive to me. That knight on f8, the queen on d8 has not even moved yet. And that rook on a5, it's securing this entire rank, but there is no place for the rook to go.
Correct. Correct.
Not a single square that the rook can go. So it feels like the situation is maybe slightly favoring to Polina. And look at the time difference, Sagar bhai. It's double the time that Polina has in comparison to Zhu Jinner. That is great news for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Amazing. And then we have Stavrola Solakidou against Alexandra Kostenyuk on board 5, where the Triveni Continental Kings are better. 2 boards. Oh my God, a huge moment in the Vidit Gujarati game. Can we go there? Javokir Sindarov has made a mistake. Vidit is now better.
What
the hell?
Wow, because I think Javokir
is... found the best move. He's running. King is like, bye guys. That's my time. I'm going back.
Captain Cool, yeah. I mean, in this situation, to remain calm is not an easy decision. And now the king has to go back to the same place where it... That king came from g8 to f5, now it's going back to g7, yeah?
Oh my goodness. If Vidit Gujarati wins this game, Sahaj bhai, kya hi hoga ye?
It will be an insane win, bhai. I think a huge and fully deserved, I think, for Vidit, because managing all of this stress is not an easy task.
And he's kept up his time. He's at 9 minutes 12 for Javokir. The best move now is to go king g7. And guys, it's not clear that Vidit is better or something, but the king looks so much safe now on g7.
Absolutely, but Javokir does have a couple of pawns in as compensation, and I would also argue that his knight on e4 is a much more powerful piece. So there is some compensation for Javokir, but objectively Vidit should be better.
Yes, Vidit's position becomes easier to play, and what a miss by Javokir to go h3. He had to give a check here, and then if the king ran, he could snatch this pawn, king h7, bring the rook in, bring the other rook in. It was better for him. But now he's staring at a worse position. Roller coaster here, guys. And so, can we pull up the... No.
Wait, he just went f5, and I think that's a slight error, but I'm not sure why.
It's f5, and if you take on f5, Vidit is fine with knight f5. So actually, it's not such a bad idea. I mean, the better one was to rush back with the king, but f5 is on the board.
You know, this for sure means that Vidit is feeling super confident today. I mean, look at the way he's playing g5 in the opening, bringing the king all the way down to f5, and now playing f5 because even though his king is completely exposed, yeah, he is there to win the match.
Yeah, bhai, ye game bahut sundar. Like, this game for me is my favorite game of today. So many stories, you know, unraveling here. I don't know how it will finish. But can we have the 6 boards on our screen just to give you a feel of what's happening? If we look at it, white pieces are the Ganges Grandmasters. Black is the Triveni Continental King. On board 1, Firuza is already better. So good for Triveni Continental Kings. Then we have equal on board 2, Wei versus Vincent, going to end in a draw. Vidit versus Jawokir can go in any direction. Board 4, Polina Shuvalova almost winning for the Ganges Grandmasters. Board 5, Kostenyuk clearly better for the Triveni Continental Kings, and board 6 is equal. By right now, the match is kind of balanced, but slightly tending towards the Triveni Continental Kings.
Absolutely, and that's thanks to Alireza Firuza and of course Alexandra Kostenyuk leading the charge with the black pieces. This could, yeah, this looks very good for the tournament leaders and the defending champions, Triveni Continental Kings.
Let's go to board 1, and guys, there is a reason why the Triveni Continental Kings are at the top right now. It's like everyone's firing here. There is Firuza who fires, then suddenly Kostenyuk starts to fire. All of a sudden, you have Marc-Andrea Morizzi who says, okay, I'll do it. Vidit is like, why should I be standing behind? You know, I'll bring my king. What a team.
Everyone is just trying to win because, you know, their coach has also said they hate to lose, they love to win, and that's their team strategy. So why not just go for the win, even though they're playing with the black pieces?
Yeah, I love the Triveni Continental Kings. Their attitude here has been impeccable. Is there any team that can really cause them some damage? Well, right now the Ganges Grandmasters need some things to go their way, especially Jawokir Sindarov needs to beat Vidit.
Absolutely. I think that's a very key match for them. Let's maybe go to that board and see what's going on as he thinks after f5. And by the way, Jawokir has played
Knight g3.
Knight g3, retreating the knight, asking Vidit, are you going to take that pawn on g4? Because if you do, I can bring my queen to g4 with a check. Or I have a bunch of other checks as well, queen d3, rook e6, and all of these other things that Vidit has to worry about. And while he calculates for all these checks, look at his time.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes now, 6 minutes, 48 seconds. Sahaj bhai, do you think that this position in a classical game would have been fine for Vidit? But with this time control, it's very risky.
100%, 100%. In classical time control, I think Vidit is definitely objectively better, and I think he would at least hold a draw here. But in faster formats, it's hard to calculate and sort of understand all of these things, with the time running out, and there is no increment on the clock as well. So that's until move 40.
Until move 40. 16 move dur hai wo. Abhi they are on move 24. Guys, we haven't checked the game between. By the way, Vidit goes queen g5. I felt that was the move that was coming because, you want your pieces around the king. But now Jawokir can go in the other direction and start targeting these squares.
Yep, queen b3 looks like a very nice move. Even rook e6 check looks like a very nice move. But if I would go for queen b3, it feels like Jawokir should feel comfortable in situations like these, right? I mean, there is a huge imbalance on the board, and this is where his original self, that creative self sort of comes out.
Right. Let's go to the prodigy board. Raunak Sadhwani versus Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Raunak's last move, g4. Sahaj bhai, do you think Raunak is making inroads with the idea of h4, g5, g6, boom, checkmate?
I think we came to this board at the right moment because g4 is highly critical. Let's break this down even further. Look at those 2 rooks on the f file. They are preventing black's rooks from gaining access to f7 or f8. And that knight on a3, even though it's slightly misplaced, it might play a pivotal role in defending that c2 pawn and keeping that knight on b4 at bay. Meanwhile, now the question is at Maurizi. You know my plan. I'm going to push my pawns, h4, g5, g6, like you mentioned, and I'm going for that checkmate. And it is not so clear for Mark. How is he going to defend against that?
Yeah, what
are you going to move?
Bhai, ye to aa hi nahi raha hai somehow. Maybe you have to take a roundabout way and go here. It takes too much time.
But if you bring the rook on the 7th rank, then your 8th rank opens up. And if you bring the rook on the 8th rank, then 7th rank opens up. It's a problem.
He goes king at 7. Guys, Raunak Sadhwani has a good position for the Ganges Grandmasters here. By the way, going to our icon board, we see that Alireza Firuza is working his magic here. Vishy Anand in big pressure. The material is even. But Sahaj bhai, what's the problem in Vishy's position here?
It's just the, I think Alireza's pieces are way better coordinated. You have the double bishops. You have those beautiful rooks sitting on the only open file. That knight on b3, guarding that c1 square so that white's rook cannot, go on the open file. It feels like Alireza has this position completely under control. Oof. And I would say it's almost like domination. Yeah, but I don't think Vishy is able to find that defense, that counteractive, something like f4. You need something to just break open the position and breathe.
Yeah. And right now, Vishy is like, please trade pieces. I don't have breathing space. He needs it. But Alireza, you all know what a guy he is. He'll go back bishop g5. He's not going to trade. He may even transfer his bishop to d8 to a5 and get a big edge here. So this is not looking good for the Ganges Grandmasters. Meanwhile, Vincent Keimer versus, we have here the game between Wei on board 2. Vincent has just taken back the pawn here. And guys, this is ending in a draw now. Knight g4 coming, unless Wei starts to get ambitious and takes queen f3. Otherwise, it's a draw.
I think it's a draw. Oh, yeah. There it is. Knight g4.
And draw coming in here, guys. Check, check, check. Sahaj bhai.
My guess is that Wei looked at the other boards and he said, "Sambhal lenge."
Sambhal lenge, par sambhal payenge? Kya lagta hai?
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, they have some boards which are, I think, doing really well for the Triveni Continental Kings. That's why he chose to go for the draw here.
Oh, man, this is a tough decision here. But although it's a draw, the arbiter comes in. Vincent is like, I'm going to play king h1. I'm claiming threefold repetition here. And the arbiter checks and says it's a draw. It's a draw, a quiet handshake here. It's 1-1 here after just 30 minutes of play.
Absolutely. And Vincent, I mean, even though, it was a safe draw, Vincent has to feel that, okay, I was playing with the white pieces. My team really needed the win. You have to feel for Vincent here, but it happens in chess. Which other board shall we go to?
Well, we have to go to Javokir Sindarov and Vidit Gujarati here, because Javokir has got his rook here to e4 square. This is board number 3. Right now, he's looking here, and Javokir is making moves which are difficult to understand right now. For example, if you play knight takes f5, it seems like you are getting a pawn, but rook g4.
Wow, and then you play queen d3 in the next move and you pin the knight in the process.
Pin ho gaya.
Wow.
And then if you remove the pin, और एक pin हो गया.
Sagar bhai, wo sab छोड़ो. Look at Vidit's time. He has less than 3 minutes on the clock as he just played rook g8, and that's a mistake.
It's a mistake here, guys. Javokir Sindarov is saying to Triveni Continental Kings, guys, you are not going away with this match. I am going to get those 3 points for my team.
Yep, absolutely. And 3 points he might get if he finds the next move. It is extremely critical for Javokir Sindarov and definitely not an easy one. Queen to b3. You are attacking b7. You're sort of keeping an eye on the f7 square. Kabhi, if black goes knight takes f5, you might have queen f7 check ideas. Difficult move for him.
Sahaj bhai, it's like that boxer who has this right jab, left jab. Ek baar yahan pe khel raha hai move, threatening to go here. Suddenly the queen comes here, attacking here. And it's too difficult to handle this, for Vidit with just 3 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. This is why in this time format, it is really difficult to face positions like these. It's easy to play with initiative, but very difficult to play against initiative. That's why most strong chess players sort of sacrifice some material, take the initiative and just play with their feeling. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. And once again, guys, we are noticing that Zhu Jinner is showing that fighter's mentality that she has. No matter how much of an edge her opponent has, she's always fighting there.
She is a world number 2 player for a reason, and but although she is a little bit low on the time, but I think she is able to hold on for now. The position was way worse for her a few moves earlier, and even though now Polina has a strong center, there is good pressure on the f5 pawn. I'm trying to think how is she going to break through, because Sagar, that bishop on d2, it looks really bad.
It's bad, but you know, maybe b5 and bishop b4, you try to get your bishop here. Meanwhile, black's bishop is very strong. I have a feeling that Zhu Jinner is very, you know, it's maybe easy to get an advantage against Zhu Jinner, but difficult to beat her.
Absolutely. I think very, very difficult to beat. She's too solid, and yeah, this might be a critical board for us.
And going to board 5, Stavrula versus Alexandra. It's an insanely important board for the Ganges Grandmasters. If Stavrula manages to hold Alexandra Kostenyuk, there could be a chance for her team, because here black is better. Black is pushing. Even though black is a pawn down, these pawns are very dangerous.
Absolutely. We are in the middle game and pawns do matter, but right now piece activity matters much more. And look at Alexandra Kostenyuk's pieces. The bishop on a3 is beautiful. The rook on b8 is beautiful. Those pawns sitting on e5 and f5 just completely dominating the center. At some point you're going to go through... You're going to throw e4 and just bother the knight on f3. I don't like this for Stavrula.
Let's go to board 3, guys. Jawokir Sindarov versus Vidit Gujarati here. Rook e8. Actually, Jawokir went wrong. He didn't find queen b3. He played queen d3, and Vidit had to move his rook to f8 square, but he went to e8. You know, when ahead in material, you want to trade. And by the way, we have a result on board 6. Draw between Raunak and Moritzi. That's actually a good result for the Triveni, because Raunak was pushing a bit.
Absolutely, with that g4, g5, but I think Raunak remained solid there, and it's a draw. That means it is 2-2 for these two teams.
2-2 here, and Jawokir pushes the pawn, opening ये जो एक छोटी सी खिड़की खोल दी है. By the window to the black king has been opened up. The queen is looking here.
Absolutely, and now he captures the rook, he captures back with his queen, and that pawn on b7 is hanging.
And this bishop, which had almost no future, and you lose this pawn, you lose this pawn, suddenly a pawn is running.
Wait a second, after queen b7, bishop b6, I mean, you have to be careful about a5 threats. Not immediately, because the queen on g5 is guarding that square, but a5 se bishop trap ho raha hai.
True.
And how many pawns do I have?
I mean, you already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and with it there's only 3. So you have 4 pawns for a piece.
So materially, Jawokir is now up.
I agree. Guys, Vidit has a very tough task. He goes bishop b8. I think a very smart move. Someday he wants to push the pawn and attack the knight.
And now Jawokir says, no, I'm going to put my queen in front of that pawn.
Bye. Bishop going this way. It did happen. He shifted his bishop, broke open the position, and then here we are with the trades.
I think after the trades, that queen on b6 might be a bit exposed, because I can exactly knight d4. I liked
Vishy slightly back. It's a mistake here, Sahaj bhai. He had to play this rook and close the queen.
Oh, so you keep the knight to play knight e3 basically.
Yes, and there is a fork here. Absolutely right. He plays his knight here. Vishy Anand quickly jumps in. His knight is going in. You know, Vishy, tricky.
And now, did you see what is the best move for Firouzja here? And do you think he's going to play it?
Oh my goodness. Firouzja has to sack his bishop. Firouzja, oh my goodness. Gracious me. What a move by Firouzja. Bishop takes h3, bhai sahab.
And no hesitation. Bishop takes h3, sacrificing the bishop left and right. If you go pawn takes bishop, the queen will jump on that square and start giving some checks. And let's not forget that rook on c4 is a very smart piece. It can go to h4 and deliver the final checkmate in this position.
Man, Alireza Firouzja has his eyes on all parts of the board. Vishy keeps his cool, finds one of the best moves in the position. This is a great fight between two champions.
Absolutely, knight c6 offering the trade of knights, and now Firouzja has to decide what does he take that knight back with. Does he take it with the knight or does he take it with the rook? Both are possible.
This is a key moment for Alireza. The best way to play here is to take, and Vishy then snatches the pawn here, take here, and then Firouzja gives a check, king goes away, and finally you see this rook you are talking about delivers the killer blow.
Wow, that's a checkmate. And also, you know, you might, that queen on b5 also looks a bit trapped to me. Yeah, you can, some rook b6, rook c5 type of ideas could be possible. So double attack in this position. But yeah, rook h4, what a beautiful checkmate.
Oh, he took it. He took it. D takes c6 on the board. We want to see if Alireza Firouzja can play the most accurately. Now takes on c6. The queen on b6 is kind of trapped. You can see in the distance Vincent Keimer looking there.
You know, from their body language, you can tell Alireza knows he's winning, and you can tell Vishy knows he's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I can understand for sure. Vishy doesn't want his queen to move away from this diagonal, because the moment he goes away, Alireza's queen takes it and the rook is ready to swing over. भाई Alireza के pieces हमेशा right square पे कैसे आ जाते हैं?
It's definitely a skill that he has. He gives a check on b8. a7 के square पे नजर है अभी तक you don't get queen a7 and rook h4, that checkmate you were talking about.
Correct.
And now wait.
Vishy takes this, and now Vishy is saying to Alireza, if you go and snatch this pawn, I'll move my rook and defend it. Oh my God, Alireza has a crazy move. I don't even understand it, Sahaj bhai. The best move is b4?
And after ab4, it is a3.
Oh my goodness. That's what we were talking. Left jab, right jab. You have to sack here and play on the queen side. That's even tough for Alireza Firouzja standards.
Exactly.
I don't think it's possible.
Because you have sacrificed on the king side, and now you have to shift your focus completely on the queen side. And I believe the whole point of breaking down on the queen side is that you want that rook on c4 to be on the 7th rank, because that's where it will join the queen with h3.
भाई नहीं, अगर Alireza b4 खेलेगा भाई, मैं पागल होने वाला हूँ. Because you know guys, queen h3, Vishy has seen it. Rook d2, rook g2. You bring your rook over here, try to checkmate me. You are actually losing, because check, king starts to run. Oh, he makes a blunder. Alireza doesn't spot it. Vishy is back.
Absolutely, and now very critical moment for Vishy. He has to find
Finds it.
Beautiful.
Finds it by Vishy. What a legend here. He's taking on Firouzja.
Amazing. And taking on that bishop sacrifice and to remain cool in that situation. What a performance there.
Man, guys, this is super critical game, because let me give you an update. Right now, Vishy is holding against Firouzja. Javokir is beating Vidit. Polina and Zuzhiner is equal. Stavrula is losing to Alexandra Kostenyuk. So the match is wild. It can go any direction.
Basically, it all comes down to the icon board.
Fifth board is done. Alexandra Kostenyuk wins it for the Triveni Continental Kings. The score is 6-2 in their favor.
Oh, that might be a very critical win for the Triveni Continental Kings, as it gives them 4 points with the black pieces. Now they have to win. Two white players have to win their matches.
Two white players. Javokir says, I'll do it, guys. Koi ek jan aa jao bhai. Either. Oh, Polina Shuvalova is doing it. Look at this. Zuzhiner. Has she blundered? What?
Wait.
No way. This is not happening.
No way. There's Rook G2. That's a mate.
No way. What?
Wait, what?
What?
She played King G1.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
Okay, the point was here to take Rook G2 with a check. Why did she miss it? Polina Shuvalova misses incredibly easy move. She moves her king, and now Zuzhiner is winning.
That was a complete... Wow, mate in 2.
Oh my goodness, bhai, ye to pura match palat gaya.
Wow, and this could have been the match, yeah, for them.
I mean, Zuzhiner made a blunder that turned into a brilliancy. That's just mind-blowing.
And now Zuzhiner can just take the draw. I mean, she doesn't have to, but she can take the draw.
Look at Kostenyuk and Wei. They are like, bhai, what kind of chess is Zuzhiner playing?
Wow. By the way, she's going for the win. She goes Rook D1 check. She's not taking a draw anymore.
She's going to win this. She's right now a rook up. But guys, what a big moment missed by Polina Shuvalova. She was low on time. She's going to resign now. She's now completely lost, and Raunak and Vincent are like, Rook G2, Polina, you had to see that move.
Yes, it was there. It was right there. Mate in 2 was right there. Oh, and now it is too late. It is just too late. She's a complete rook down.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
And resigns here. Another win for Triveni. 10-2 is the score. I think they've taken this match. They've taken this match because even if Vichy wins and Javokir wins, they can only reach 8 points.
Oh, that is sad news for the Ganges Grandmasters.
But let's go to Vichy board.
So close.
They were very close. Polina got the chance. She missed it. And now, guys, Alireza finds the idea. A move too late. But what a guy. He did find this b4, a3.
Absolutely. And now, but a little bit too late. He goes b5. That's a slight inaccuracy by Vichy. Attacking that rook on
And
c6.
Third board is done. Javokir Sindarov has beaten Vidit Gujarati. And guys, I must tell you, Javokir Sindarov is in the form of his life. And meanwhile, if you looked at the dugout, Wei was telling Zhu Jinner that this rook g2 was happening.
Wow.
Yes, the score is 5-10 in the favor of Triveni right now. And smiles on the faces of Kostenyuk. She knows that her team is going to make it to the finals.
Yup, I think. I mean, also it might be a sigh of relief, yeah, because it was such a close match. Just one rook, you had to just pull back, and it was just a checkmate. And wow.
Zhu Jinner, first time I'm seeing her smiling so much. Look at that.
Maybe they just told her, yeah, there was rook g2.
She's like, okay, I just pulled the biggest bluff of my life. Okay, but coming back to the icon board, because there's a lot of, this important thing happening here where Vichy, can he beat Alireza? Firstly, the knight is hanging. Yes. Check. And you can see all the expressions with it there. He lost his game, but his team is doing it.
He goes king to h8, the best move in the position. Knight moves to e4, but opens up that square on d4 for the rook. And the other rook can kind of jump in to c1 and maybe promote as well. They have already won this match.
Yeah, Sahaj bhai, somehow Vichy is able to even come back against a player like Alireza. Isn't that incredible here? He has, I'm pretty sure it's not easy to hold this.
Absolutely not, especially given the time situation. And Alireza is more used to playing under time scrambles. At least more, he's doing an...
Oh! Queen takes f1, chops it. What a move by Firuza, sacrificing the queen. If king takes, rook c1 coming in. If queen takes, again rook c1. And Vichy resigns. Wow. Another win for the Triveni Continental Kings. Guys, this team is just incredible.
Unstoppable. He is absolutely unstoppable. Bishop h3 and queen f1. Sacrifice the bishop, sacrifice the queen. I mean, both have, we have seen on this board. Wow.
I'm a big fan of Alireza Firuza. What a guy he is. What games he's playing. I just can't believe it. And he created so many tactics here, Sahaj bhai, that Vichy, in spite of trying his level best, couldn't keep it under control.
Yup, and it was a very difficult task to keep it under control.
Look at Shuvalova there. She's like, how did I miss it? But I guess even if she would have won her game, that's what Stavrula is saying, still we would have lost. Because 14-5 is the score. If you take away 4 points, add the 3 points, it's still 10-8.
Yeah, exactly. So I think some sign of relief for the Ganges Grandmasters there. But wow, what a match. And Triveni showing why they are the tournament leaders and why they are the defending champions.
I agree, Sahaj bhai. It was so much fun to look at this match. I mean, Sindarov, guys, he is an top player there. He's in top shape. But for Triveni, it was like Alireza. And we first go to the playing hall for the arbiter to announce the results.
We have our results from this match. By a score of 14 points to 5, the winners are Triveni Continental Kings.
And there we have the handshakes here between the players. Three players today delivered for the Triveni. It was Firuza, Zuziner and Kostenyuk. Both the women superstars board did it, and look at the crowd. They were in for a treat today, absolute treat. It's a packed house at the Royal Opera House here in Mumbai. 2 more days are left after this, guys. If you are looking forward to seeing a top-class chess tournament, what are you waiting for? The Triveni Continental Kings teams comes with their heads held high.
Yep, I mean, they are showing again why you know, they are the tournament leaders, and this is, I think, an incredible feat for them. Previously, I think they won 18-2, if I'm not mistaken, against this team, and now this is, wow, what a win.
Yeah, absolutely insane win as the teams go into their dugouts here. Tough day for the Ganges Grandmasters. It meant a lot to them if they would have won. But for now, the scorecard is 14-5 as we head over to a very short break.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
माँ मैं निकल रही हूँ। खाना भी तैयार है। आखिर कौन सी ट्रेन छूट जाएगी?
मामा लेट हो जाऊंगी।
बचपन में क्या सिखाया था? खाने में समझौता नहीं, जिसे मंजूर ऊंचा उठे वो बड़ा
जाए बहुत ही दूर।
तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है, उड़ जा उड़ जा, तुझे बहुत दूर जाना है। खाने में समझौता नहीं, अच्छा खाना शुरुआत से ही। इंडिपेंडेंस।
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamba!
Grab the fizz, Campa वाली fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
The Triveni Continental Kings dismantle the Ganges Grandmasters. A 14-5 victory for the Kings. They are the winning machine, and we head over to Arohi for the MVP of the match.
If there's one thing that the Kings know how to do well, that is winning. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 25, played between the Triveni Continental Kings and Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Akshat Khamparia, International Master and Convener, Madhya Pradesh Chess Committee. And the Player of the Match award goes to Ali Reza Firoja from Triveni Continental Kings. And you're back here. How does it feel?
I'm happy. We qualified for finals. I didn't play so great even today, but yeah, get the win.
Yeah, you did manage to create some complications on the board, but you did manage to get out of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to win just cleanly, but I played a bit too risky, so. Yeah.
Do you think Vishy played well today?
Yeah, he played good, but he could have played better also, but yeah, I should have just finished it a bit better, but doesn't matter.
Are you happy with your play today?
Not so happy, but I hope I'll improve for finals at least.
Definitely, and I'm sure that we're going to see you here more often in the upcoming games as well. Congratulations on being the first team to qualify to the finals, and congratulations on this personal win as well.
Thank you.
And now we've gotten the first team to qualify to the finals, the Triveni Continental Kings. But much action is coming your way today, so stay tuned. As of now, back to the studio.
The first team to punch their ticket into the finals of Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. It's the Kings. It's the Triveni Continental Kings with a victory and 14-5 win against the Ganges Grandmasters. And Ali Razor Sharp Firoja. What a performance it has been by him, scoring 22 board points just on the icon boards. He's an icon slayer here in Mumbai. And there he is with the fans. They can't get enough of him. He's earned so many hearts. He's won so many hearts in Mumbai. With his personality, with his play, win after win. It's eat, sleep, win for Ali Reza Firoja.
It is, Tanya, and on top of that, he promised us that he will improve in the finals. I don't know what he has to improve, but that is his promise.
No, not many people can say that, okay, I'm beating everyone and then still I would like to improve for the finals. I mean, that statement, I think, itself is, yeah, only Ali Reza can say that.
It's Ali Reza also becoming a fan favorite here. You know, we've seen the crowd go wild when Vishy walks into the arena, when Gukesh is there. But I think with his performance on the icon board, the chess that he's been showing, the entertainment he brings on with his style, you have to say the Indian fans are loving him at the Royal Opera House.
They are calling him Ali Reza Sir. That tells a lot, right? And Tanya, Ali Reza mentioned Anand, Vishy Anand, and also showed such a big respect, right? He just commented so well about his play.
Absolutely, and starting off with 5 out of 5, you know, against the top players in the world. I mean, it's fully deserved. But yes, him showing respect to Vishy is always nice to see.
Yeah, and what a game it was by Ali Reza in that one. It was a storyline on every single board of this match, right? For the Triveni Continental Kings, board by board, tactic by tactic, all across so many decisive games. 4 to be exact on this one. What was the highlight for you? I'll start with you, Sahaj.
I think the highlight was maybe Rook G2. It was a mate in 2 that was possible on the board of Zhu Jinner and Polina Shuvalova, and she pushed the pawn and she opened the way for her bishop, and she just didn't realize that there was a mate in 2 on the board over there.
And I think this is exactly that moment. You see Ronak Sadhwani's hand. He is in disbelief as his teammate.
Wow.
Polina Shuvalova, in that moment, no one in the hall could believe it. It was from both teams, the exact same reaction. This is where it happened for the Ganges Grandmaster. A win in one move turned out to be the decisive blunder, with Polina Shuvalova missing a checkmate on the board.
Unbelievable, Tanya. And we also remember this moment when Zhu Jinner sat down with her teammates and they told her about blunder. She could not believe it. She could not believe it. I have never seen her smiling. This was actually the moment I saw her for the first time smiling.
And that was just the start of the downfall for the Ganges Grandmasters. Vishy Anand going down on that icon board as well. I think it was an absolute shocker, what you mentioned there. For a player of Polina's standard to just miss that rook retreat coming in with not just a check, but a checkmate. A game over that could have completely changed the narrative. And you know, that's the cruel lesson that chess teaches us. You miss your chances, the game instantly takes it away from you.
I think that's very nicely put. And also, it also tells us that when there is less time on the clock, nothing matters.
Serge, you say that, but I have to say 15 seconds, to me, it's still unbelievable. And let's replay those moments, you know, because it came down to that. And you could see it on every player inside there. This was the Ganges Grandmasters, the prodigy board, Ronak Sadhwani, Vincent Kaimer. They're waiting for Polina to make that move, and she doesn't play it. She doesn't make that move. Wei completely shocked as well on that board, with Zhu Jin allowing a checkmate into. But for Zhu Jin, the stars just aligned. It was the championship luck is almost what it looked like. Missing that mate, but that's the move that got Zhu Jin the victory.
Absolutely. And Katie, I have a question for you. What is a bigger surprise for you? Zhu Jin allowing the mate in 2 or Polina missing the mate in 2?
Polina missing the mate in 2 is a biggest shock for me. I was at the time in the venue. Everybody went crazy. Everyone had a reaction because, you know, there was the moment that one side could be checkmated. Yeah, what a blunder from Polina.
It had to be the moment of the match, that one. And Alireza Firouzja, the man of the match. Well, he's been the man of the tournament for the Triveni Continental Kings on the icon board. He's taken down the legends of the sport, the greats of the sport, right there leading the team from the spot. And they are the first to make it to the finals with 1 match to spare. That's just how dominating the performance has been. And that tells the storyline of how every single player on the team, Sahaj, has overperformed. I don't even know if you can say overperformed with this kind of a lineup, but just simply the wins that they've gotten. They played like a true team.
Absolutely. True team indeed. But I have to give it to their icon board. Come on, he's an absolute beast. This guy has delivered again and again and again. I think he's only had one bad day, you know, just one bad day, and that's it. And apart from that, he has won basically all of his games.
You guys, I would also want to shout out to their team captain. Luc Van Welle is 7th player of this team, you know. He always walks with the flags. He has the best energy. He has a really good sense of humor. And I think this is a big asset for the Triveni Continental Kings.
And I would agree with that. I think in the first half, you know, winning those coin tosses, the colors, choosing which player to give what color, the right time to go for white, the right time to go for black when Alireza needs it on the icon board. I think for Grandmaster Luc Van Welle, who has been leading the charge as a captain for Triveni Continental Kings, even in their 2 season wins that they had, he's doing it again. And I love how they said that, you know, they've perfected their model. It's been a struggle for Triveni Continental Kings to make it to the finals in the first 2 seasons, but they made it look easy this time. We've been talking about Alireza Firouzja, but also let's highlight the other players on this team. Alexandra Kostanevich is who I want to bring your attention to, getting a big win against Tavrula today. I think what's been incredible to watch about this team is, once again, every board matters, and that's what they've shown. It's not just the icon board they've been relying on.
Completely agreed. She has a 2-0 score against, you know, Tavrula at this point, and she delivered the first win. And when you see your teammates winning, I think it also gives you this confidence, this boost of confidence, you know, to perform well on your board as well. So for sure, I think other players, Wei, Vidit, Zhu Jin, Alexandra Kostanevich, and of course Maurizio as well, all deserving of the recognition, because they are in the finals and they are here to win.
And you guys, I want to shout out also one player who is not in this team, but in opposite team, Ganges Grandmasters. Javohir Sindarov is actually one-man show in this round, and he managed to win a very good game against Vidit Gujarati. What a brilliant attacking game. He deserved to win that one, but it was only him who won for Ganges Grandmasters.
You know, we're all just catching our breaths with the action that we've just seen unfold. Unbelievable scenes on the board. Incredible moments of action right now. And while we let all of that sink in, we've got Arohi with a very special guest. We'll be back more with Chess Insights in just a few.
Well, chess fans have been coming here right from day one, but we have another one who's joining us today on the broadcast, Mr. Anil Tembe, CGM, State Bank of India. Firstly, welcome this experience of you coming to the Chess League. I mean, it has to be so good for you because you got to do the first move for nobody other than Vishy Anand. How did that feel?
True. The environment here was really electrifying. And the great Vishwanath Anand, who is the great Grandmaster for the chess, it was honor for me to make a first move for his game. And observing playing was a superb experience, very sort of inspiring. It will take the memories long ago to the long, in the long level in my life. I will always remember all those memories. And sort of a chess, I also played a chess when I was maybe in the 9th standard for the first time. But later on, not followed it up much. But over the period of time, the players like Gukesh and others who make a great history for India in the age of 12 and 14, that is a great experience. And the way this Global Chess League is being organized, it's also a superb experience. I think this is happening for the first time in India, and it's a superb experience. Lot of fans, they are following it up with the players, and great opportunity for all of them to meet the international player here. So great experience.
Anil sir, you spent a couple of hours here at the league, but you've spent many years in the corporate world. Can you draw any parallels between chess and the corporate world?
Yeah. Actually, in corporate world also, the planning and strategy is very important. That is very true for the game of chess. You need to plan your move, and in fact, in some cases, you may even need to change your moves, depending on how the game flows and everything. That is also equally true for the corporate world. And then, of course, decision making. At one point of time, you have to make a specific decision. That is also happen in the corporate world and in the game of chess also. And finally, when the game is over, somebody will win, somebody will lose. But what lessons you learn out of those things is also important. So whether you win or lose, the lesson you learn are also equally very important. So that lessons we followed to the next corporate learnings for the next project. Same applies to the game of chess. So yeah, great experience.
So very well said, not just in the corporate world. I think these are certain things which people can incorporate even in their daily lives. Yes. And that's something that is a big learning for all of us. But thank you so much for joining us. And we hope that you enjoyed today's day, how many hours you spent here with us.
Yeah, thank you. It was really a great day. Great evening spent here at GCL. And I hope the Mahindra take it to the next level. I think this is the third such a league is being organized. In the game of chess, generally it's an individual game, people play. But organizing such league at such a great level is a great experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As he spoke of certain decision-making powers, well, there's one team that has to make a decision on how to play the next game. That's Alpine SG Pipers. Back to the studio with the analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Thembe, for those encouraging words also with all the excitement around the fan arena and talking about just how incredible this tournament is. And coming to India for the first time, happening in Mumbai at the Royal Opera House, is the Global Chess League. We started the journey with Season 1 in Dubai, took it to London, now to, well, what you can almost call the root, the heart of the league. You know, it started right from here, happening in India for the very first time. And I want to ask both of you, what does this mean for the landscape of the sport to have a game like this, to have a tournament like this happen here in this iconic Royal Opera House with the very best in the world right here in Mumbai?
First of all, I love the idea to bring chess back to the place where it was born. This is amazing. And also, there's no any other place as India to have such a big support for the chess players. All of us, and also the players, of course, we feel so good here to be surrounded by the chess fans.
You know, I think firstly, as a fan, it is one of the best feelings because you get to see your people you read about in books or people you see on your laptop screens, and you see them in action, you see them, play, and that inspires you to sort of, reach that level yourself. And I think that's a great thing for the fans. And as a player as well, I think this is a huge thing because the players see the fans sort of interacting with them, and it also bumps their confidence as well.
Wow, inspiration all around. And, you know, we had Mr. Thembe talk about decision-making lessons learned. The next match, Alpine SG Pipers against FYERS American Gambits. What are the lessons that Gambits has learned to bring and turn that storyline around? We come back with more chess on the other side of this break.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
The Alpine SG Pipers are in hot form today and they're back in the arena as they face the FYERS American Gambits. And we head over straight to Arohi, who is with the team coaches.
This is a big one for the Pipers. They want to win this in order to proceed to the finals. But right now we have Alpine SG Pipers, GM Praveen Tipse, and we have GM Srinath for the FYERS American Gambits for their match, which is starting in a short while. We have the color swap happening here with Mr. Alan Atkinson, Deputy Chief Arbiter, joining us. May we please have the color swap? You're playing white. Alpine need to win this one in order to qualify to the finals. You are standing in the way. What are the plans?
I don't think we are standing in the way. We are pretty much on the way. If we win, then we are in the same points. And I think by this time, all 5 teams are in contention for the second spot for the finals.
So, you know, as we proceed with the days, the contention gets more crucial, the days get more important, matches get more important. As a team, what are you all thinking? What is the conversation that's happening?
As a team, again, we are mostly focusing on the things that we can control, play our best, focus on our moves, and leave the permutations and combinations to the end. We tally the scores at the end.
Well, all the best for a cracker of a game. Hope that you all given your all in this one.
Thank you.
And we are back here with the black.
Yes.
What are the plans for this one?
I think they are a very strong team, and we played them once in the previous half, so it's going to be a very tough match. You know, Gambits are very double-edged, and we are playing a team which its name is in Gambits, so I think it's going to be a very tense and tough match to play. So we'll try our best. And
I'm sure the spirits are high because you all won the last game. You all won the last game with the Gambits as well, so that probably mentally you have an up there.
Yeah, I think the players have a lot of sense of responsibility, and somewhere they see the need of time, which is, I think, should try to win as many matches and as many games as possible. And that's very important. When in emergency, you find the best moves, and that's what has happened, and we are hoping for the same.
Let's hope you all do find your best moves today. All the best for the game.
Thank you.
That is it from the color swap. We'll be back shortly with the game. As of now, back to the studio.
Some hot words there by the team coaches, by both Srinath and Praveen Tipse. And I want to first touch upon what Srinath mentioned, that they're not in the way, they're on the way themselves. You know, they're still looking at that one remaining spot. Triveni Continental Kings already through to the finals. Which will be the second team is the big question on everyone's mind. For the FYERS American Gambits, Ketty, their task is clear. They need to not only win, they need to win big. Do you see them being able to do that against the Alpine SG Pipers, especially reflecting on the Pipers' performance early in the day against the UpGrad Mumba Masters?
Yes, Tanya. I see that. I know Srinath for many years. I have never seen him so strict to the goal. He speaks for the team, and I believe that FYERS American Gambits will actually join rest of the teams to competition for the second place.
Oof, big words. But I believe, okay, the Alpine SG Pipers have 3 candidates on their team and they are on a roll. They won their previous match with the Black Pieces, and I feel this match is not going to be any different.
That's exactly, we hope that this will be a big clash between the Pipers and the Gambits. We'll break that down even further. But first, we've got a very special sponsor message for you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And coming back, breaking all the action, let's bring you on our standings, on where we are on our leaderboard. And again, Triveni Continental Kings. What a team this has been. What a performance this has been. One match to spare. They are in through to Season 3 Global Chess League finals. They will be battling for their 3rd championship. Triveni Continental Kings with 21 match points. And look at that big difference between the first team and the rest. It's the best against the rest, is what the storyline this tells us. It's the UpGrad Mumba Masters, Ganges Grandmasters, and the Alpine SG Pipers, all with 12 apiece. And then at the bottom of the board, we've got the FYERS American Gambits, who will be in action right now, and the PBG Alaska Knights with 9 match points. And the big one coming up is the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the FYERS American Gambits. We bring you all the actions and the insights in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे FYERS के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे FYERS के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स। एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
And double-edged is how Grandmaster Praveen Thipse described their opponents of the day. FYERS American Gambits. They've got Gambits in their name. What can we expect from this matchup? I would say absolute fireworks. You know, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. They have to go all guns blazing against the Alpine SG Pipers. Now, Katy, you said that you can see FYERS bringing on the fire on the board right now. You can see them getting the job done. And I want to ask you, you're sitting there facing Fabi, Anish, Pragnananda, Huyufan, Nino, and Mendonça. What a stacked star-studded lineup this is. What are you telling your players? What are you telling the American Gambits? Where do they strike? Who do they hold?
Yeah, well, I would hope that Richard Rapport has a really good day today and he's a good mood. So I would count on him, and I would say Theodora Iniac to play faster and to be careful against Nino. Also, the last board, the Murzin is another player that I think can score today.
So you're looking at a Murzin win against Mendonça. You're saying Richard Rapport goes for it. It's pretty much what he's been doing this entire season so far. And for Iniac to just hold off Nino Batsashvili. I'm going to put you in the corner of the Alpine SG Pipers. Sehaj, what are you telling your women superstars?
Well, one of them, fortunately for me, one of them is the second greatest female player of all time, and the other one has been on a complete rampage in this tournament. So I don't think I have to tell them much. I just have to say that the pressure is on them and not on us, simply because they have to win. We don't have to win. I mean, they are the ones who have to sort of, win by a huge margin, and at the end, take a lot of risks in the process, and that's where we strike. It doesn't matter the board. It just matters that you stay calm, you stay composed, you stay solid, and that's it. This is the board, the male superstar board between Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. I think Prag is the most dangerous player with the black pieces.
I was about to ask you, because Katy said she's telling her player Richard right now, go get him, Richard. And she's backing him up in this matchup. If you're in the corner of Anish and Prag, how are you holding that attack? I mean, Richard, he's won the MVP several times in the tournament.
Absolutely, but I think they are probably the most solid players on the planet right now, both Anish and Prag, and I think they shouldn't have much of a problem here. But of course, Rapport is a very creative player, super attacking and super strong. But then again, Prag is a candidate.
Yeah, I agree with that. Anish is a super solid player, but in this tournament, he has a lot of ups and downs. He has won a lot of games. He also has lost a lot of games. But look at Artemiev. He's a rock in the team. He's always stable. He also won one very beautiful game. He also lost one game. We remember that too. But I would still stick around in the FYERS American Gambit and count on Artemiev as well.
Well, you're calling him the rock of the team. Let's look at these two rock stars who are going to be in action today. That's 10 US championships between these two players. Fabiano Caruana, world number 3, up against the world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura of the FYERS American Gambits. And I think this is where we have to focus our attention on right now. for Hikaru Nakamura. It feels like recently in his encounters against Fabi, he kind of has Fabi's number. He's been the one who's been getting so many of those wins, especially in that classical format here. How do you see this match shaping up? Hikaru, always a beast when it comes to faster formats. How do you see this one being played out? The last encounter did end peacefully.
I think Hikaru should be a favorite when it comes to speed chess. I don't think there is any single player. There we have Hikaru, joining in with Artemiev and the rest of the team, the American Fire Gambits. There's Richard Rapport as well. There is Bibisara as well. There is Inyats, and then there is Volodar Murzin. All of these players, and we have the Grandmaster Srinath, the coach of the team, joining in the action as well.
Yeah, I would add that when there are players from the same country as Hikaru and Fabiano, same team, it's always biggest tension. It's extra tension against these players.
And that's fascinating you say that, because these players have played endless matches against each other. They know each other so well. They've been teammates. They've also been rivals, always switching up the world number 2, number 3 rankings between them. They know each other's styles super well. And previously, for the Alpine SG Pipers, it was a 10-4 victory, but the wins were only coming from the bottom 2 board. I think I have to ask you, as we saw the players enter, that do you see this match being decided top-heavy or on the Prodigy and the Superstar boards?
For me, I think it has to be at the top, because Hikaru should be. I mean, I'm talking on behalf of the FYERS American Gambits here, because if they have to strike, Hikaru has to strike. I think that's the clear favorite for them. What about you?
Well, look at these players right now. We can see Fabi ready, getting into the playing venue. He's always waiting for his teammates. There's also Prague. I see Nino and Hoyufan. It's getting a bit darker, but we have these beautiful lights there. They are counting on this match. They can take actually the advantage over other teams. Here we have a walk, Tanya.
They're getting ready to enter the arena. All smiles there. Pragrananda is, when we talk about an all-star cast, this is the team that comes to mind, right? It's world number 3, Fabiano Caruana. It's the FIDE circuit winner, Pragrananda. You've got the second strongest female player in the history of the game there, Hoyufan, multiple-time world champion as well. Nino Batseshvili, what a performer. She has been Mendonça as well on their Prodigy board. Incredible lineup there. Final question before it's time to get the pieces moving. The flags are right there. Who gets the win? Ketty, she's already ready with her answer. She's going for the FYERS American Gambits, and waving the flag there for the Alpine SG Pipers is Sehaj. We know one thing's for sure, with what's on the line, what's at stake, it's going to be a big battle. Alpine SG Pipers have one win in the bag today. Can they do it, or will the FYERS American Gambit fire on all cylinders and stop that spree? We come back with all the moves and the players fighting it out in the arena.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। APL अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन SG पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
battle begins with a risk worth taking, and that is the Gambits way. Please give it up for FYERS American Gambits.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
Give it up for world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. Vladislav Artemiev. Richard Rappo. 2 times Women's World Blitz Champion, Bibisara Asaubayeva. Theodora Inyats. Reigning World Rapid Champion, Volodar Murzin. And their coach, GM Srinath. From quiet calculation to commanding play, they ace it all the way. Give it up for Alpine SG Pipers! Let us welcome former World Championship challenger Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragnananda, 4 times Women's World Chess Champion Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendonça, and their coach GM Praveen Tipse. All the best to all the players. You may now take your board. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Ankit Singhania, Director, Navitas Solar, and Ms. Sakshi Handa, SVP, Corporate HR and Group Talent, Mahindra Group, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And guys, we are ready for a big clash here between the FYERS American Gambits and the Alpine SG Pipers as the English opening rules the day. E5, wow, that's pretty good opening there. Could very well be the opening of the top board, as I'm joined here by the one and only Tanya Sachdev. Hello, Tanya.
Sagar, awesome to be back on the call with you right now, and I agree with you. I think that was the most standard opening for the ceremonial moves that we've seen so far, the English opening. But this board, I'm not expecting that to happen just yet, as Bibisara. And a very cool fact you said about her just a few moments ago, I'll leave that to you, but that starts with the King's Pawn opening. Meanwhile, Theodora Inyats with the knight moving forward.
Yes, knight to f3 played here by Theodora and Bibisara. We have to go to her game. By the way, this shot of the 6 boards, you can see Fabi and Hikaru both not at their boards. Fabi is looking at the boards of his teammates, while Hikaru has gone somewhere in the back. We can't see him here.
And the reason for that is that the icon board will be the final board to start. We will have action build up to that point. Fabi also waiting. He's just looking at the opening play of his teammates. And this one, I think for the Alpine SG Pipers, you know, they are in the mix right now. They're in the race, Sagar.
They're at 12 points.
They're at 12 points, right up there with the UpGrad Mumba Masters, fighting for that second spot right now. They've already won a match. They've got to be in good spirits. Can the FYERS American Gambits just gambit their way out of this one?
And if they beat this team, then they also reach 12. Let's go to the game of Bibisara and Ho Yifan. Now, Tanya, the cool fact that you were talking about, I was told by a fan in the fan zone, there's only one player out of 36 players at the Global Chess League 2025 who hasn't lost a single game, and that's Bibisara here.
Unbelievable. That is something. She scored 12 board points for her games, for her team alone over here. She's the 21 and the 22 World Blitz Champion, 2 back-to-back World Championships there. And that just goes on to show that when the clocks come low, Bibisara knows how to keep things under control. And our superstar men board between Artemiev and Anish, it's a kickoff here as well.
And we have a big clash between Rapport and Pragnananda. These two players always get some of the best games against each other. And we are seeing E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6. Richard, come on. We are expecting some crazy opening from you.
And he does it. To answer that question, he says, I'm not going to go for the standard bishop retreat. Instead, the early exchange variation. And did you see that? Small hesitation. He kind of puts his hand forward and then retreats it.
I mean, Prague, right? It's Prague's move here.
He took pawn takes bishop, a
Queen
short
F6.
castle, and gets the queen out.
This is the line which I was preparing as black when I was trying to, see what's good against the exchange Rui Lopez. I was like, yes, this is a good line. But look at the lead in development that White has. White has castled, knight is here, bishop is here, and all of the black pieces are in their camp.
And I'm going to bring another strategic point into everyone's attention here is the pawn structure. 4 versus 3 on the right side, which means for Richard Drapo, it's a good pawn formation. On the other side, it's 4 versus 3. But what doubled pawns are those going to be for Praggnanandhaa? So it almost feels as if White has an extra pawn right now. Richard with a far healthier formation.
Right, but Tanya, look at the bishop pair that Prague has. It's going to count at some point.
At some point, Sagar, bishops are only as active as the open diagonals they have, but completely agree with you there. That's the compensation for the destroyed pawn structure for Prague. Meanwhile, it's action on our prodigy and the icon board. Hikaru Nakamura starts his El Clasico against Fabiano Caruana with a king's pawn opening.
And look at Hikaru. He looks to his right. He's like, what should I go for? Knight to f3. Knight c6 and knight c3. He's playing the 4 knights. Is Hikaru going to choose, Tanya, the way that, okay, let me be very solid, draw against Fabiano, my teammates will take care?
And I'm really glad that you brought up that point, because in their first encounter here at Season 3 of the Global Chess...
Tanya is sacked a piece. Fabi has played knight e4.
And that's a temporary sacrifice. Hikaru will show us the way he grabs it. Is this the moment that we see the pin happen? Now notice how you can't go queen to e2 because the knight on d4 is hanging.
Right. And so you have to defend this knight. But if you play f3, I can hit back with d5 and win this knight which is pinned.
And it looks like both players know exactly what they're doing. They're familiar with this opening. Look at the speed with which the moves are coming, Sagar. The bishop moves forward, pins it, unpins it, Fabiano Caruana does.
And yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure they know their opening theory. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes. And Hikaru is a master of these side lines where he goes really deep. So could be that he has very deep prep here against Fabi. We saw last time when he was black, he played 30 moves of theory.
And that game did end in a draw. As that top 4 did, it was only decided in the bottom 2 boards there. Well, I call them bottom, but the women's superstar and the prodigy board who got in the points for the Alpine SG Pipers. Sagar, this opening is going so quickly right now, and I think White is about to make a decision. There we saw Fabi bring his queen out.
Tanya,
what happened?
I think Hikaru misplayed his preparation. Maybe he got it confused. The main move here, I'm pretty sure, was to either take on e4 or rook e1. Queen e2 is given as an error here because now Fabi can take, queen takes f3. No way is long. What? No, come on.
Is that the top engine line right now?
Yeah, that's the top engine line.
That you just destroy your left flank and then say, I'll get my king safety to there. Good luck doing that as a human. Maybe the engines are screaming that, but I will be absolutely stunned if Fabi plays this out. I mean, not even to point out that the c6 pawn, yes, cannot be picked up. There are tactics.
Can I ask,
we can.
Let's ask our viewers here. Guys, knight takes c6. Why is this a massive blunder? It's black to play and win.
Always look for pieces, for geometry on the board, Sagar. And knight into pawn, attacks the queen, attacks the pawn, but it's a big blunder because the queen pounces up, gives a check, wins the knight.
Yes, so that is not working, Tanya.
You're saying that in that line, Fabi will gambit a pawn.
Yeah. I mean,
win the game.
I personally think this is not happening. No. This line is not going to take place, and Hikaru, I think, has done smart prep here. He gets up confidently. I don't think he has misplayed his opening prep. I stand to be corrected. He's actually enjoying himself there.
And what a feeling this must be, We just saw visuals coming out live from there of a packed Royal Opera House from a closed-door game has become so much about
Yes.
taking center stage, about playing under pressure, under the spotlight. And you generally see the players really adapt to that atmosphere. I think they've started enjoying playing to the crowd, playing to the galleries.
I agree. And Tanya, the thing is, when you saw Hikaru entering in and the crowd cheered for him, he was nodding his head. He was like, yeah, this is what I love.
I mean, I don't think there's a bigger stage player than Hikaru Nakamura. He is so used to being under pressure, under spotlight there. He loves it. He thrives in it. I would say him and Magnus Carlsen, they truly enjoy performing, you know, when there are a lot of people watching and cheering for them.
Absolutely. And by the way, guys, you saw shots from inside the Royal Opera House. There's also a fan park outside. You can see, and look at that young kid.
I think he spotted himself.
Yeah, he was like, Dad, I'm on television there.
Yes,
and
you are.
Here are all the people in the fan park. Guys, give a cheer here if you can hear us. Wow, that's amazing. It's a full house there. I love it. Every time I go there, Queen E5 played here by Fabi. And look at this. Both the players looking at other boards. What's wrong with Hikaru and Fabi?
I think Fabi was just looking at the crowd there. He was also giving them a shout out. Happy to play in front of you guys. Right now he goes head in hand. He did not go for the line that we were talking about, Sagar, after Queen E2. Didn't seize the opportunity to go up a pawn.
And he went Queen E5 here, Tanya, pawn to C3. And now this is a very complex position. The bishop will come out. The pawn can kick the knight. We are looking at all three results possible here out of the opening. It's not going to be that dull, boring game.
All right, well, with this one being a fun fight guaranteed, let's do a trip around the horn. Let's go to our men's superstar board.
Let's go to Vladislav Artemiev versus Anish Giri. Artemiev so solid. He's lost only one game until now here, and that too against Arjun Erigaisi. And here, Anish Giri continues his experiments with the King's Indian, like he did with Wesley So.
It's amazing to watch Anish play out the most dynamic opening. And, you know, he usually does that when he's trying to get those winning chances. And I think in this situation for the Alpine SG Pipers, that's so incredibly important to do that. So he just wants to get a fight. He wants to get that game in. But this is a very different battle from the one we saw today earlier in the morning.
Oh, yes. Instead of taking Anish on, Artemiev is like, you know what? I'm going to play to my strengths. I'm going to have the space advantage. I'm going to build up my pieces. And Anish goes knight e6, hitting the bishop, also the knight here. And guys, Artemiev is a very dangerous opponent when you give him such solid, stable edge.
And I think this is what exactly Anish did not want. He was hoping for not the Fianchetto opening that Artemiev has chosen. His choice against the King's Indian defense is the most solid approach by White. When you place that bishop on G2, it's not allowing those traditional ideas of a flank attack by the black pieces in this one.
Yeah, and so while Anish tries to figure his way through, we must say that this is looking quite promising for the FYERS American Gambits. Let's go to Richard Rapport versus Pragnananda here.
I don't know how Richard does it, but he does it every time. You come to his board, and it's absolute chaos. It's completely crazy. Sagar, we have to backtrack. We have to see how we got to this position. You know, we left it in the opening. We were talking about the pawn structure here. You said about the bishop pair for Pragnananda. And there we saw the knight being driven back, the bishop coming into the game as the players finished development and opposite side castling, which means we're going to have a race on either sides of the board.
And Tanya, here the queens could have been traded at some point, but Prag was like, I want to keep the queens. And after, you know, G5 take here, he takes back with the pawn, controlling this square. This is looking quite interesting because now the structure is all broken up for black, but he has ideas of G4 and trying to attack the white king.
That's exactly what he set up with the rook behind that pawn. He wants to push it forward. He wants to target that hook. But first he brings his bishop to defend a pawn so that the queen can come into play as well, Sagar. So not rushing with the decision to open the right side.
I agree. Guys, this is building up. Pragnananda is looking fine. This could very well be a draw, Tanya, perhaps. I mean, at least it looks equal for now.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that. It might be equal, but it's a very rich position. And once, I think the reason Prag hasn't rushed with the move G4 is because notice how the bishop retreat allows F4 as a reply to it.
Because this is protected.
Exactly. The queen's connected to the pawn, so this is what you don't want. He'll only go g4 when Richard is forced to trade on that square.
Got it. Okay, so right now this is looking pretty even. We go to the next game. The player who hasn't lost a single game in this tournament, Bibisara Asaubaeva, and she's playing with the white pieces. Tanya, she is a pawn up with white right now. Does black have enough compensation according to you?
In the bishop pair, I would say that it feels like that. You know, there are ideas of destroying that extra pawn formation that you have on the left side. Bishop takes knight at the right time. I think that's what Hu Yufan is counting at. And Yufan had a brilliant game against Humpy earlier this morning. So she's definitely feeling in the rhythm. You know, the engines, the motors are working all fine here. For the Alpine SG Pipers, I think Hu Yufan has this under control.
Okay.
She's down a pawn, but a lot of piece activity, and I'm expecting a bishop takes knight soon.
Bishop takes knight can happen here. It's looking even. It's white to play. Maybe she moves her knight away, but black has compensation. We come to Teodora Ignac, the player who has had tremendous number of chances and has been creating incredible possibilities for herself and her team. And today she takes on Nino Batsiashvili.
A player who's one to watch out for. Nino Batsiashvili, what a run she's had. She's one of the highest scorers in Season 3 of the Global Chess League this season, has scored
19 points here.
That's a whole lot of points. On one single board, 19 points for the team Nino Batsiashvili has. This last move by Teodora Ignac, it does get given across. I actually find it very strong from a human perspective. She was implying a knight jump on f5, hitting the queen and the bishop. Also that d5 pawn soft in the center, currently under target. Sagar, this is the hanging pawn structure that black has. Not a fan. I'm personally not a fan.
Tanya, hanging pawns is like, you know, when you are nurturing a plant. It's like at the start, it's all brittle. You have to give it water, sunlight, everything. But if you take good enough care, the fruits will come to you.
That's a great analogy, because the fruits in this case will come if at the right time those hanging pawns are able to move forward. If you're able to get a well-timed d4 in, that's when you see the fruition happen of all the nurturing that you're talking about. Right now, Nino defending those pawns, waiting for the opportunity. But Sagar, you know, if not handled well, it usually becomes a huge weakness in the position.
I agree. So it's a very complex position. Teodora must take care of her clock. She's always low on time here as well. She has 8 minutes less than her opponent. Go for it, Teodora.
That's twice the amount of time for Nino Batsiashvili. And she's the kind of player who puts pressure on the clock and the board. And this is a very imbalanced position. Can go either way, Sagar. I say we come back to that. Let's continue looking at the other boards. Let's move to the Prodigy board.
Volodar Murzin here playing Leon Mendonça. Volodar, I personally think, hasn't lived up to the achievements he has had, the World Rapid Champion. Today, he's playing this very aggressive Sicilian here with f4 and e4. But Leon looks comfortable. It's just the kind of position you need to play for a win as black.
Indeed it is, because you're kind of waiting for white to further expand on those pawns that have already moved up the board to give you squares. This is a waiting game for Mendonça. You keep all the pieces on the board. Not a single trade has happened. All the minors are there. When the position will open up, it's black's army that'll be in the center, ready, you know, ready to strike. Right now, what white is doing, what Murzin is doing, he wants to line up the rook on the D line, Sagar, and start attacking the weakness before getting a move like f5 in.
If only, Tanya, I can swivel my knight from b6 to c4, I would be so happy. But here the battery stops me from doing that. So a complex position with all three results possible. If we can bring up our 6 boards here to just show you how evenly poised this entire matchup is. Look at this, guys. The bar is almost in the center everywhere, Tanya.
All across the board, each one of them right there, including that icon match where the queens have come off the board. That's top left is what I'm talking about right now. A bad pawn structure for Fabi, but it's the end game. It also gives him open file. Sagar, the board next to that. I think this is the one that even though it's level, it feels like it could be a decisive result.
You mean the Prague Rapport one?
The Prague Rapport, that's a top center board right there with the kings on the opposite side. Always gets me very excited.
Okay, we can start with the icon board first. We go there. And you know, Tanya, I wanted to ask you a question. By the way, here, it seems like things are petering out here to equality, Rook D2. What would be the result that would give the fans the maximum excitement in this tournament for deciding the second spot. Like, you know, because Triveni Continental Kings have already made it. I think that if the FYERS American Gambits win, then they join UpGrad Mumba Masters, Ganges Grandmasters, and Alpine SG Pipers on 12 points.
It would be complete chaos on the leaderboard. If the FYERS American Gambits play spoilers today to the Alpine SG Pipers, that would just blow open the field for that fight for that second place. Sagar, on the other hand, SG Pipers, they know exactly what's on the line. If they get the match win on this one, they have 1 foot firmly into that second spot.
Right, but someone has to fire for the FYERS Americans Gambit and also for the Alpine SG Pipers. Rook B8 played by Fabi. He's looking at B2. Hikaru is looking at D6. This is looking equal, but what's not equal, Tanya, is Pragnananda starting to press on board 3. If we can get those visuals there.
It starts to look like he's taking over in this position over the last few moves. When we left it last, you know, he had brought the bishop out to defend the C-pawn. Sagar, we saw the white rook come towards the center of the board. Prag continues to advance. He's trying to time the G4 break at a good moment. He now reroutes his knight, and that knight is headed to the center of the board. He wants that knight on E5, and meanwhile, Richard Drapo is saying, I'll reroute my own knight to make sure that doesn't survive there too long.
Yeah, knight, and look at this, Tanya. After knight b1, Prag quickly says, I'm giving back the pawn. Richard, take it. We'll trade the queens. You'll be left with weak pawns. But Richard is like, no, Prag. I'm ready to just develop my knight here to d2. Mistake, because after takes, he's attacking this pawn. He takes back with the knight, and Prag now has gotten rid of his doubled pawns.
Look at that full board awareness by Pragnananda. You know, he's been playing on the right side of the board, pushing those pawns, aiming for G4. But the moment a weakness is created on the other side, Prag is ready. He's alert. He comes in with the queen. And it's not so easy, or at least not so pleasant, to defend this pawn. You might be forced to move that C-pawn up the board.
You know, for a player like Pragnananda, this tournament has not lived up to his expectations. He's lost twice to Javokir Sindarov. He lost to Lenier Dominguez here. And he's had only one win against Vidit here. But if there's a moment to strike, it's this game. Jeetrega wo, to Alpine SG Pipers will really have a big chance.
I couldn't agree more with you. If he delivers right now for the team, you know, everything in the past will be forgotten. And the expectations that you talk of, Sagar, I think it's the standards that Prag sets for himself. So far in the tournament, it's been a bit up and down for him, but this is the one. With the black pieces, he's on the push right now against a player who's been the MVP of the FYERS American Gambit so much. It's advantage Prag.
Yes.
But can he get the full job done? Can he convert this? Sagar still a far way off, and Richard's super tricky.
Richard Rapport is that kind of a player who never lets you settle down. It's like he's always trying to disturb the equilibrium in the position. Suddenly, he'll make a move like h4, and you'll be like, what? I never thought he would play that side. And Prag has to carefully navigate his way through all those complications. If he can do that, he will deservedly get the point.
I completely agree, and I think he's set up such a beautiful position. You know, we're talking about ideas of G4. Also notice how that G-pawn stops F-pawn from moving forward. So the black knight actually has a beautiful spot on E5 to jump to at the right time here. Prag lines up the rook on D8. He's looking at some trades right now. You know, Sagar, sometimes when you have a good position, but your team strategy is to hold on that board, it can make you take certain less optimal decisions.
I agree. So maybe, you know, when Prag was entering in, it was like, you know, just take care of Richard. He's playing really well. So maybe Prag might play this carefully. Maybe not. There's one board, Tanya, where the FYERS American Gambits have to get the point. And that is Vladislav Artemiev on board 2. He is already pushing against Anish Giri here. But Anish's last move is getting him counterplay down the B file.
And usually for the black pieces, for Anish in this position, if you're able to get the B5 break, you've solved your opening problems.
Yes.
It kind of gives you a free hand, more space, and it feels like you're doing well. But Sagar, I think here the pressure on that F6 knight might prove to be the problem point, and I'm just wondering if there's a way for White to triple down on that attack, forcing a less favorable trade on D5.
Not so easy, Tanya, but there is a weakness left because of
I
the
would
B5
love to go
move.
queen c3. I want to triple down
Oh, you
on
want to
that.
go there?
That's the idea that strikes me.
Oh, that's a beautiful idea. But then, what about this move?
So if you take the knight, I want to take with my pawn, always capturing
take
towards
here.
the center, get the queen in, and now notice that c7 weakness. Stop it from moving forward, Sagar. Line up on the c file.
Beautiful.
And then I'll just double, triple, try and win that pawn.
Great idea here to play queen c3. Also, another idea is to jump with your knight to b4 to look at the c6 square. Guys,
I like it.
While Artemiev is trying to figure out the best way to put pressure on Anish, a big stuff has happened on the icon board. Fabiano Caruana is pressing against Hikaru Nakamura.
Those are some fabulous rooks for Fabi right now. I mean, there's one on the second rank, targeting a huge weakness on a3, and the other one ready to join the party. Notice how the bishop also does a fantastic defensive role. It's making sure there's no back rank checkmate on c8. Once the b8 rook lands and infiltrates on the second rank.
But Tanya, if you notice carefully, right now black is a pawn down. So it's not about the quantity, it's the quality of the pieces. The pawn here, the rook here, the bishop. It's so incredible.
That is actually very, very strong because I'll be honest, I didn't even notice the math in the position. I was looking at those pieces, the rooks jumping in. And Sagar, you're absolutely right. How can white...
We have a heart
All the
shown
hearts
there by one
coming
of our
in.
fans. Hello.
Yeah, it's there's love all around, you know. Everyone here loves the game of chess. The players, we've seen the fans show so much respect for them when they come
Oh,
in.
I love the crowd. You know, they're so quiet there. They're listening to it. Just making this entire concept of sitting inside the playing hall, listening to the commentary so successful with their immense love and respect for the game.
Sagar, did you ever imagine when you were doing the commentary for the Chess Olympiad in 2020 and, you know, the tweet, the famous tweet by Mr. Anand Mahindra happened that we will be sitting here for the third season of the Global Chess League in your home city, which started from that one tweet, the entire journey.
It's
unbelievable.
insane. It's insane. And, you know, I would love if some point Samay also joins in here and we could, you know, have this amazing thing, Tanya. We all are commentating here with so much of joy as we were doing back in the day of the Olympiad. And the nice thing is now we can actually have live viewers here thanks to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. So very cool. And right now, Tanya, this position, Hikaru has to be super careful and he's burning his time.
It's because of the tricky nature of it, like you pointed out. You know, you're up a pawn and it's an endgame. So many pieces are traded, but suddenly the threats are really strong. Sagar, what if right now Hikaru decides to not allow the rook to come in and just gets his own other rook active on the open D line? I'm threatening a checkmate if you even dare to touch that b8 rook.
Boom, mate. Okay, guys, that's not happened. That's not happened. That's not happening. G6 or H6, I'll go, Tanya. Let's say H6 here after rook D1.
You don't even want the a3 pawn. You not even literally don't care about it.
I'll take it later. I'll use my rook here. Exactly. I literally don't care for it, like Hikaru would say. And for now, guys, let's... Oh, he plays a move. He plays rook D1. He plays your move. Fabi plays the move that I recommended. And now rook D2 takes on A3.
And that was the point. He wanted to offer the rook trade and the knight jumps in, trying to get pieces off the board. You know, if it comes into a pure rook and pawn endgame, I would still think Fabi will push because the a4 pawn. Keep an eye out on that a pawn. It's going to play a big role and big things happening on the Prague board.
Board number 3. Let's head over there quickly. Pragnananda is saying to everyone, guys, I have no intention of playing unambitiously against Richard. I'm going to beat him. Rook d4. Queen jumped back. Now, do you want to trade Richard? You're a pawn. You know, your pawn structure isn't great. So Richard says no. Boom. Knight jumps in. A4, a big error. And guys, all over there watching. What is the move that Richard Rapport missed here? It's insane what he missed.
And the one that Pragnananda finds. Unbelievable tactics happened at this moment. Pragnananda coming in with Sagar, a queen sacrifice.
Oh, he takes the pawn. Queen takes a4. Guys, the rook can take the queen, but you cannot touch it because boom, check. And now bishop e1. I take here. Oops, not there. Go back, go back. Rook takes e1, king f2, and a check, and I pick up the queen.
That is absolutely stunning, Sagar, right there. And you would win the queen back with interest. You won a piece in that position. I think Richard completely missed out. This brilliancy gets the double exclam on the board there. And as it progressed, now Prag has how many extra pawns is that? Well, it looks like many, it's just one. But one looks like it's going to be enough on this one.
But Tanya, these 2 pawns are passers now. And Pragnananda, with his tactical awareness, is going to get Alpine SG Pipers 4 points on this board.
And so professional by Prag. You know, he's up a pawn, he offers a queen trade. He's almost forcing it. It's hard to actually run away and keep that queen active. With the queens off the board, it's all going to be a party on the left side of the board for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Guys, I need to show you the 6 boards right now, because just have a look at this. Tanya, on every single board, it's black dominating. On top left, Caruana is dominating. Prag in the middle. Anish Giri has made a comeback against Artemiev. He's equal. On board number 4, Hoyifan has no problems against Bibisara. On board 5, with the black pieces, Nino is okay. Maybe a small edge there for the white pieces. And the last board, it's equal for Leon. Alpine SG Pipers are playing the most incredible match. Oh, and a huge blunder on board 5. Bibisara is staring at her first loss.
And just like that, the most natural looking
board
move.
Board 4, sorry.
It was a trade. Sagar, just do an action replay of just the last move.
Yeah.
Just bishop takes bishop. This is where it all started. Bishop takes knight. She took it. The pawn structure. Notice all that's developing on that left side. The rooks line up. And suddenly right here, she takes the bishop. And now the king is about to come under some fire, Sagar.
But I'm not so sure how this is. Oh my God, Tanya! It's a king and pawn endgame.
But a king and pawn ending will be completely lost for the white pieces because there's an outside passer, the a6 pawn.
But guys, you know how it's reached. You take with this rook. You can't go on the a file because checkmate. So I have to come here, check, king goes up, check, king goes here and trade all the rooks.
It's a forcing sequence of moves.
And then it's game over because you have the outside passer here. So the king simply walks in, chops off these 2 pawns and wins the game.
And the white king will be forced to deflection on that left A file, just stopping it. And this is pure calculation. This is nothing but you sit down, you burn the clock, and you calculate. Sagar, let's go to our live board. We see the players head in hands right now.
Look at who you find.
She's seen it. Let's go full screen. She has seen this entire line.
And she just had that nod there. She was like, hey, I'm winning the king and pawn endgame. And that's so exciting, right, for a player, Tanya?
Because you know that you could be the first player to win the game for your team. And you know, that puts pressure, not only on your opponent, but also your opponent's entire team, Sagar.
And look at Bibisara.
And it gives confidence to your teammates. Bibisara looking out.
She's like, oh my God, I've just blundered. I hope someone from my team will save this match because I'm actually going to lose this.
Do you think she's realized that this bishop takes bishop was a massive losing blunder?
Look at Huifan. Do you see her finger there? She's actually tapping it, calculating all the lines there.
She's going move by move. Rook takes bishop, king goes back, rook gives a check, rook gives another check, takes the rook again, takes the rook, the king comes forward, king moves, king moves, king moves. My pawn is going through, I've got you, Bibisara.
Well, that's Queen's Gambit happening in real life, guys. Huifan, the strongest female player on the planet. Can she inflict the first defeat to Bibisara in this game?
And again, that's going to set the stage, set the tone for this match if she finds the right sequence. And Sagar, a player like Huifan, where it's just pure calculation down the path, down the line. King-pawn endings are nothing but move by move. And Huifan has paused.
And I love it.
On her mind.
I love this part where a top player instantly realizes that this is the critical moment of the game. Meanwhile, guys, I think, Tanya, this match, Alpine SG Pipers have raised their game so much that while Huifan is trying to calculate this out, Pragnananda on board 3 is simply crushing it. There is no way I think Richard Rapport is going to resign.
Look at that left side. The pawns have just gone marching up the board. Nobody to stop them. 2 connected passers. The white king is blocked by the knight to come any closer to those pawns. He's crashing through in this one.
Yeah.
This is a win for the Alpine SG Pipers.
This
might even be before Huifan gets it done on the board.
Let's see who does it first. So Huifan better. There is Pragnananda better. There is Fabi pressing. Anish is fine. Nino is slightly better now. Leon is slightly better. This could be, Tanya, we haven't seen like a complete whitewash on all 6 boards. But okay, it might not happen. That's too much, I must say. But they are playing insanely well.
It's incredible to watch. I mean, we did see a 16-1 victory by the FYERS American Gambits against the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Will we have a similar showing by the Alpine SG Pipers?
By the way, the bishop comes here and attacks the pawn, and Richard is saying that your pawns are not going ahead. Maybe I can, somehow get some counterplay, but this bishop can't take the pawn, guys, because b2, b1 is coming.
That bishop cannot leave that diagonal. It's just tied down to it for eternity. Sagar, this is Pragnananda's game in the bag. Do you want to stay here? I do think we have maybe just a few seconds to check out others. We'll come back to this one.
Yes, let's go.
See if Bibisar, if Hu Yufan went for that line.
Yeah, let's go to that line.
She still hasn't made a decision.
Thinking. Board 4, Hu Yufan is right now just totally calculating this till the end.
But that is a sign of world-class player. She knows this is the critical moment. She understands it. That this is where the game can get decided.
Maybe she's not so confident. Did you see, like, when I was analyzing it, there were certain lines where it was not so winning, like take here. You have to be still accurate.
She does it, Sagar. Oh, she's done step 1.
Check.
And look at this.
It's
now
happening.
watch the speed. Everyone, let's go full screen. Just watch the speed with which Hu Yufan has just played out the entire sequence. She's calculated the king march. All of this was in her head.
Oh my God, this reminds me of the famous game of Rubinstein versus Kohn. If you haven't seen this, guys, go and check it out. It's the same kind of endgame. Beautiful. 5 moves in a row.
That's what I was just looking at. Just 5 moves blitzed out there by Hu Yufan. And this is a moment that perhaps Bibisara starts realizing that she's walked into this entire sequence with a dead last endgame.
Wow.
At the other side.
She's world number 1 for a reason, guys. What a beautiful sequence she's played. And she will use her A-pawn to deflect the white queen, chop off the 2 C-pawns, and then her king will be closer and she'll win all these pawns.
Sagar, look at that. Now she's not even stopping to think.
Oh, now it's like,
it's
sorry,
just hand moves.
Bibisara, I've calculated it fully.
She's calculated it until tomorrow. This is all going to play out, and it all comes down to that A-pawn. The outside passer that Hu Yufan has is going to be the big deflector. It's going to force Bibisara's king to come around into defense and be too far off to get that king offside, and eventually the black king will infiltrate.
Right, and while this is looking really good for the Alpine SG Pipers, we need to see where is the board where the FYERS American Gambits can strike. As of now, there is nowhere. We can quickly check board number 1, the icon board between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. E6 played here, Tanya, sacrificing a pawn.
It's something about the A-pawn, A for Alpine, the A-pawn here, doing the job on Hu Yufan's board, on Fabiano Caruana's board. What's going on there?
Ooh, and look at this endgame. Even though it's a rook endgame, and they say that rook endgames are generally drawn, there are 2 rooks on the board, and this passer, any hopes, Tanya, here for black to win?
It's looking dangerous, and I see our bar says that, it's still holdable for White, Sagar, but I think from a human perspective, again, I mean, if anyone can do it, if anyone's up to the task of showing resilience in this position, it has to be the world number 2. It has to be Hikaru. But I have to say that I think the bar doesn't tell the full story. You see A3, A2 coming. You see the rook just simply moving out of the way and queening. That's 3 moves away.
Right.
You need to find a defensive plan really quickly.
Tanya, it's a pawn-up position, and if you go rook c7, there's an insane maneuver. You go rook a5, and when these 2 rooks come here, you just put your rook here, tuck your king, and then your 2 rooks are going to just completely finish off the game.
And not just that, you're also threatening a check on the second rank and picking up, demolishing the entire right side as well.
True.
But maybe Hikaru has to go for counter offense. Plans like these.
He does it. And now, guys, Fabiano Caruana definitely has a huge chance. He needs to take care of his clock. He has 3 minutes here.
And Sagar, speaking of clock, can we rush back to Pragnananda's board? Because I did see he's coming to that 1 minute mark.
Ooh.
Still completely winning.
He played his king up. Then king came here. He went knight c2. A pawn was snatched. And again, a beautiful move found by Prag. He takes the g2 pawn. f5. Richard is blitzing it out. He's trying to rush Prag on the clock. And these 2 pawns have stopped Tanya. It's not a trivial win, perhaps.
It's 1 extra pawn, like you said, for black. Beautiful ones they are as well, the A and the B. The king stopping their advance. Sagar, usually when that happens, you have to focus, you have to shift your attention to the other flank, right? But it's not easy for the Black King. I see this path via c6.
But you are going far away from this pawn. He goes c6, the best move. Prag, bhai, what a move.
And what is the winning idea here is the big question.
It's like he's saying to white, make a move. You know, find a move that you want to play. If you move your bishop, my knight will escape. Otherwise, right now, the knight is a bit trapped, you know. Tanya, it's not able to come out.
It's almost a zugzwang for white, you know. All your pieces are beautifully placed. They're in their ideal defensive places. Every move will worsen your position.
h3. And, you know, Prag is saying like, Richard, it's your move now, knight e1.
Coming in with a knight to f3 to kick that bishop out.
What a match this is turning into. Oh! Theodora Eniac striking for the FYERS American
She has
Gambits.
3 seconds on the clock.
No, she's a piece up. She's a piece up. And we have a huge result. Hoi Fan wins it on the 4th board for the Alpine SG Pipers 4-0. But Theodora can strike back for the team of FYERS American Gambits, gets the rook in. If there's one day then where Theodora should not mess it up, it's today. Take the knight. Yes, she does it.
Sagar, she's literally making every move with a second on the clock. She's up a piece right
She'll
now
win
for
this.
just a pawn. Can she get that extra bonus time and kind of just build up on the clock and finish this off?
She has now 2-second increment. It's past move 40. Theodora is going to get 2 points for the FYERS American Gambits. The match is heating up here. Meanwhile, Pragnananda is doing it in style on the 3rd board. Prag is winning. Bishop h8 played here by Richard Rapport. Tanya, knight jumps in. Oh, beautiful.
Coming in with b2 next, you'll be forced to bring your king back to stop that move. But maybe that's not enough because, again, the king pawn ending.
Oh.
Sagar, it's Alpine the A pawn. That always seems to get done for the black
Play
team
B2,
right now.
right?
Just play b2. The king pawn ending is winning because, once again, you have the outside passer.
Take. Come
King.
here, take here, and either take here or take here. It's just winning. Prag, thinking for a last bit, plays plays a very smart move, waiting and improving his position.
Because white has nothing to do. I mean, b2, you can go anytime.
And he's playing b2.
He does it. He's going into this line.
a3.
But wait, has he missed something?
What? What happened? How is it a draw?
And was that move required? Was h4 the extra tempo that was required in certain endgames?
Oh my
Chess is
God,
brutal.
FYERS American Gambits, they are making a final minute turnaround or
But
what?
Sagar, neither of these two players know that. I think Richard still thinks he's lost and Prag still thinks he's winning.
But Tanya, at some point, Prag will realize that there's no way to win. And look at Hikaru there. Hikaru looking at the board, he doesn't realize what's happening.
So white can only shuffle around with the king.
King a2?
And how? Black can't
Oh,
improve.
yeah.
Black cannot improve the position. Your knight is trapped on d1. You don't have a square. The black king can't go too far up because the f-pawn will go running up the board.
What a turnaround.
Unbelievable. And Sagar,
And draw. Look
Just
at
like that.
Prag.
he can't believe it.
Yeah, Prag is like, I should have done that. And Richard is like, of course, Prag, you should have done that.
He's saying you were winning in 10 million different ways except the one that you chose.
And that means, what a big save here by Rapport. And Tanya, Volodar Murzin on the Prodigy board is striking, but Nino Batsiashvili is winning. What? Can we go there?
A huge
Board
blunder.
Board 5, Theodora was piece up.
And it's over. Nino Batsiashvili. Wait, is that other king's placed in the center? Indians can't believe it. I think she just went down. She lost the game.
No, it's a draw, Tanya. It's a draw here. I think so. It's a draw because the kings are in the center.
Placed in the center. So Nino Batsiashvili saves the day, saves the game for the Alpine SG Piper. Sagar, so that's who you found winning her game.
Yeah.
Pragnananda draws.
Yeah.
Inyats draws.
This is a big one. It's actually 6-2 right now.
We need to go to our icon board.
Let's go to the icon board. This is a draw, Tanya. There's nothing happening here. They're going to shake hands now. The rook will block it. And this is a draw that's incoming. Is it? Or maybe the rook swings and then comes in here. And I don't know. Maybe is there some final stuff here?
The best that can be is a 2 versus 1
Yeah.
that you will get.
Yeah,
even if you
it's
win
a
the
draw.
H-pawn.
It's a draw.
Hikaru holds this every second of the day, every
Okay.
day of the year.
Okay. So right now the score is 6-2. So Vladislav Artemiev must strike with the white pieces. He's pawn up against Anish Giri in this rook endgame. Can we go there? By the way, Hikaru is drawing this.
It's 6-2 for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Too much of importance to this one, Tanya. If If Artemiev strikes here, then Volodar Murzin can strike on the last board and the FYERS American Gambits can win this.
They still have hope. They're 4 points down in a match. It's 6-2 right now. The team playing with white FYERS American Gambits has to win on 2 boards.
Yes.
To at least
But Tanya,
overtake.
this looks, yeah, they have to win on both the boards because Hikaru is drawing and
Look
he
at that.
offers
He
a
offers
draw.
a draw right there.
Draw.
And with that, the icon board.
7-3. It's a draw there. So that means that Alpine SG Pipers are winning the match, but if Artemiev wins and Volodar Murzin wins, then the FYERS American Gambits gets it.
They take it. So they need to win on both boards, and guess what? On their Prodigy board, Sagar, they have a real shot. Let's quickly get an update. Well, this one looks tough to convert.
Beating Anish from that position is super
3.
tough. But here, Volodar is better against Leon Mendonça.
And it's that bishop on b7 of Mendonça, which is pretty much a dead piece right now. You also have a more flexible pawn structure,
Yeah.
as Volodar Murzin does, which is now moving up the board right now to create a passer. I actually think this is big advantage for white. Queen a3 coming in to put pressure on that a pawn.
You know, Tanya,
But
now,
it's turning
oh my
around.
God, the rook is coming in. Volodar, if he goes wrong here, that would actually give an opportunity to Leon. No,
Sagar,
it's
they're playing
straight.
on seconds. They're playing on seconds. Volodar Murzin is down to 11 seconds on the clock.
Right.
I think there are more twists and turns that lie ahead, and Hikaru Nakamura is unable to leave his board, or maybe the camera's just frozen. I don't know which one it is.
No, he's just looking at it and he's like, man, guys, please do it. Artemiev, somehow get that point against Anish Giri. Can we go to that board? I think, Tanya, this is not happening. Anish will hold this any time of the day, as you say.
It's 3 versus 3. He's just shuffling with the king back and forth
Draw.
right now.
Draw.
And with that, it is the Alpine SG Pipers who are going to take their second match of the day.
Wow, what a day it is for them.
And Sagar, that actually makes them as one of the favorites alongside the UpGrad Mumba Masters at the top. And if we just go...
Yeah, we are
and
going
check out
to
on
our
the-
Prodigy board here. Guys, look at this. The Alpine SG Pipers now jumping to the second spot in the standings with 15 points. They are ahead of the UpGrad Mumba Masters right now. But there's one more match for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. That's the last match of the day.
And that means more pressure on the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They were not
Huge.
hoping for this result right now of the Alpine SG Pipers suddenly in contention for the finals.
And now the knight jumps into d6. And guys, this is Volodar Murzin striking, but a bit too late. It's going to be 8-7, Tanya.
But you know, Sagar, for Mendonça, if he can hold this and get that extra point, again, the game points
Yes.
really matter.
I agree.
With the... Oh, and that's a fork on the board.
Fork. It's a forky there, guys. 97, and you can see the FYERS American Gambits. Theodora, she's not happy. Richard Rapport, he did his job. Bibi Saras lost her first game in the tournament today. Not a happy camp there.
And while it will be Volodar Murzin who will take this point for the FYERS American Gambits, but it's all going to fall too short. He's doing this to perfection. Look at the way he's improved every single piece in the position. Now the pawn starts moving forward.
And he wins
threat.
it.
Checkmate in one. Unstoppable there. And with that win, it still falls short for the team. It's going to be 8-7 for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Yes, it's 8-7. You can see Hikaru is shaking his head. He's like, you know, we were close there. We were there. But you know what, Tanya? Pragnananda, he actually messed up his win, which means that still the team of Alpine SG Pipers won. Look at him. He's analyzing and he's just saying to Fabi that this is the way I would have won. And Fabi's like, yeah. And for Prag, this has been a tournament of misses, Tanya. So many misses.
It has, but there's some relief to be said for the team getting the job done as well, and completely agree. I think they're analyzing the positions, the end games that we had. I want to just talk about Hikaru right now. You know, we saw his expression there. We saw the disappointment. You know, a recent dad, and to leave, come here to play this tournament, obviously with the big hopes as you're leading your team, you're charging your team to try to make it to the finals. But it looks like all those dreams for the FYERS American Gambits extinguished with that loss.
I agree. Yeah, it's all over here. And of course, will have the MVP announced very soon for this one.
And the Alpine SG Pipers getting their second match victory, Sagar. And there we see the players. They are ready to line up to shake hands. Hikaru Nakamura utterly disappointed with the performance. I think he expected more from himself and his team.
Yeah, and I think, Tanya, in this format, there are going to be misses, but some hurt more than the others. Like Teodora Ignac, I think she's not managed her clock so well. Her positions have been so good. And let's go
Another
to the playing
exciting
hall.
battle of the evening. Alpine SG Pipers defeated FYERS American Gambit 8-7.
And that's the result there. The crowd cheering in, the team of Prague, Fabi, Anish, the candidates team, they say, has struck again. And they are at 15 points, Tanya.
The Alpine SG Pipers, the star-studded team, and it feels like late in the day in Mumbai that the stars are aligning for them, now in contention for that second and only remaining spot into the battle for championship of Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. A much-needed win for the Alpine SG Pipers. And Hikaru Nakamura, you just have to look at him to know how disappointed he feels. I think, Sagar, once again, for him, he wanted to be in that finals. It would have meant so much to him.
For sure. I mean, as the tournament progresses, the excitement is growing. And guys, remember, they are all playing for the top prize of $250,000 for the first place team. That's some serious money there. And as the teams go back, we have the Alpine SG Pipers and their coach, Praveen Thipse, very, very relieved and happy.
Now we can hear it up until here where the fans are shouting for Hikaru's autograph. Even though the FYERS American Gambits lost 7-8, Alpine SG Pipers getting the job done. That's a second match victory today. Two back-to-back incredible performances. Winning the first one 8-7 and the second one in the exact same format. 8-7, that's the score. That feels like doing the magic for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And it's time for us to go to a short break. And on the other side, we will be back with a lot of action. The final match of the day is coming.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
टर्बुलेंस मैनेज करने के लिए लगती है स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे फायर्स के स्मार्ट ऑटोमेशन टूल्स। स्मार्ट स्टेप, स्मार्ट ट्रेल और स्मार्ट एग्जिट से करो ट्रेडिंग में रिस्क मैनेज ऑटोमेटिकली।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
मैजिक हो या मार्केट्स, पैटर्न समझना ही स्किल है। जैसे फायर्स के एडवांस चार्ट्स, एडवांस इंडिकेटर्स से मार्केट्स के लेटेस्ट पैटर्न समझो और ट्रेड करो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द चार्ट्स।
FYERS, for those who are born to trade.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
And guys, what a match we had here with the FYERS American Gambits going down to the Alpine SG Pipers 8-7. We have Arohi in the dugout down there to announce the MVP of the match.
And that's how Alpine SG Pipers do a double. 2 games in 1 day, won both of them. That's how you do it, closer to the finals. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 26, played between the Alpine SG Pipers and FYERS American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Nikhil Alulkar, Senior Vice President, India Head, Tech Mahindra. And the Player of the Match award goes to Hu Yifan from Alpine SG Pipers. How do you do it? Just how do you do it? 9 minutes left on the clock, 6 minutes you've calculated, then you've played out the entire king and pawn endgame. How?
Yeah, I felt like that was a very critical moment because firstly, when the position goes to such an end game, I thought, well, black wouldn't be worse. But if you already expected for a win, that's way more, for hand. So that's why I just tried to play the normal moves. And I thought when she played a4, I sensed some chances because the king is a little bit like vulnerable. And when you have a pair of rooks, maybe there's something. And because of that, under time pressure, I think she decided to play bishop b5, which actually allows me to calculate the forcing line. Maybe if she retreats king c1, the game anyway just continues. So I feel like, okay, I can keep slightly better rook endgame, but if the pawn endgame is winning, and okay, I have 9 minutes, luckily, so that's enough to calculate. Yeah, I thought it should work out because the A is like further past pawn and the double c pawn.
It is in moments like this that experience counts, yeah?
Well, yeah, to be honest, somehow I forgot that at that moment it was only like 20-something moves and there were no increment. I forgot about this and I was just trying to calculate clearly about the pawn endgame. Yeah, and then it was kind of clear, so it was lucky to me. If there were like different lines, maybe it's hard. Yeah, but I felt like it must be the critical moment because the forcing line would decide the game.
Well, not just you, but the team seems to be doing really well in critical moments because y'all have peaked at the right time. And what has changed in the team? Tell me that.
Yeah, actually, we were discussing post-game, right? Because at some moments, I thought we really got huge advantage on different boards. But, anything can happen under time pressure within these rapid games. So nobody can guarantee until the result shows, right? And I felt like, yeah, after I won, I see that some of my teammates, maybe they choose to be a little bit solid because we were playing with black pieces. Actually, that's a kind of, score-wise advantage, right? So you see a couple of draws, but still we missed some chances. For example, Prague was winning. But on the other hand, for example, Nino was lucky at some moments when she was pieced down. But, everything can happen in the rapid again. So I just felt like today is our day.
As they say, seize the day, my friend. I'm sure y'all definitely have. Congratulations on this win. I'm sure it's going to be a happy camp. Thank you so much. That is it from the presentation ceremony. Back to the studio.
Hu Yifan being the MVP of the day 2 times in a row for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Ketty, for the Alpine SG Pipers. What an amazing day she had today.
I have never seen her so talkative. She was explaining whole game. She was explaining her calculation process and also so happy of this 2 victory for her team.
How she calculated, she waited and she sensed the moment and she took her time, 5 or 6 minutes, something like that. And then she just blitzed out all of the moves, one move after another. It wasn't just her team's day, it was also her day. I feel like she's won both her games with the black pieces, and I feel the Alpine SG Pipers are just on the top.
With Hu Yifan coming in such good shape, going into the final 2 critical days, Ketty, what does it mean for the Alpine SG Pipers?
Sagar, he's the world champion. He's the strongest, second strongest female chess player of the planet. right now she's not playing, but she still exercises chess. She still enjoys to play chess. So when she's in a shape, this is the powerful player that the team has. So it's going to be very, very interesting final few days for us.
Right, and there you see, guys, we have some of the highlights coming in. Hikaru Nakamura can't believe that his team is no longer fighting for the top 2 spots there. And look at Ho Yifan, look at Hikaru. The tension and the stress, Sahaj, that was at its peak.
Absolutely, peak indeed. I mean, the tension, I could feel the tension. This is, I feel the moment when, it was a game of Teodora Iñárritu. So no, it probably wasn't that moment, but still, that was such a pivotal moment in this match. And this is where the Alpine SG Pipers turned it around.
Right, and look at Anish there. He's talking with Prag, and very happy moments for the team of the Alpine SG Pipers as they romped their way to victory there, with Volodar's Murzin's win not being enough for the FYERS American Gambits.
That was not enough. I was at a time in the audience watching the live games and listening to the commentary, and there were some people in the audience, they could not hide their emotions and they were a little bit loud. Yeah. So our volunteers did a great job to stabilize the situation. That was a really fun moment.
And how can the fans not be loud right now? Look at the points table, guys. Right now, for the second place, there's a huge fight going on with the Alpine SG Pipers having played 9 matches on 15. The UpGrad Mumba Masters have 1 more match left. They are on 12 points. The Ganges are on 12. The FYERS are now on 9 points. They are at the bottom of the table. It's now PBG Alaskan Knights versus the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Guys, what a standing stable we have right now. Who do you think will make it for that second spot?
I'm not sure who's going to make it, because today has been a roller coaster of a day. And for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, the good thing is that they got a double white. Meaning, in the morning or in the afternoon when they played a match, they were white. And now again, they're playing with the white pieces. That gives them some confidence, because it's easier to play with a win, for a win with the white pieces. And I feel that's what should keep them going.
Well, honestly, the previous matchup between these two teams was in favor of Mumbai Masters with 18-2.
Ooh.
This tells a lot. We had Vasiliso winning for his team, Connery Happy winning for her team, Harika Dronavali, and the last board, Bardia, Daneshwar. This is really power team we have. They can still count on to win the match and join the leaders for the second place.
Let's see if that happens or not. We are going to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll continue with the last match of the day coming up.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
वो ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
and welcome back everyone. We have now the big match of the day. UpGrad Mumba Masters take on the PBG Alaskan Knights, and with the coaches down there at the field we have Arohi.
The last game for the day, but a lot is riding on this one, especially for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, who are represented by GM Hari Krishna here with me. And we have GM Swayams Mishra for PBG Alaskan Knights, who are going to be playing for the first time today. Well, we are here for the color swap. Also joining us, Gopa Kumar Sudhakar and Deputy Chief Arbiter. Maybe please go ahead with the color swap. Mumba Masters, we've come down to this point where it might just be the make or break for you. With the Alpine SG Pipers winning, how much pressure does that put on you now?
We focus on our match basically here. We had a close match, the first one, so we'll try to give our best and win this match.
You'll have had a couple of hours between the first game and the second game. How have you regrouped?
Well, the players took brief rest because there was just like 2 to 3 hours gap, and yeah, nothing special.
All right, all the best for your game today.
Thank you.
Swam's playing with a fresh mind with the black this time. What are the thoughts?
Yeah, I think last time when we played Mumba Masters, things didn't go our way, and it was also a big defeat. Yesterday we won against Ganges, we took the revenge, and we are hopeful for the same against Mumba Masters today.
They are eyeing that top 2 finish to get into the finals. You are standing in their way. What are the plans like?
I think it's just players will go play their best and express themselves, and of course it's up to the nervous moments, the intense situations, how things turn up. And I think it will be a good match for the fans as well.
Thank you so much and all the best for today's game. Thank you. The Knights and the Masters are up on the board. Well, as of now, let's go back to the studio to analyze some more.
You know, in that interaction with the two coaches, one thing stood out for me was the intensity on Hari Krishna's face. He usually comes relaxed, he's smiling. Today there was not even an inch of smile on his face. Ketty.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, he did not give us that much of the information what players did between the two games. For the first round, he was more sharp, more energetic, more positive. I think somehow the previous loss affected the team. At least we saw that on the face of the captain.
I think it's big pressure on Hari, and it's big pressure on the UpGrad Mumba Masters because they should win in order to stay in the top 2, and they're playing against the PBG Alaskan Knights, who have not had the best event, but they are on the rise. It's not that they are playing how they were playing in the first 4 days. They are a completely different team, and that can be concerning.
Absolutely. It's going to be an epic game, a fun one for the fans. As Coach Swayams Mishra said, we have a small message from our sponsors here, which we would like to show you.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
You know, the sponsors of these events are the backbone of this tournament. They have played such an important role to make this tournament happen. The Global Chess League is into its 3rd year, and we are seeing the number of entities that are getting involved in it growing. Each team has new sponsors. The league itself has new sponsors. That's very encouraging, right?
It has been here at GCL from the first season, now at the 3rd season. This is a lot of newcomers, and we're so happy to have all of them.
I have to say that as a chess fan and as a more or less a former chess player myself, I don't think I've ever seen the top 15 players in the world at the same time anywhere in my life. So I'm very grateful.
Absolutely. And a big shout out to all the people who are supporting this league. It has brought the top players of the world together on one platform. And right now, it's the fight for the top 2 spots to reach in the finals that will take place on the 23rd of December. Right now, these are the standings. You can see Triveni Continental Kings have safely made it to the finals, but the second spot fight still open like anything. Alpine SG Pipers, UpGrad Mumba Masters and Ganges Grandmasters, these three teams are basically fighting for it. Guys, this match very, very critical right now between the UpGrad Mumba Masters and PBG Alaskan Knights. We're going to deep dive into it, but just your initial thoughts here. Do you think the UpGrad Mumba Masters are the favorites here?
I think for sure they should feel as the favorites, because as KT rightly pointed out that their previous interaction did not go so well for the PBG Alaskan Knights. In fact, it was an 18-2 defeat for them. But they are not the same team. I also feel it when I see Gukesh's play. Like he's not the same player that he was on day one. He's playing completely different chess. I mean,
so relaxed, yeah.
So relaxed, and he has also defeated Ali Reza with the black pieces. I mean, I think he's the only guy in the entire event to have done that. So they have a different motivation. They have a different sort of energy with them. But I will still stick with the sort of the favorites here, and I will say UpGrad Mumba Masters have a slight chance simply because they have the white pieces.
Right, the UpGrad Mumba Masters definitely looking like the favorites on paper. But for now, we have a special guest there with Arohi. Let's get there and hear what they have to say.
Mr. Samir Shetty, Group Executive, Axis Bank, joining us. He is a big, big fan of chess, and today he's going to make the first move for Gukesh. How do you feel about that?
Very excited to be here. Thanks to Tech Mahindra for having us here. Really looking forward to the match and the entire season.
You know, you see so many fans. As we are also standing here, you can hear them cheer for their favorite players. This entire ecosystem of chess is just on the rise in India specifically. What do you feel about that?
I think it's a great time for chess in India. We've seen a host of new players come in, and they are performing really well on the global stage. It's a great time to be playing chess for all the young guys out there. And I really hope the ecosystem of chess in India develops dramatically from here.
So if you get a chance to actually challenge somebody for a chess game, who would that be?
I won't challenge anybody because I'll get beaten very badly. But I think the current crop of players and the kind of quality of chess they are playing is just outstanding to see. I'm not a big chess player, but I do play sometimes with my son. And it's great to see the kind of talent that's emerging out of India.
Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that you enjoy the game you're here for today.
Thank you very much.
We have an exciting game coming up on the other side of the break. Gukesh will be in action. Don't go anywhere. Back after a short break.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Come on guys, hurry up. अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज इसका ढक्कन देना। तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन? पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
And guys, welcome back to the final segment of the day. We have the UpGrad Mumba Masters taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. This is going to be a massive clash here. And all eyes on the scoreboard as to which team will reach the top for the top 2 spots. And guys, we are going to break down this entire matchup. And we are going to start from the Prodigy board first. Daneshwar Bardia, who's been playing quite phenomenally well, is taking on Daniel Darda. What do you feel here?
For me, I think Daneshwar Bardia should be a slight favorite here. You know, I think firstly because their previous encounter, Bardia did win. And secondly because, well, uske naam mein Bardia hai. So I feel like he has been the underdog going into this event, and I think I'm going to go with the UpGrad Mumba Masters here. As I'm waving the flag. What about you, Katie?
I'm also waving the flag with you and choosing the same player because I believe he has been fantastic in this tournament, and UpGrad Mumba Masters count on him.
Right, okay. Then we go on to the women superstar boards. Humpy versus Lagno. The last time they played was a crazy match with things going up and down. Harika takes on Sara Khadem. Which team do you think is stronger on the women superstar boards?
At this event, it is UpGrad Mumba Masters. Female players who have a really good run. And I believe that they are slight favorites in the match. Also, starting with white pieces, this is a slight edge.
I think I completely agree with Katie here. Both players, Humpy and Harika, have been on great form. And I think they should be slight favorites. And what about you, Sagar?
Yeah, I also agree with you. I think this is where the UpGrad Mumba Masters have the biggest edge in this match. And I think we all kind of agree that UpGrad Mumba Masters is doing well on the women superstars board. But if we go to the superstar men board, well, things are much closer here. When you get Arjun Erigaisi versus Wesley So, and then Lenier Dominguez versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Looking at Shak's smile, this is I don't know what I can take. He's very smiley on the photo, but very sharp on the game. He will face Dominguez, who is a very stable player. I'll take Shak's side on this board. And coming to the second board, I think Arjun is very sharp and he is in a good shape at this event.
Yes, Arjun scored a very important win, and maybe Sahaj Bhai, what are your thoughts here? Whom are you waving the flag for? Ooh, PBG Alaskan Knights.
Absolutely.
I choose one player from one team, another player from another team, so I'm gonna just have both of them.
It's kind of similar for me as well. Let's go now to the big clash on the icon board. We have MVL taking on the world champion Gukesh. MVL for you, or is it Gukesh?
It's not even a question. It is going to be Gukesh for me. If he can defeat Alireza with the black pieces, he can do the same against MVL as well. I believe in Gukesh.
I think today we have full agreement. I would also go with Gukesh in this matchup.
Personally, for me, it feels like a very close encounter. And look at that. In the fans, we have MVL Shark So Dan. Oh, beautiful there. UpGrad Mumba Masters all the way for him there. Beautiful shot. And I think the fans have come with so much creativity there. People are playing in the fan zone as the teams are ready to come out of their dugouts. First, we have the UpGrad Mumba Masters led by MVL, followed by Wesley So.
Look at the work there. They just need the music, for this work. Beautifully.
You have the Shark Attack, Humpy, Harika, and Daneshwar Bardia, and of course their coach, Pentala Hari Krishna.
Players look really chill and happy. And the coach is a little bit stressed.
Exactly, Katie. I was going to say that the players look relaxed, But
Yeah.
somehow today, Hari is feeling the pressure.
He really feels himself is a very strong chess player, very strong grandmaster from India, and he knows what does it mean to be on demand to win. So I think he has a bit more pressure.
And there we have the world champion Gukesh making his way, followed by the India #1, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenier Dominguez, Katrina Lagno with a nice smile on her face, Sara Khadem also entering in, and Daniel Darda. Who, the PBG Alaskan Knights, can they spoil the party for the UpGrad Mumba Masters? That will be the big question today.
You know, if we are talking about whether they're feeling motivated, I heard the chants that, as soon as Gukesh was entering in this area, people were shouting, Gukesh. I mean, if that doesn't pump you up, if that doesn't pump the team up, I mean, then I think this is why they will feel in good spirits. Finally, who do you support? Do you think it's going to be UpGrad Mumba
That's
Masters?
a great question. Time for our final flag.
So tough.
Which one, guys?
Which one? I think I have to go with this. They are.
Well, let's see if that turns out to be true. Before we go to the break, we need to have a look at the all-important standings on our screen. The Triveni Continental Kings at the top. But guys, this one is the fight for the second spot. The UpGrad Mumba Masters. Can they jump to the second spots? They can do that if they beat the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's time for us to go for a short break and on the other side, we will have the moves coming in as the players get ready.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज इसका ढक्कन देना. तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन? पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
With measured minds and a masterful intent, they arrive. Give it up for UpGrad Mumba Masters!
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light.
Give it up for the players. Former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, former World Blitz champion Shakhriyar Mamedirao, reigning Women's World Rapid champion Kunderu Hampi, Harika Dronavalli, Bardia Daneshwar, and their coach GM Hari Krishna. When others walk the board, they leap. Give it up for PBG Alaskan Knights. Please welcome world champion Gukesh Domaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenia Dominguez, 3 times Women's World Blitz champion Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach GM Swayams Mishra. All the best to all the players. You may now take your board. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Sameer Shetty, Group Executive, Axis Bank, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
Ooh, and the first move is going to be made on the board of MVL and Gukesh here. What's the move that's going to be chosen? He goes for pawn to e4, best by test. And joining me is one of the strongest players here from Georgia, WGM, Keti Satsalashvili. Keti, wonderful to have you by my side for this match.
Hi, Sagar. This is the best match I would dream to commentate with you. And we do have already first move started. We had knight to f3. I would expect another knight f3. And here we go. 2 Indian girls making knight f3s. This is a real power.
What a beautiful shot, right, Keti? The house pack, that Royal Opera House is packed to the brim. Everyone's there, and you get this complete view from the balcony. There are 6 players fighting it out, the 2 coaches in the dugouts, the arbiters there, and the pressure, the big pressure over there. And we have so many fans here, guys. If you can wave.
We got hearts. This is so great. Hello, everyone. We hope you enjoy the games and have a good time. It is one of the best experiences for me to be here, to be a spectator in this venue, and to listen also the commentary to understand what is happening on the boards.
Right, we are going to break this down. We are starting off with Hampi playing the Queen's Gambit against Katrina Lagno. Katrina saying, well, today I'm going to be solid. Hampi, you can come at me with some new ideas if you have. Meanwhile, Harika has gone for her favorite Reti system here, very solid. And now she has to decide whether to break with D3, C4. We'll see how she reacts to Black's response, because Lagno hasn't put her knight out as well.
Yeah, that's right. She's not really showing her cards so far. And here we have another handshake, and we are starting on the board 2. Is it D4 first move?
Yes, D4 by Wesley So, and Shakhriyar Mamedirao versus Lenier Dominguez, the big one. Pawn to C4 and C6 by Lenier, asking Shak, do you want to go into Slav defense? Do you want to play the Karo Khan with me? Because if you play E4, we'll go into Karo Khan territory.
Exactly, and he did not even blink. He played so fast C6 move. He was so prepared for this move.
Right, D5 played here by Lenier, and now I'm pretty sure Shak will go E3, followed by this B3, Bishop B2 setup. Shakhriyar Mamedirao, he's a complete kind of creative genius on the board. On the other hand, Lenier Dominguez is as solid a top GM you can get. I think, Keti, this game will produce a result that will be so enjoyable for all the fans because of the clash of styles.
Exactly, and let's see who will lead the game. Is it sharp like Shaq, or it will be solid like Dominguez? They are playing so fast, these moves. We have queen to d3. This is not the move that we see very often, but we have seen at this tournament. An idea of this is to push the pawn in the center on e4 and to get the control over the center right away.
Right, and one of the ideas for black now is to take and play b5 as the prodigy board kicks off here. Daneshwar Bardia opens with 1 e4, but all eyes on the big clash between MVL and world champion Gukesh. Pawn to e4, and Gukesh goes for Sicilian today.
There we go. I love it. I love the decision. This is so sharp. It will be so much fun. No boring game.
Gukesh is saying to the crowd, it's a packed house today, guys. You've come all out here. I'll give you a great time by playing the Najdorf, Ketty, against the biggest expert of Najdorf, MVL.
It is very risky what Gukesh has been done, but he's here for the show. He wants to give everything to his fans. He enjoys very much Sagar, and like usually we see him just settling down before the game. Here is a different Gukesh what we have.
Yeah, absolutely. Gukesh looks calm, cool, and composed. And guys, just to put things into perspective, every time 1 e4 is played against MVL, he always chooses the Najdorf. And today, Gukesh going for the Najdorf is like a statement to MVL saying, let all your knowledge be unleashed upon me. I will still try to kind of battle my way through it.
Exactly, and now he's trying to memorize all his lines. Look at his face. Knight went on f3. This is one of the ways to react here. Not very popular, perhaps. Knight usually goes to the other side of the board, to the queen side. That's why Gukesh is taking the time. Maybe he was not expecting Knight to jump on the king side.
Yes, this is going to be a very interesting game, whether Gukesh will be well prepped up or will MVL spring a surprise on him. I'm actually very excited for this one. Gukesh taking his time here. Ketty, there are kind of few ways to play. Maybe b5 is one option. Bishop could come to e6, to e7. Knights could come out. A lot of possibilities.
What he made, he played bishop to e7. He wants to make sure, first thing first, his king is safe and he has castle. That's what he's doing. Maxim will also castle in this position. Black has to take care of the d5 square. You cannot really give a control over that one. Knight jumps to c6. What will be Maxim's next move?
Yeah, that's a question here. Because while this square is weak, the e4 pawn is also unprotected. So you can't jump in directly here. This pawn will fall, and Gukesh now also thinking about some ideas like b5 or the bishop coming to e6. He has a nice position out of the opening. We'll come back here. Let's go to board number 2, where we have Arjun Erigaisi playing against Wesley So. Now, the bishop comes out to f5, and Ketty, there are so many moves that have been played here. Can we go from the start?
We should go from the start because there's too much complication on the board at that moment, and we have to see. It starts with King's Indian standard, classical variation.
Arjun inspired by Anish Giri today, who played the King's Indian in both his encounters. And look at this. It's a pawn sack, but now rook e8, queen went back, and Arjun said takes, and boom.
What's happening? What's happening here? They sacrificed so many pieces, but Arjun is getting rook back.
He's getting his rook back, and I think Arjun is happy. Although you can chop off the bishop on h6 and be a pawn up, and look at Arjun's time. He has 19 minutes, 17 seconds. So, Ketty, this is all his preparation.
Arjun being Arjun, playing very fast, has no respect to his opponent and giving all these sacrifices.
He's like, I've studied everything. Yeah. I know everything here. Wesley, the best you can get from this position is equality, is what Arjun's saying.
Exactly, Queen G5, he has not even thought a bit. I don't even understand what is this move. White stand in front of the bishop. Why this queen is going there? But you know what I like here in this position? I like that there's a semi-open h-file. Maybe somewhere this king will get on, rook will get on h8. You know what I'm going to suggest, right?
You know, Katie, this is the difference between you and me. I see the open E-file as a positional player. You see the open H-file to mate the opponent's king. And that's why she's super aggressive here. Katie, we would love to get your thoughts on the attacking possibilities in different games. But here, Arjun basically saying to Wesley that, hey, I'm a pawn down, but it's opposite colored bishops. I have activity here. My queen is entering in. I don't think you have a serious edge.
I love this position for black. There's also the possibility to drag the bishop back on g7, just in front of the king, and then activate this bishop in the center on d4 and target white's pawn on f2. Black bishop will gonna have a target, but white's bishop is not really that active at this point, right?
Right, absolutely. So this one looking equal. And look at the crowd there.
So
it's
silent, diving into the games.
Yes, calmly looking at the game. Everyone is at that moment here. Guys, let's head over to board number 3. Shakhriyar Mamediaro versus Lenier Dominguez. Early days in the opening. And Ketty, as everyone would kind of understand, it's all about getting this bishop activated. We need a successful c5 as black at some point.
Excuse me, where the pawn went from g2?
Oh!
Who took it? Who stole it? Where is this pawn? Shall we see what has happened in this position? How white gave up the pawn to have an open file on g.
Ketty, you were very observant. I actually missed that point. I thought everything is normal. The rook is on h1, pawn on g2. But no, this is Shakhriyar Mamediarov. He never plays normal chess. Here, he went for g4. Lenier said, thank you, Shak, for the pawn. Rook g1. The knight went back. And now e4. And this is a very complex position now. White has a pawn less, but lot of compensation.
Amazing, and we have here also the viewers and spectators observing this game. I'm sure this is a game we want to focus a lot today, and I think it is a Shak's way that we are going to see this game.
Right, and meanwhile, guys, before we go to our women's superstar board, let's take a glimpse of the icon board. MVL versus Gukesh. There have been some developments here. So what happened was, after Gukesh brought his knight out on c6, rook went to e1, eyeing the e4 pawn. The bishop came out, and now the knight jumped in. And it's very important to note that taking this pawn on e4 is a blunder. Everyone in the crowd and in the chat and back home, guys, what's the winning move here for white?
Yeah, if you know, just blink if you are in the playing venue. Don't say the word, obviously, but if you are watching this online, let us know in the chat. 94 is a greedy move, and you don't want to do that.
Yes.
Because you are just losing it after bishop.
Attack the queen, and the knight falls here. That's why rook to e1 was a very important move. And so here, he doesn't take the pawn, Gukesh. He attacks with b5. And knight takes knight, Ketty. And here Gukesh takes back. And bishop kind of sits into those d5 square. He could have taken on e6 like this and played on. But he decides to put the bishop on d5.
Well, here's the problem for black is a d5 square that white is controlling with the piece. That's why MVL here played this move, not trading the bishop, right? So I would expect now a queen capturing on d5. Yeah, he wants to keep the file open, not cover it with the pawn, because this lovely pawn on d6 is going to be white's target.
It's a backward pawn, and the pawn on d6 is like, friends, why have you all gone ahead of me? The e5 pawn can't go back. There's no c pawn. The d6 pawn is lonely. It's a weakness. It will get attacked by rook a d1. Gukesh needs to play the right move here, which could be queen c7, queen d7, or knight e7. He goes for queen to c7.
Perfect move to guard the knight there, to allow rooks to be connected. Black has just fine position here. You can bring the rook on d8, another rook on c8, control those semi-open files. Actually, we were a bit dramatic about this export. It's not gonna be lost.
It's not a problem?
No, it's a problem, but we will not lose this pawn because we have a good, strong security for this pawn. And black has to look for some kind of counterplay, which can be some move like knight to a5 in this very position to get on c4.
Ketty, you seem like a Sicilian player.
I am.
you know all the plans here. Knight a5 to knight c4, knight to e7, bringing the rooks on c8 and d8. Very well put here by Ketty. And I think this looks like a fine position for Gukesh, right? So let's go to the women's superstar board. Humpy versus Katrina Lagno, guys. I can say very confidently a handshake for a draw is coming in here very soon.
Where everybody left. This is like you arrived to the party and like an hour later and everybody left. They just trade all the pieces.
Yeah, everyone's just like, okay, this board, we are taking a draw here. I don't think Humpy can try much here, nor can Katrina. However, on board number 5, Harika is actually pressing against Sara Khadem. This is the board where the UpGrad Mumba Masters have to strike. This is a very critical board. Sara has won a game. She has helped her team win, but she also has been a bit shaky.
Yeah, it's not maybe the best tournament. As we know, Sara is a wonderful blitz and rapid player as well as classical player. But, you know, sometimes it's not your tournament. Talking about this very position, you might like this knight on e4 for Sara. Another knight supports from f6, but those knights are fighting for the same square, you know, and they're bothering each other. White has a plan to kick this knight with the f pawn, then develop another knight on c3 or d2, and then to push the pawn in the center and have a lot of space advantage.
Interesting. So Harika clearly better here with the white pieces. Whether this will lead to a serious advantage or not, we'll see. Going to the prodigy board right now, we have Daniel Darda here taking on Daneshwar Bardia. Early days here, Ketty, but I feel like black seems to be doing pretty okay with all the pieces nicely developed. The bishop, Fian, Ketod, nice position for Daniel Darda.
I like this position for white, to be honest.
Why?
Yeah, because like there's this idea, you can push something like h4. h5.
Okay. Ketty attack here.
h4, h5. And if you have to react somehow, right? I kind of feel that there can be some weakness created on the king side for black.
Ketty's always looking at the king here. I was thinking, oh, nice knights in the center. But you're right, Ketty. There are no pieces, too many pieces around the black king. It could become a factor if the queen swings over, the knight joins in. There is a bishop here. Meanwhile, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov on board number 3, starting to get better for the UpGrad Mumba Masters here. And he is looking very, very sharp. The king has been tucked into the corner. The central pawns are here.
This is perfect position for white. You don't have the attack on the king, which is on the queen side, and black's king is struggling. Now we have this bishop e7. It's a question mark there. Sagar, is it because we can play bishop in the corner on h6 and stop black castling?
It's a great move, Ketty. That's very much possible, but you could even start with e5, first hitting the knight, knight to d5, knight takes, pawn takes, and then with your favorite move to start the attack, even asking black, please castle, so that I'm going to checkmate you.
Oh, I love this idea. Just invite to castle, not to stop to castle, invite to castle. That's a great hint.
Right, so as of now, Dominguez feeling the discomfort here. Shak in the kind of position he likes. You know, these are the kind of positions he excels in. Meanwhile, very quickly, going to board number 1 here, Ketty, we have some moves in Gukesh versus MVL. After the move c3, Gukesh brought his rook, just like you mentioned. a4, the knight dropped back, queen came to d3, and queen to c6, played by Gukesh, defending his pawn, also attacking the e4 pawn. We have trades, and this is the live board position.
You know what? It's a very good position for Black. Got some counter-attack on the queen side. That's exactly where Black is strong. There is open a file. There will be a big fight over that file. You are mentioning e4 pawn. We were talking a lot about d6 pawn looks really bad, but e4 pawn is somewhere that White has also look at, and Black can also just push the b4 on other side to weaken even more this side.
Right, and Ketty, while we are breaking down the games, just to tell you how much this means for the UpGrad Mumba Masters, we have the team owners there. We have Ronnie Screwwala and we have Suhail Chandok on our screen, completely zoned in on this game. This is super critical game for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. A win here will most likely make it confirm their spot in the top 2.
Getting very close.
Yeah, very
I can feel the nerves. I can feel the tension. Even here, just looking at them, even they are smiling right now. We understand how important this match is for them. And this is actually final match for us, right?
Yes.
For the players, this is second match.
True.
Very tough.
True. Absolutely. And then going to Shak Mamediaro versus Lenier Dominguez, guys, board number 3. Shak has played a move that the engines do not like. But guys, don't be misled. These are the kinds of positions Shak understands better than the engines. Why? Because he's playing a human. And he knows that he's going to sack here, his knight is going to jump, and boom there. I'm already feeling nervous.
Me too. I love this move. It just directly tells that I'm going to play knight g5 next move. And you cannot stop me sacrificing a piece for 2 pawns, which is very often enough compensation. I love this move, actually.
Lenier Dominguez must right now act immediately. He must kick the knight away, the knight moves away, and Ketty push the pawn to c5. And I'm pretty sure Shak will go d5. He'll just blast open the position. Yeah. It's scary, but you have to do it. There's no way out.
He has been done this for many, many years. I think at this point he's just very comfortable in this position. But is Dominguez comfortable in this position? I don't think so.
Not sure, but that's the thing. You know, we saw today the game between Sindarov and Vidit, where the king came to f5. The engines were saying it's okay. But you know, that practical human element when your king is weak is never ever easy. The king is weak on e8. So देखते हैं क्या होता है यहाँ पर. And oh, queen a5, he goes wrong immediately. Dominguez goes wrong, and I think Shak may just push the pawn, or Ketty move his knight to g5.
Well, I understand why queen a5 has been played, because he wants to play b4 and knight will not go on a4 anymore. Knight has to go to the other side of the board. That's the idea of this move. But it doesn't really stop us to play our idea of knight g5. And also, is there a move like d5? Can we also just open up the center?
Just break, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, as of now,
it's so good.
Maybe it's a bit too soon, Ketty, as there are more defenders on d5, but it's definitely a move coming as Shak goes knight g5. Guys.
He's not even thinking a bit. Like, look at this situation on the clock as well. He's having edge on the clock as well.
You know, Ketty, I'm going to say something in Hindi, then I'll talk in English, I'll translate it. I'm going to say, like, dil tham ke बैठिए दोस्तों, क्योंकि शक्रियार मामेद्यारोव यहाँ पर sacrifice मारने वाला है. मतलब आप वो बोल रहा है कि मैं मारने वाला हूँ, जो करना है कर लो. I was just saying, hold your breath. Shak Mamediaro is going to sack. He's telling his opponent, I'm going to do it. Do whatever it takes. Stop me if you can.
And that's the worst situation, right? When he openly shows his cards and you cannot do much about it. Sagar, Dominguez here, he cannot even castle on the long side because this knight is attacking the pawn on f7. We already talked about castling on the short side, how difficult it is. Maybe this king should stay and remain in the center.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, let's quickly head over to our icon board where Gukesh made a few moves against MVL. So after rook a8, we had h4 on the king side. Ketty just maybe making a luft on the back rank, so there's no back rank threats, gaining space. d5 in the center, breaking here. Bishop came to g5, and now after pawn takes, rook takes, we reach this position. What are your feelings here?
I think black has full control over the board. There is no more weaknesses, and yeah, it's just a position you want to have with the black pieces, right?
Are you sure? Getting my feeling is the e5 pawn looks a bit weak. I'm also feeling that this b5 pawn is a bit soft, and the threat could be to take here. If you take with the queen, you lose this pawn. If you take with the pawn, your king becomes weak.
Yeah, well, first of all, you have left your rook from the back rank. So black has to be, white has to be a bit careful not to give too much for only one pawn. Another thing is that now knight jumps on g6. Look at this, he's not giving up that easily, this pawn. And the moment black gives up the pawn, we'll get something contrary.
Right, and by the way, guys, a big news coming in. Just as we had predicted, the Humpy versus Katrina Lagno game has just ended in a draw. Both the players are in the dugouts with their respective coaches. It's 1-1 right now in the match. Okay, I want to go back to this icon board. I'm loving the fact that Ketty feels that this is comfortable here for black. And the engine somewhere is saying that it's better for white. This just goes to show the human perspective here that you are giving Ketty. Maybe Gukesh also feels it, that he's fine.
Yeah, you know, when you play Sicilian, engine already gives the advantage to white because of many reasons. But if you want to play, you have to play Sicilian. And this shows that Gukesh came here not for a draw, not for just another game. He wants to win this match, and this is very personal for him.
Right, and guys, just to point out that if you take bishop takes bishop, Gukesh is ready to take back with the pawn at the cost of slightly, you know, destroying his structure here. But there's no easy way for white to take advantage of it, as the knight is very strong.
Yeah, I like this position for black. You attack the queen, then you get the rook on the first rank. Pawn on h5 is actually weak. Our king is exposed, but there's no any single white piece to attack this king. So
if you can't attack, it's not exposed. And look at what MVL does. He goes g3. He's looking already 2 steps ahead. He wants to take and push when the knight can no longer jump to f4.
This is a fantastic play. Just a little prophylaxis, and you don't need to, you know, just look for some kind of lines where you can win a pawn or ruin the pawn structure, because black can have a really strong counterattack here if you don't stop that.
Right, and Ketty, I want to bring our attention to the Shak Mamedyarov and Lenier Dominguez board, board number 3. We left it off at knight g5, and Dominguez played b4. And now, I was expecting Shak to sack his knight, but somehow Shak hesitated. It's not normal. He goes knight e2, and Dominguez was like, Shak, trade queens, you know?
Queen trade, please.
And he was like, no way. And now c5. No, castles. e5, a big mistake by Mamedyarov. And Dominguez strikes, attacking the queen.
I love how Dominguez is building up to play against the queen. Wherever the queen goes now, knight will attack this queen. So black has pushed a lot of pawns to open up the position.
Also, Ketty, if you move your queen here, the knight is falling.
Exactly. So you have to stick around of this knight. You have to play queen to e3, and this will step just knight to d5, will attack queen and the bishop at the same time.
Oh my goodness, guys. We were so optimistic about Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's attacking chances, but it seems like he has made a massive blunder. Lenier Dominguez is going to win this game now.
Oh, he took some advantage. But still, too much complication on the board. If
Really?
you're not losing your material, you're fine. I guess so.
Oh, Ketty loves to attack, and she's still very hopeful that Shak can get his chances. The engine says it's minus 2.5. That's almost a piece blunder, guys. But humanly, Shak, I'm pretty sure, will find some way to complicate the matters here. As we go, maybe, Ketty, if I can just show a line, maybe what Shak missed is, he can take here, bishop f3. He thought that he would take here, attack the rook, win back this and have 3 pieces, but missed bishop takes knight, queen, and then this position, it's already better for black.
Well, if Shak missed that little tactic, then I feel good for my life. Then I should not be really worried about my missed tactics. I think, did he play Queen G3?
He played your move. He's actually ready to give up his knight because the black knight is attacked. But remember, guys, the knight can jump here, and then the queen could be taking here. It's so complicated. My head is spinning here. But Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is in big trouble.
He's in a huge trouble, actually. Maybe he forgot this in-between move, knight to h5, which is not so easy. Or maybe he's counting on this, Sagar. How about queen 2 after knight h5, queen f4, you take the knight, and I play something like bishop to g4 and hit the knight on h5.
Love it. The only problem here, Ketty, and which is too beautiful, is queen e4 check. Can you believe it? Because knight takes queen, I give you another check, and my bishop chops off your queen.
Oh no, that's not good news for Shakhriyar. This is something that he might miss in a long
Many things here. Black has so many resources here, and Lanier, only thing he has to take care is about his time. So here, guys, if we can get the 6 boards on our screen to give you an overview of what's happening in this match. Board number 1, equal, or maybe slightly better for MVL. Board number 2, we have Arjun and Wesley So. It's equal. Board 3, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is worse against Lanier Dominguez. Knight e4, beautiful move. Board number 4 is a draw. Board 5, but Harika is striking there for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. But they need another board to strike. Which one is it? Will it be MVL? Will it be on board number 6, Daneshwar Bardia with the white pieces?
I think board 6 is still a long way to go. Yeah, I think that can be the move. And also board 1 is a huge fight. It's not equal position.
Let's go to board 1, guys. The icon board. We have Gukesh here playing the move rook d8. After g3, he brought his rook. He attacked the queen. The queen moved back. h5, a big mistake in this position. And in fact, here was the moment where MVL had a winning move, Ketty, which was to take the pawn, and after knight takes, take this, because if the bishop takes, the rook is hanging.
Oh, that's a beautiful one. That's a beautiful tactic, but not very often happening, so that's why they both just missed it.
They missed it, and the rook swung over. Now MVL attacking this pawn. Gukesh comes in with rook d5, a good move. Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, and now knight h2. The queen is attacking this pawn. I think MVL is putting immense pressure on Gukesh.
It's putting huge pressure, and I wonder how Gukesh is going to guard the pawn on h5. There is now a single move to save this pawn, right? So you have to look for some kind of counterplay. What is it? Is queen d7 with idea to give a check on the back rank and jump the queen on h3? What is the saving move here for Gukesh?
Actually, there is no easy way here for black. There is some move, Ketty, which is queen a6. I don't even understand. If queen takes pawn, you come in with a check, king comes up, and then you'll use your rook to try and hassle the white king. But this is all super tough for a human being to analyze with just 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's... the queen a6 is a very mysterious move, right, to play. There's also queen a8 probably with the same idea. What else black can do? He's burning a lot of time, and this is only move 27. They have to play 13 more moves in a very tough position.
Absolutely. Let's quickly go to the game of Harika Dronawali on board number 5. How big is this advantage for Harika, Ketty? The pawns have been mangled up here. The white knight has a great square. Everything looks well set. Is it huge?
I think it's huge because now white's threat is to play bishop to h3, targeting e6 pawn right away. You have to guard with the king on f7, which is so funny and ugly looking move at the same time. And then at that point when king is towards the center, you can strike with e4 in the center and bring queen into the game. I think this is a series for Harika.
Well, these are the weaknesses that a player is looking for. And look at Harika there. She has her game pose on. She's like, you know, it's like an athlete's pose. She wants to get in. She wants to play quickly. She has 3 minutes on the clock and she finds it. Bishop h3. Good move. And there we have an advantage here. And MVL getting almost a winning edge against Gukesh. Gukesh here played f5, MVL goes and chops off. And by the way, we have a result coming in on board 2 is a draw between Wesley So and Arjun. We kind of predicted that one as well. It looked very even. Arjun was well prepared. 2-2 is the score.
What's happening in this position? Why this is so bad? E4 is a bad move here. There was a better move for Gukesh, and
The better move here, Ketty, was to push this pawn, but he decided to push this one, defending here. But now look at the knight swinging over here and then attacking this. And we all know when a knight and queen comes together, they can launch a crazy attack.
yeah, they say it's a best duo, knight and the queen against the king to attack the king. But on the positive note for black, black also has this idea of knight e5, knight f3 if that happened. Rook d4 offering a rook trade. That's a bit of mysterious move for me.
Well, he
was
he's
worried
a pawn
about
up.
back rank maybe.
Right. He was worried there, and MVL is saying, I'm a pawn up, I'm trading now, I have an extra pawn, my queen is attacking here. He likes it.
Yeah, it's safe position for MVL now. What Gukesh should do here? Should he push f3, f4 now?
So f4, f3 is the idea here. Absolutely, Ketty. That's a great sense that you have of the dynamics in this position. Push the pawn. But guys, if we get our 6 board view again, I want to show you how the dynamics of this match are changing. As of now, 2 draws. We have MVL pressing on board 1. He's almost getting the better of Gukesh. But Shak is losing on board 3 at the top right. If we go to the bottom center, Harika is winning. And on board number 6, it's equal right now. Which means that the UpGrad Mumba Masters are looking at 2 wins courtesy of MVL and Harika, and 1 loss on the board of Shakriyar and Dominguez.
Well, good news for UpGrad Mumba Masters is that it's enough to have that situation to win the match, but they can't afford to have any more blunders or anything, right? So in the game of Gukesh, he gave up another pawn on b5.
He gave up. He's going for the attack, Ketty, just as you mentioned, but MVL, as calm as one could be, chops off the pawn here.
What is the move? He should maybe push e3 now to totally demolish the pawn chain, maybe to take the pawn on g3.
He took it.
And now what's the move?
Queen d1. And now, oh, he's going to lose another pawn.
Oh,
he
no.
missed it. It's a check here. MVL plays a beautiful move. He's going to win another pawn. And at this point, Ketty, white will be 3 pawns up. Gukesh is totally lost.
They said that 3 pawns is equal to a piece, knight or a bishop. So that's not a good news for Gukesh.
And there you see Katrina Lagno and Swayams Mishra from the PBG Alaskan Knights looking at the game, very worried for their team. Right now, it looks like, thanks to MVL on the icon board, the UpGrad Mumba Masters have an advantage. And look at Hari Krishna. He's so zoned in. It feels like as if he's one of the players himself. Yes. So much pressure.
Looks like that. Shall we take a look how Shak is doing?
Yes.
Does he has any chance to survive?
Well, Shak's position is messy, but it's not so good for him right now because there's no attack coming in. Yes, he might sacrifice something, but black is already, what, Ketty, if you count 7 to 5, 2 pawns up, and it's looking completely winning for black.
It looks really good for black. King to g7. Now guarding the knight on f6. You cannot really move this knight away because white has this knight h5 checks. Can we play something like rook to g5?
Oh, rook g5 attacking here. Queen a4. You want to go for a check here?
Yeah, but this rook on d1 is hanging. So,
yeah,
you
yes,
can't
this
really
is
do
hanging.
that.
And if you take with the queen because there's a pin, it's not fast enough, Ketty. It's actually black who gets in. Queen c2, c3, b3, all this stuff coming in. It's not going to work out. So Dominguez will get the win for sure. Let's head over to board number 1. Right now, we have pawn to d5 played here by Maxime. Knight went back.
Yeah, and this pawn will be gone now as black's 2 pieces are attacking it, and you can't push the pawn. Knight is pinned, so black is getting one pawn back, 2 to go for Gukesh.
2 to go. Those pawns are not going to come back. It feels as if right now, quickly looking at Harika versus Sara Khadem, we see that it is totally in Harika's favor. How does Harika break through? That's the big question now. She has everything under control. Ketty, do we go for your favorite plan? H1, H5.
Yeah, why not? It's even better because now we have bishop and the queen on this diagonal.
She did it.
lined up. Yeah, she did it. Yeah, let's go. That's a brilliant idea.
So now the attack's coming. Oh, boom, H5, Harika with just 58 seconds. Pushing her H-pawn. Sara Khadem is utterly lost. She has no counterplay. She looks at the board. She's like, guys, I'm winning. Please play carefully.
Yeah, well, what Sara is really counting on is the time. She has about 40 seconds more on the clock. They need to make 5 more moves to reach 2 seconds increment. But honestly, it is very comfortable position for Harika to play.
Very easy to play. Meanwhile, guys, on the Prodigy board, more good news for the UpGrad Mumba Masters because Daneshwar Bardia is getting a small edge here, which could become eventually a big one. The knight jumps in. It's a monster. It's not a knight. It's an octopus here on d6, controlling so many squares, Ketty.
It is an octopus knight, that's how we call it, and attacking very important pawn. Now Rook also gets here, joining the attack. And you know what, Sagar, you can't really guard this pawn on f7. If you move the queen away, you give up f6 square, and then white will jump with this, and then h5 will happen. Queen to e7 has been played. It's a big question mark there. What is the move here for white?
Well, there are many ways to play. You can go h5 here, Ketty. You can maybe move your queen back. You can even try and somehow enter in from the other side here. Too many possibilities here for Daneshwar Bardia. He's doing excellently. So if we get the 6-board view, it seems like the UpGrad Mumba Masters are going to take this one home. MVL, 2 pawns up against Gukesh. Shak is lost over there. Dominguez will take it for the PBG Alaskan Knights. But those last 2 boards on the bottom of your screen, these are the ones that are winning for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. Oh, and Harika, let's quickly go to her board. Board number 5. Maybe she made some moves which has reduced her edge. Is this still winning, Ketty? Oh, it's a mate.
I think knight d6.
It's over. It's over. She had to go back here. She comes out in the center, knight d6. Harika, go for it. No,
she
misses
queen
it.
to e2 and gives a chance to Sara to activate the queen. She was very much worried about the king. Now she wants to go to the endgame. Is this winning now if they trade the queens?
Well, I don't know if this is a great decision by Harika. She could have finished it off with a mate. Now she keeps the queens. This is getting really intense. The pressure is getting to Harika. She's 15 seconds on the clock. Oh, I don't know if she'll win this.
I think she had to play that move and finish the game by this time.
And we have a result. On board 3, Lenier Dominguez played absolutely perfectly, guys, and scored the win for PBG Alaskan Knights. The score is 6-2 in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights. And while this is going on here, while Harika, whether she'll win or not is a big question. Oh, she's now actually worse. It's Black who is pressing. What a turnaround!
Now Black can take the pawn on b3 and then capture another pawn on a4. Will Sara do that?
What a turnaround! And going to board number 1, MVL versus Gukesh. Is there chance for Gukesh to hold this?
I like this king on g4. Look how controlling is this king, and all the pieces are happy and active. I think he has a good chances here.
Oh, but he plays his knight to b4, and you know what? This reminds me, Ketty, this reminds me of the game between MVL and Vishy Anand, where Vishy was totally winning, but he couldn't finish it off against MVL. And now it's somewhat similar here. Can MVL finish this off against Gukesh?
There's a move that actually finished the game now. I don't know, is it the queen d8? There is some very strong check that...
Oh, he finds it. He finds the best check and check here. But you know, Ketty, it's a long way off to win. You have to start pushing your pawn slowly. Meanwhile, Black has a lot of counterplay.
Black has a lot of counterplay, and if Black gets one last pawn...
Queen e5 check! Oh, they're trading! They're trading! Queen e5 check is winning. You go into the knight end game. This is
completely
over.
lost, yeah.
This is over. And meanwhile, guys, something happened on board 5. Harika has lost. Oh, what a huge result for the team of PBG Alaskan Knights. Harika loses and 10-2, which means that actually the team has lost. The UpGrad Mumba Masters can no longer make it, even if they win on the remaining 2 boards.
Oh no, and look at them being so upset. Hari, we see this is a very upset Hari right now.
No, but that was such a big... Let's go to board 1 now. And I mean, Harika cannot believe what she did. She was totally in control, Ketty, but the pressure got the better of her there.
Time situation, she was struggling on the second. That is a very heartbreaking moment for UpGrad Mumba Masters. They started so well, but Shak made a mistake and lost the game. And also Harika, we were counting on these 2 players to win.
Right, and by the way, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has also lost, as you said, but MVL can score a win here. Now these last 2 games, Daneshwar and MVL, should try and win their games, and they are winning. So actually, it will be, if they both win, it will be 10-8, Ketty. 10-8 will be the score in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights, but the game points matter as of now. So they must try to win both the games.
And here we have knight endgame with 2 extra pawns. Harika, oh
Look at those emotions, guys. Harika, she is a world-class player. And this game means so much for her. And by the way, Gukesh resigns. MVL has scored on the top board. And let's go to our prodigy board. That's the only board left. Daneshwar Bardia. Can he strike as well? It won't be enough for his team to win, but it will get them the game points.
They need to get as much points as possible, and they have to deliver it for the team. Completely winning position for white with this extra pawn. Also, black pawns are quite destroyed on the other side. Wow, what a turn of events.
Oh, man. This, I think Sara Khadem just... Oh, and a rook blunder there by Daniel Darda. The rook is hanging here, and that's over. But Daneshwar Bardia has won his game, which means it's 10-8. And look at MVL there talking to Harika that, you know, and Harika is like, she's trying to explain, this is the way I could have won. I could have done this. The crowd cannot believe it. The turnaround there. This is what the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League is all about. This is what the point scoring system is all about, Ketty.
Exactly, Sakar. And what we have here is PBG Alaskan Knights won this match because they were playing with black pieces and they got 4 points.
Right, and look at Daneshwar there. He won his game, but he cannot believe it. He's sitting on the table there. And guys, what a moment of disappointment for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They can't believe it, and a handshake there. These are the moments where you have to stick together as a team. It's not easy, but the PBG Alaskan Knights, they move up to 12 points.
Yes, you predicted that they will actually win this match. And you guessed it correct. We have Gukesh here. He lost his game, but he has very strong team, his teammates.
Results.
And look at them now walking towards the center of the podium.
The Alaskan Knights have won this match as we go to the arbiter on the main stage as he announces the result.
So by a score of 10 game points to 8, the winners tonight were PBG Alaskan Knights.
And the PBG Alaskan Knights have taken the match by 10-8 there. Handshakes happening all around. Ketty, I want to look at the scorecard because I don't know what's happening in this tournament. You can see there the players shaking hands, smile on the face of Swayams Mishra, the coach of PBG Alaskan Knights. And now the tournament is looking super, super good for the Alpine SG Pipers as they are on 15 match points, 3 points ahead of the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
Is that their 3rd victory for today? 3 of themselves, and they can also count this match as their victory, Alpine SG Pipers. I think they're celebrating. Maybe they already started to party today.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you see the team coming in. Hari Krishna, well, he's not a very happy coach there. His team could have won this match. They were very, very close. But this is what happens, and look at that, PBG Alaskan Knights high-fiving with each other. Guys, we are going to take a very short break. The match score was 8-10 in the favor of the PBG Alaskan Knights. We will be coming back, and on the other side, we will have the presentation ceremony for the MVP of the match. We'll have the standings and analyze who can make it to the top 2 spot in the finals.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुन ना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं।
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता। But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना। तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना।
अबे ढक्कन, पहले तो सही पानी पीना।
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with UpGrad. Make your move now.
And guys, we are back here with the PBG Alaskan Knights making a massive run towards the second half of the tournament. We have the points table on our screen here. Let's get it on and see what has happened. The Alpine SG Pipers are on number 2 spot with 15 match points, but in with a chance to qualify are the UpGrad Mumba Masters. If they win tomorrow and the Alpine SG Pipers lose, there's still a chance, somewhere an outside chance for Ganges Grandmasters as well. But for the PBG Alaskan Knights, maybe not so much because their game points are very low.
You know, I would just like to point out how crazy this day has been. Alpine SG Pipers had both blacks and they won both of their matches, and UpGrad Mumba Masters had both whites.
Yeah.
And they lost both of their matches, which I think is
Terrible.
so crazy.
That's so terrible.
So unfortunate.
Ketty,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on that standings table?
Everything just messed up in my head. I need to think another 1 hour because the situation is so different now, Sagar. Anything can happen tomorrow, you know, and whoever has a better day will actually qualify to the finals. At this point, I can't even know what to predict.
Right, well, what will happen tomorrow, we do not know. But for today, it was a big match for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Let's go to the presentation ceremony where Arohi is with the MVP player of the match.
An all-important game and a nail-biting finish. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 27, played between the PBG Alaskan Knights and the UpGrad Mumba Masters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Ronnie Screwwala, owner UpGrad Mumba Masters, and the player of the match award goes to Lenia Dominguez from PBG Alaskan Knights. Lenny, what an exceptional game. It was a beautiful game right from the start to the end. What were your nerves like?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous, especially, you know, with little time, but very happy to be able to play well in this, like, very important match and help the team to achieve the victory.
You know, the shark attack kept on coming back and back, but you had the answers to all those attacks. How did you fare with those in that moment?
Yeah, no. At some point, I realized that that I was, you know, that he missed something after E5, C5, especially. So I knew I probably had the win at that point, but I still had to, you know, play well with little time. So yeah, happy to go through.
See, the walks and the marine drive, they have been probably the secret to PBG's success in the last couple of games. But tell me this, what is the conversation like in the team, especially getting into this game?
No, we were very motivated, you know, like we had a bad start, but I think every one of us was fighting hard, like from the beginning. So we knew that we could come back, and so certainly we're all happy that we made it to the last round with real chances to be in the top 4. So we'll fight again tomorrow.
Well, all the best for your upcoming game tomorrow, and congratulations on your win. I'm sure this is going to give you a huge confidence boost.
Thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony of the final match of the day. Back to the studio.
Well, we have the expressions of the PBG Alaskan Knights there as Coach Swayams Mishra, the owners of the UpGrad Mumba Masters team there, the coach of the Mumba Masters with Humpy there. All these very intense expressions, guys. Look at that.
Wow.
You have to feel it for them. Yeah, they're just going into this day. They were in the top 2 position, and they had both whites. I mean, it was the ideal situation for them. You have to feel for them. This has been such an unfortunate day for the UpGrad Mumba Masters.
That's really heartbreaking to see these amazing chess players in these conditions.
Ketty, it means so much for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. That match was for them to win. And look at Arjun there signing the fans' books, and you know he's having. And look at Gukesh, in spite of losing his game, he's happy that his team won. He's spending time with the fans as well. Beautiful scenes from the Royal Opera House in Mumbai.
We have a full house today here at the venue. At some point, I wanted to go to the to the playing venue to sit down, and I couldn't find a seat.
Oh, you
really?
couldn't find a
So look at
seat.
how many people came today.
Right, and you can see on the back of these players, there are so many sponsors there, so many people rooting for their success. Well, we are going to go for a short sponsors message here and be back to analyze the rest of the match.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And guys, those were the scenes that we had at the venue with the UpGrad Mumba Masters losing out to the PBG Alaskan Knights. This brings us to a very beautiful day tomorrow. You know, anything can happen tomorrow. And by the way, Sara Khadem, well, she's smiling. You know, she could have very well lost her game today to Harika. She was losing on many occasions, but she hung in there.
Yeah, and she tried to give all of those checks, and Harika tried to press for the win. She could not accept that the position is a draw, and then somehow Sara managed to turn it around. She's happy today, and look at that. Harika.
Yeah, the highlights of this encounter.
Yep, Harika started with knight f3, goes for the Reti opening. I think everything was prepared so well for her. She completely outplayed, I think, Sara until a certain point. But then that crucial moment towards the end, as you can see on the board, there was knight d6, which she missed. And this final check delivered by Sara, and now just king b1, and I believe this is where Harika just lost.
And you can see how the white pieces have completely lost coordination on the other end, as Sara Khadem got one opportunity, took it with both her hands and checkmated Harika there.
Oh, in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
look
heartbreaking.
at this points table. Ketty, Sahajbhai, we see that 21 points for Triveni Continental Kings, 15 for Alpine SG Pipers, 3 teams on 12 points, UpGrad Mumba Masters, Ganges Grandmasters and PBG Alaskan Knights, and the FYERS American Gambits at 9 points.
And tomorrow is going to be such an exciting day, because I believe we have to mention who is playing against whom, and we have that on our screen right now. We have Ganges Grandmasters taking on the FYERS American Gambits, and then we have Triveni Continental Kings taking on the UpGrad Mumba Masters. And what a match this is going to be for the UpGrad Mumba Masters. They're in a must-win situation with the black pieces. And then finally we have the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights, and they will be white this time. So complete turnaround there.
I love these pairings, and I was wondering, Triveni Continental Kings, will they go all in and take down UpGrad Mumba Masters or not? Maybe they want them to have in the finals. This will be very interesting strategy.
Very interesting, Ketty. I think that the PBG Alaskan Knights will be rooting, you know, the Mumba Masters will be rooting for them very heavily tomorrow. Lot of action coming your way. Please be sure to make it to the Royal Opera House in Mumbai. We are all waiting for you. Until then, guys, goodbye, good night, see you.
Bye.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise, history made by girls and boys. This is fire can't contain, every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory, every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say checkmate.